Chapter 1: The Ideas of Nationality and National Greatness. It lies on the face of the foregoing surveys that the principle which gives mass form to all politics, to wit, the principle of nationality, makes at once for peace and war, cooperation and enmity. As against the tendency to atomism, the tribal principle supplies cohesion. As against tribalism, the principle of the state plays the same part, and as against oppression, the instinct of race or nationality inspires and sustains resistance. But in every aggregate, the force of attraction tends to generate a correlative repulsion to other aggregates, and save for the counterplay of class repulsions, the fundamental instinct of egoism takes new extensions in pride of family, pride of clan, pride of nation, pride of race, until the successive extensions have all been rectified by the spirit of reciprocity. Politics remains so far unmoralized and unrationalized. The nullity of the conception of race genius has been forced on us at every meeting with it. No less clear, on a critical analysis, is the irrationality of the instinct of racial pride, which underlies that conception, and which is involved in perhaps half of the strifes of tribes, states, and nations. Yet perhaps most of the reflections made by historical writers, in the way of generalizations of the history of states and peoples, are in terms of the fallacy and the irrationality in question. And the instinctive persistence of both reveals itself when we come to reflect on the fortunes of what we usually call the little nations, employing a term which at once sets up a whole series of partial hallucinations. Pg 258. The main distinction between civilized nations being difference of language, there has spontaneously arisen the habit of identifying language with race, and regarding a dwindling tongue as implying a dwindling people. In the British Islands, for instance, the decline in the numbers of the people speaking Celtic dialects, Erse, the Welsh, and the Gaelic leads many persons, including some of the speakers of those tongues, to regard the Celtic stock as in course of diminution, and statesmen speak quasi-scientifically of the Celtic fringe as representing certain political tendencies in particular. Yet as soon as we substitute the comparatively real test of name forms for the non-test of language, we find that the Welsh and Gaelic-speaking stocks have enormously extended within the English-speaking population, so that Welsh blood is very much commoner in Britain than Saxon. Relatively to the proportions between the areas and populations of Wales and England, while Highland blood is relatively predominant in Saxon-speaking Scotland, and Irish blood is almost similarly abundant even in England, to say nothing of its immense multiplication in the United States. Enthusiasm for one's nation as such thus begins on scrutiny to resolve itself into enthusiasm for one's speech, and as our English speech is a near variant of certain others held alien, as Dutch and Scandinavian and German, with a decisive control from French, enthusiasm for the speech begins, on reflection, to assimilate to the enthusiasm of the district, the glen, the parish. Millions of us are at a given moment rapturous about the deeds of our non-ancestors, on the supposition that they were our ancestors, and in terms of a correlative aversion to the deeds of certain other ancients loosely supposed to have been the ancestors of certain of our contemporaries. Thus the ostensible entity which plays so large a part in the common run of thought about historized nation, considered as a continuous and personalized organism, is in large measure a metaphysical dream, and the emotion spent on it partakes much of the nature of superstition. How hard it is for anyone trained in such emotion to transcend, it is seen from the form taken by the sympathy which is bestowed by considerate members of a large community on members of a small one. Gallant little Wales is a phrase in English currency, and a contemporary poet, who had actually written pertinently and well in prose on the spurious conception of greatness attached to membership in a large population, has also written in verse a plea for little peoples in terms of the assumption of an entity conscious Pg 259 of relative smallness. Some of these more sympathetic pictures of the lesser states obscurely recall the anecdote of the little girl who, contemplating a picture of martyrs thrown to the lions, sorrowed for the poor lion who had not any Christian. The late Sir John Seeley, on the other hand, wrote in the more normal Anglo-Saxon manner that some countries, such as Holland and Sweden, might pardonably regard their history as in a manner wound up. The only practical lesson of their history is a lesson of resignation. The unit in a population of 3 millions is implicitly credited with the consciousness of a dwarf or a cripple facing a gigantic rival when he thinks of the existence of a community of 30 or 60 millions. Happily, the unit of the smaller community has no such consciousness, and inasmuch as his state is thus intellectually the more gracious, there appears to be some solid psychological basis for the paradox, lately broached by such a one, that the future lies with the small nations. That is to say, it seems likely that a higher level of general rationality will be attained in the small than in the large populations, in virtue of their escaping one of the most childish and most fostered hallucinations current in the latter. Certain patriots of the willful sort are wont to flout reason in these matters, blustering of false cosmopolitanism and salutary prejudice. To all such rhetoric the fitting answer is the characterization of it as false passion. Those who indulge in it elect willfully to enfranchise from the mass of detected and convicted animal passions one which specially chimes with their sentiment, as if every other might not be allowed loose with as good reason. Matters are truly bad enough without such perverse endorsement of vulgar ideals by those who can see their vulgarity. Ordinary observation makes us aware that the most commonplace and contracted minds are most prone to the passion of national and racial pride, whereas the men of antiquity who first seem to have transcended it are thereby marked out once for all as a higher breed. It is in fact the proof of incapacity for any large or deep view of human life to be habitually and zealously patriotic in the popular sense of the term. Yet in the civilizations which today pass for being most advanced, the majority of the units habitually bat on that quality of feeling, millions of adults forever living the political life of the schoolboy. And as no polity can PG 260 long transcend the ideals of the great mass, national fortunes and institutions thus far tend to be determined by the habit of the lower minds. It is pure paralogism to point to the case of a large backward population without a national flag idea, for instance, the Chinesias showing that want of patriotic passion goes with backwardness in culture. There is an infinity of the raw material of patriotism among precisely the most primitive of the Chinese population, whose hatred of foreign devils is the very warp of imperialism. The ideal of cosmopolitanism is at the other end of the psychological scale, from that of the ignorance which has gone through no political evolution whatever. Its very appearance implies past patriotism as a stepping stone, and its ethic is to that of patriotism what civil law is to club law. If salutary prejudice is to be the shibboleth of future civilization, the due upshot will be the attainment of it one day by the now semi-civilized races, and the drowning out of European patriotisms by Mongolian. If a saner lesson is to be widely learned, one way to it, if not the best way, may be an effort on the part of the units of the great nations to realize the significance of the fortunes of the little nations, in terms not of the imagined consciousness of metaphysical entities, but of actual human conditions, material, passional, and intellectual. We have seen how erudite specialists can express themselves in terms of the fallacy of racial genius. Specialists perhaps as erudite, and certainly multitudes of educated people, seem capable of thinking as positively in terms of the hallucinations of racial entity, national consciousness, political greatness, national revenue, and imperial success. Thus we have publicists speaking of Holland as an effete nation, of Belgium as doomed to absorption, of the Scandinavian peoples as having failed in the race, and of Switzerland as impotent, even as they call Spain dying and Turkey decomposing. Nearly every one of those nations, strictly speaking, has a fairer chance of ultimate continuance without decline of wealth and power than England, whose units in general show as little eye for the laws of decline as Romans did in the days of Augustus. Spain has large potentialities of rich agricultural life. Turkey needs only new habits to develop her natural resources. The life of Belgium, indeed, is, like that of England, in part founded on exhaustible minerals. But Switzerland and Scandinavia, with their restrained populations, may PG 261 continue to maintain, as they do, a rather higher average of decent life and popular culture than that of the British islands, though they too have at all times a social problem to deal with. British greatness on dissection consists in the aggregation of much greater masses of wealth and much greater masses of poverty, larger groups of idlers and larger swarms of degenerates, with much greater maritime power, than are to be seen in the little nations, certainly not in a higher average of manhood and intelligence and well-being. Sir John Seeley, in a moment of misgiving, avowed that bigness is not necessarily greatness. adding, if by remaining in the second rank of magnitude we can hold the front rank morally and intellectually, let us sacrifice mere material magnitude. But he had before used the term greatness without reserve as equivalent to mere material magnitude, and even in revising his doctrine, it seems, he must needs crave some sort of supremacy, some sense of the inferiority of the mass of mankind. Without any such constant reversion to the instinct of racial pride, let us say that the things that are most excellent have no dependence on mere material magnitude. Given a saner and juster distribution of wealth and culture machinery, each one of the smaller states may be more civilized, more worth living in than the larger, even as Athens was better worth living in than Rome, and Goth's Weimar than the Berlin of 1800. It was a poet of one of the larger nations, though it had to be a poet who saw not hardship, but happiness in the thought of leaving great verse unto a little clan. And it was a Christian bishop, looking on the break-up of a great empire, who asked, and congruat bonis latius vel regnare, doth it beseem the good to seek to widen their rule, and gave the judgment that if human things had gone in the happier way of righteousness, all states had remained small, happy in peaceful neighborhood. As for the sentiment of a national greatness that is measured by acreage and census and quantity of war material, it is hard to distinguish ethically between it and that individual pride in lands and wealth, which all men save those who cherish it, are agreed to pronounce odious. Even the snobs of nationality have, as a rule, a saving sense which withholds them from flaunting their pride in the eyes of their poorer neighbors, the members of the less numerous PG 262 communities. Yet the note which is thus tacitly admitted to be vulgarly jarring for alien ears is habitually struck for domestic satisfaction. Few newspapers let many days pass without sounding it, and certain poets and writers of verse appear to find their chief joy in its vibrations. The men of some of the lesser states, then, stand a fair chance of becoming ethically and aesthetically, as well as intellectually, superior in the average to those of the larger aggregates, in that their moral codes are not vitiated nor their literary taste vulgarized by national purse-pride and the vertigo of the higher dunghill, though they, too, have their snares of patriotism, with its false ideals and its vitiation of true fraternity. To some degree, no doubt, the habit of mind of our megalophiles connects with the vague but common surmise that a small aggregate is more liable to unscrupulous aggression than a large one. If, however, there be any justice in that surmise, there is obviously implied a known disposition in the larger aggregates to commit such aggression, so that to act or rest upon it is simply to prefer being the wronger to being the wronged. Thus to glory in being rather on the side of the bully than on the side of the bullied is only to give one more proof of the unworthiness of the instinct at work. All the while there is no real ground for the hope, and as regards the small nations themselves, the apprehension does not appear to prevail. There has indeed been a recrudescence of the barbaric ethic of the Napoleonic period in the Bismarckian period, but there is no present sign of a serious fear of national suppression on the part of Holland, Belgium, Switzerland, Portugal, and the Scandinavian states, while apart from Bismarck's early aggression upon Denmark and the ill fortune of Greece in attacking Turkey, it is not small but large aggregates to wit Austria, France, Russia, Turkey, Spain that have suffered any degree of military humiliation during the past half-century, and it is precisely the large aggregates that avowedly live in the most constant apprehension either of being outnumbered in their armies and navies by single rivals or coalitions, or of losing their prestige by some failure to punish a supposed slight. It is a matter of historic fact that the patriotic consciousness in England had its withers wrung during a long series of years by the remembrance of such military disasters as the fall of Gordon at Khartoum and the defeat of an incompetent general at Majuba Hill. No little nation could exhibit a more wincing PG 263 sense of humiliation and disgrace than is thus visibly felt by multitudes of a great aggregate over military repulses at the hands of extremely small and primitive groups. Politically speaking, then, the future of the small nations seems rather brighter than that of the large, and thus in the last analysis the pride of the unit of the latter is found to be still a folly. Chapter 2, The Scandinavian Peoples, 264. When the early history of Scandinavia is studied as a process of social evolution rather than as a chronicle of feuds and of the exploits of heroes of various grades, it is found to constitute a miniature norm of a simple and instructive sort. Taken as it emerges from the stage of myth, about the time of Charlemagne, It presents a vivid phase of barbarism, acted on by powerful conditions of change. The three sections of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden stand in a certain natural gradation as regards their possibilities of political development. All alike were capable only of a secondary or tertiary civilization, being at once geographically disrupted and incapable, on primitive methods, of feeding an abundant population. In their early piratical stage, the Scandinavians are not greatly different from the pre-Homeric Greeks, as these were conceived by Thucydides. But whereas the Greeks came in contact with the relatively high civilizations which had preceded them, the Scandinavians of the Dark Ages had no contact save with the primitive life of the pre-Christian Slavs, the premature and arrested cross-civilizations of Carlovingian France and Anglo-Saxon England, and in a fuller and more fruitful degree, with the similarly arrested semi-Christian civilization of Celtic Ireland, which latter counted for so much in their literature. Pg 265. But in barbarian conditions, certain main laws of social evolution operate no less clearly than in later stages, and we see sections of the Norsemen passing from tribal anarchy to primitive monarchy, and thence to military empire, afterwards returning to their stable economic basis, as every military empire sooner or later must. Of the Scandinavian sections, Denmark and the southern parts of Sweden round the Mälar are the least disrupted and most fertile, and these were respectively the most readily reducible to a single rule. In all, given to begin with the primordial bias to royalism in any of its forms, the establishment of a supreme and hereditary military rule was only a question of time. Every successive attempt, however undone by the forces of barbaric independence, lead and stimulus to others. It is important to note how the process was promoted by, and in its turn promoted, the establishment of Christianity. The incomplex phenomena in Scandinavia throw a new light on the more complex evolution of other parts of Christendom. Primitive polytheism is obviously unpropitious to monarchic rule, and in every ancient religion it can be seen to have undergone adaptations where such rule arose. In the widely varying systems of Homeric Greece, Babylonia, Egypt, and Rome, the same tendency is visibly at work in different degrees, the ascendant principle of earthly government being more or less directly duplicated in theological theory. Under the Roman Empire, all cults were in a measure bent to the imperial service, and it was only the primary exclusiveness of Christianity that put it in conflict with the state. Once the emperor accepted it, recognizing its political use, and conceded its exclusive claims, it became a trebly effective political instrument, centralizing as it did the whole machinery of religion throughout the empire, and coordinating all to the political system. To use a modern illustration, it syndicated the multifold irregular activities of worship, and was thus the ideal system for a centralized and imperial state. This was as readily seen by Theodoric and Charlemagne as by the rulers at Constantinople, and to such a perception, broadly speaking, is to be attributed the forcing of Christianity on the northern races by their kings. Pg 266. Compare the explicit admissions of Marsheim Eccles, Hist. 8 cent. pt. Roman 2 ch. Roman 2 5 and note following on the testimony of William of Malmesbury as to Charlemagne. Other ecclesiastical historians coincide. Numbers of the earliest and most active converts, both in Germany and England, were connected with the royal households, and in this way it would naturally occur that measures which related to the organizing of the church would emanate directly from the king. It is indeed remarkable that so long as kings were esteemed the real patrons of the church, she felt no wish to define exactly her relations to the civil power. The two authorities labored to enforce obedience to each other. Hardwick Church History. Middle Age, 1853, pp. 56-57. The same historian describes the Wends of the 11th century as seeing in the missionary a means for their subjection to Germany, and as constantly attempting to regain their independence and extinguish the few glimmerings of truth that had been forced into their minds. Northern paganism, more than the semi-cosmopolitan polytheism of the South in the period of Augustus, was a local and domestic faith, lending itself to separateness and independence, as did the civic and family religions of early Greece and Rome. While there were communal assemblies with specially solemn sacrifices, the popular beliefs were such that every district could have its holy places, and every family or group its special rites. and in primitive Scandinavia a priesthood could still less develop than even in primitive Germany, whose lack of any system corresponding to the Druidism of Gaul is still empirically ascribed to some antisacerdotal element in the national character, whereas it is plainly a result of the nomadic life conditions of the scattered people. In Germ, the Teutonic priesthood was extremely powerful, being the judiciary power from which there was no appeal. But an organized priestly system can arise only on the basis of some measure of political leveling or centralization, involving some peaceful intercommunication. Romanized Christianity, coming ready-made from its center, permitted of no worship save that of the consecrated church, and no ministry save that of the ordained priest. Only the most obstinately conservative kings or chieftains, therefore, could fail to see their immediate advantage in adopting it. pg 267. Naturally, the early Christian records gloss the facts. Thus it is told in the life of Ansgar and Chereas that the Swedes sent messengers to the Emperor Ludovic, the pious circa 825, telling that many of them longed to embrace the Christian faith, a story for which the only possible basis would be the longings, and perhaps the propaganda of Christian captives of some Western European nationality. C.P. Hardwick Church History, Middle Age 1853 notes and still it is admitted that the king was avowedly willing to listen, and the tale of the first acceptance of Christianity in Sweden, even if true in detail, would plainly point to a carefully rehearsed plan under the king's supervision. The admission that afterwards there was a return to heathenism for nearly a century consists entirely with the view that the first tentative was one of kingly policy. See Jaeger 100, Roman 3 pp. 34-35. It was the people who drove out the missionaries, and Hardwick's statement that after 7 years Ansgar was able to regain his hold on the affections of the Swedes is confuted by his own narrative. All that Ansgar obtained was a toleration of his mission, and this was given after a trial by lots on heathen principles. Hardwick pp. 112-113, cp. The account in Crichton and Wheaton's Scandinavia, 1837, I 122 brings the king's initiative into prominence. Cp. Art, Scandinavian History, 1874. They also note that Charlemagne, in treating with the Danes, did not attempt to impose his religion upon them, but they do not glimpse the true explanation, which is that he could gain nothing by helping to organize a hostile kingdom. In point of fact, he refused to let Linger pursue his purpose of converting the Northmen. Hardwick, note 2, citing Witt, S. Linger. He had not developed the devotion or the subservience to the church which in later ages led emperors to force the acceptance of Christianity on a defeated state that remained otherwise independent. When in a later age Christianity was definitely established in Sweden under Olaf the Lapp or tribute king circa 1000, whose father Eric is said to have been murdered in a tumult for his destruction of a pagan temple, the process was again strictly monarchic, the Diet resisting, but Olaf's substantial success was such as to permit of his annexing Gothland, temporarily conquering Norway and styling himself king of all Sweden, and his son Anand Jakob, continuing the profitable policy, earned the title of Most Christian Majesty. Crichton and Wheaton, I 111, Jaeger. Even after this, the attempt of a bishop to destroy the old temple at Uppsala, resisted by the Christian king Stenkel, but supported by his rasher son Ingi, caused the expulsion of the latter by the pagan party under Svend. Only after Ingi's restoration by Danish help was the heathen worship suppressed. Hardwick pg 268. As regards Denmark, the historians incidentally make it clear that Harald Klak, usurping king of Jutland circa 820, wanted to Christianize his turbulent subjects in order to subordinate them, having learned the wisdom of the policy from Louis the Pious, and it is no less clear that the same motive swayed Eric I, who, after having in his days of piratical adventure as usurper of the Jute crown, destroyed the Christian settlement of Charlemagne at Hamburg, entirely changed his attitude and favoured Christianity when, on the death of King Hordenut, he became king of all Denmark. Crichton and Wheaton, pp. 12,023. So plain was the political tendency of the new creed that after the Christianization of Denmark by Eric, the nobility forced Eric Roman II to restore the pagan system. But the triumph of the church, like that of monarchy, was only a question of time. Even kings who, being caught late in life, did not renounce their paganism, are found ready to favour the missionaries, and in Denmark such tolerance on the part of Gorm the Old 500 successor of Eric Roman II, is followed by the official Christianity of his son Harold Bluetooth. Danish Empire duly follows, and in the next century we find Nut the Great 10,141,035 utterly reversing the pagan policy of his father, Svend, who had been enabled to dethrone his Christian father, Harold, by the pagan malcontents, and dying in the odour of sanctity, lord of 6 kingdoms: Denmark, Sweden, Norway, England, Scotland and Wales. The principle is established from another side in the case of Norway. There the first notable monarchic unification had been wrought by the pagan Harald Fairhair, without the aid of Christianity, and the pagan resistance was so irreducible that revolters sailed off in all directions, finding footing in Scotland and Ireland, and in particular in northern France and Iceland. In the next generation the monarchy relapsed to the old position, and Harold's Christian son Hakon, educated in England, had to cede to the determined demands of the pagan majority, who forced him to join in the old heathen rites and murdered the leading Christians, a course followed by the further weakening of the power of the crown. The Danish Harold Bluetooth, son of Gorm, who then conquered Norway, sought to re-establish the church by the sword, but Hakon Jarl, who followed, gave up Christianity in order to reign PG 269 and again put it down by violence. The next king to restore it, Olaf Tryggvason, who had met with Christianity in his wanderings in Greece, Russia, England and Germany, established that creed by brute force when he attained the throne, and again the spirit of local independence, abnormally conserved in Norway by the special separateness set up by the geographical conditions, fiercely resisted the new system as it had done the rule of Harold Fairhair, many defeated pagans withdrawing to remote glens and fastnesses, where to this day their mythology thrives. On Olaf's final defeat and death, his immediate successors, jarls supported by Denmark and Sweden, were content to leave paganism alone, as representing a too dangerous spirit of independence, and when St. Olaf in turn again undertook to crush it, he found he had but beaten down and alienated the forces that would have enabled him to resist Nut. Danish imperialism had been evolved while the Norwegian kings were striving towards it, and St. Olaf was exiled, defeated, and slain. His subsequent popularity is a mere posthumous church-made cult of the Christian period. The spread of Christianity among the Franks, in England, in Saxony by Charlemagne, in North Germany later, and among the Wends, Poles, Hungarians and Bohemians, constantly exhibits the same phenomena. Always it is the duke or king who is converted, whereupon the people are either baptized in mass or dragooned for generations. A powerful king like Clovis could secure obedience. Others, as in Scandinavia, Bohemia and Wendland, lost life and kingdom in the attempt to crush at once paganism and local independence. Prussia was almost depopulated by 60 years of war before the Order of Teutonic Knights, who undertook to convert it on being awarded the territory, could extinguish by savagery its staunch paganism. The Christianization of almost the whole of Northern Europe was thus a purely political process, accomplished in great part by the sword. See Hardwick Passim and C.P. The author's Short History of Christianity, pp. 21,116. The ultimate arrest of all aggression by the Scandinavian peoples is to be explained as a simple redressing of the balance between them and the states they had formerly plundered. To begin with, all the PG 270 Scandinavian groups alike practiced piracy as against the more civilized states of Northern Europe, and piracy showed them the way to conquest and colonization. At home their means of subsistence were pasturage, fishing, the chase, and an agriculture which cannot have been easily extensible beyond the most fertile soils, hence a constant pressure of population, promoting piracy and aggressive emigration. How the pressure was purposively met is not clear, but as the Scandinavian father, like the Greek and Roman, was free either to expose or bring up a newborn child, there is a presumption that at some periods exposure was not uncommon. There is even testimony, going back to the 8th century and recurring frequently as late as the 12th, to the effect that a certain number of men were periodically sent away by lot when the mouths had visibly multiplied beyond the meat. See for instance the Roman de Rue, ed. Andresen, 187,779, I 1819 verses 20,825 of Prologue. Pluquet, in a note on the passage in his edition 1827, I 10, remarking that the usage is often mentioned, not only by Norman but by English and French annalists of the Middle Ages, adds that the oldest mention of all in the Tractatus of Abbot Odo 500, must be rejected, the document being apocryphal. That, however, is not the oldest mention by a long way. Paulus Diaconus 74099 gives the statement in a very circumstantial form, cited by Rydberg, Teutonic Mythology, Eng, tr. In his History of the Longobardians, his own stock, who he says came from Scandinavia, he testifies that he had actually talked with persons who had been in Scandinavia. His descriptions, pointing to Scania, 1000. Pluke notes so also Crichton and Wheaton, I. 16,667, that no northern saga mentions the usage in question. But it was likely to be commemorated only by the stocks forced in that fashion to emigrate. The saga-making Icelanders were not among these. The old statement, finally, is in some measure corroborated by the testimony of Jaeger, as to the long subsistence of the Swedish practice of sending forth sons to seek their fortune by sea. But without any such organized exodus, there were adventurers enough. Hence colonizations and conquests in Scotland, the Hebrides, Ireland, Iceland, Russia, England, and remote plundering PG 271 expeditions by land and river, some getting as far south as Italy. One conquering expedition passing from Gaul through Arab Spain and along the Mediterranean coasts north and south, another passing through Russia to Constantinople. Thus the Norwegian and Danish stocks must have rooted in nearly every part of the British Islands, and the settlement in Gaul of a colony of revolters from Norway, in the reign of Harold Fairhair, built up one of the great provinces of France. Only in Iceland did the colonists preserve their language, hence, in terms of the hallucination of race, the assumption that the others failed, when in reality they helped to constitute new races, no more failing in these cases than did the British stock in its North American colonies. It may be said, indeed, that the Teutonic stocks which overran Italy, Spain, and North Africa did in large part physically disappear thence, their physiological type having failed to survive as against the southern types. Even on that view, however, the impermanent type must in some degree have affected that which survived. In any case, the amalgamated Norse stock in Normandy, grown French-speaking, in turn overran England and part of Italy and Sicily, and in the Crusades formed new kingdoms in the east, while in the case of England, turning English-speaking, they again modified the stock of the nation. As against the notion that in this case there was failure either for French or for Normans, we might almost adopt the mot of 1000. Clemenceau and call England a French colony gone wrong. In terms of realities there has been no racial decease, it is but names and languages that have changed with the generations. But there was an arrest of military exodus from Scandinavia, and thenceforward the Norse-speaking stocks figure as more or less small and retiring communities. They gave up piracy and conquest only because they had to Danish imperialism causing the arrest on a wide scale, as every monarchic unification had done on a small. When Nut reigned over 6 kingdoms, piracy was necessarily checked as among these, and when Nut's empire broke up after his death through the repulsive powers of its component parts and the relative lack of resources in Denmark, the various states of northwestern Europe, in the terms of the case, were more able than before to resist Norse attacks in general. In England, William the Conqueror was fain to keep them off by bribery and intrigue, but the states with the greater natural resources grew in strength, while PG 272 those of Scandinavia could not. When the pirates began to get the worst of it, and when the Scandinavian kings had cause to dread reprisals from those of the West, piracy began to dwindle. The last regular practitioners were the pagan Wends, and the republican pagans of the city of Jomsborg, who plundered the Scandinavians as they had of yore plundered others, and after the Christianized Danish people had for a time defended themselves by voluntary associations, both sets of pirates were overthrown by an energetic Danish king. The suppression was under Christian auspices, but it is a conventional fallacy to attribute it to the influence of Christianity. It was simply an act of necessary progressive polity, like the suppression of the Cilician pirates by Pompeius. Messrs. Crichton and Wheaton make the regulation statement that when Christianity was introduced into Scandinavia, it corrected the abuses of an ill-regulated freedom. It banished vindictive quarrels and bloody dissensions. It put a restraint upon robberies and piracies. It humanized the public laws and softened the ferocity of public manners. It emancipated the peasantry from a miserable servitude, restored to them their natural rights, and created a relish for the blessings of peace and the comforts of life. Scandinavia, I. 196. For the general and decisive disproof of these assertions, it is necessary only to follow Messrs. Crichton and Wheaton's own narrative, pp. 201, 213, 216, 219, 230, 240, 244, 247, 275, 278, 280, 308, 312, 322, etc., and note their contrary generalization at pp. 324, 325. It was His Most Christian Majesty Anand Jacob who got the nickname of coalburner for his law that the houses and effects of malefactors should be burned to the value of the harm they had done. The Swedes, polygamous before Christianity, continued to be so for generations as Christians Crichton and Wheaton, I. 197, 198, citing Adam of Bremen. C.P. Grimm, Geschichte der Deutschen Sprache, I. 18, 188. Civil wars and ferocious feuds greatly multiplied in the early Christian period, apart altogether from pagan insurrections. Jaeger, while erroneously attributing to Christianity the lessening of war between Scandinavia and the rest of the world, admits that the passions of strife, hitherto turned in an external direction, now spent themselves in a domestic field of action, generating civil discord and war. Christianity, besides, dissolved the effective bond of the old social institutions. In that case it clearly cannot have been religious feeling that checked external war. As to piracy, that was later practiced by Elizabethan Protestants, and by the Huguenots of La Rochelle, when the opportunities were tempting. As to popular misery, it is told in the life of Ansgar that the poor in ancient Sweden wore so few that the first Christians could find a use for their pg 273 alms only in foreign countries. Jaeger. That difficulty has not prevailed since. Messrs. Crichton and Wheaton later admit that the Danish peasantry, free as pagans, gradually sunk under the increasing power and influence of the feudal chiefs and the Romish hierarchy, and that the Crusades did not forward the emancipation of the serfs in Denmark as elsewhere, the peasantry on the contrary sinking into a state of hopeless bondage. pp. 251, 252. From the period of arrest of aggression, the economic and political history of the Scandinavian states is that of slightly expansible communities with comparatively small resources, and their high status today is the illustration of what civilization may come to under such conditions. In the feudal period, they made small material or intellectual progress. It is not probable that the Norse population was ever greater than in the 18th century, though Malthus had a surmise that it might anciently have been so. The old belief that Scandinavia was the great Officina Gentium, the nursery of the races which overran the Roman Empire, is a delusion, but it is certain that the increase since the 12th century has been even slower than the European average. In the absence of emigration, this meant for past centuries constant restraint of marriage through lack of houses and livelihoods through preventive check in its most stringent form. Emigration there must have been, but the check must also have been strong. Thus, while the lot of the common people, insofar as it remained free, was likely to be comparatively comfortable, the landowning classes, in the absence of industry and commerce, tended to become nearly all-powerful, and the Church, which inherits and does not squander, would engross most of the power if not specially checked. The conditions were thus as unfavorable to intellectual as to material progress. Denmark was the first of the Scandinavian states to develop a considerable commerce, beginning as did Holland on the footing of the fishery, and on that basis there was a certain renewal of Danish empire. But this again could not hold out against the neighbouring forces, and in the 13th century, the herring pg 274 fishery in the Baltic failing, it had to yield its hold on the mainland cities of Hamburg and Lübeck, which began a new career of commercial power as the nucleus of the great trading federation of the Hansa cities, while Denmark itself was riven by the struggles of 6 claimants of the throne. The result was a feudal and sacerdotal oligarchy, leading to an era of the complete triumph of the Romish clergy over the temporal power in Denmark, in which the peasantry were reduced to absolute predial slavery. Similar evolution took place in Norway, though with less depression of the peasantry, by reason of the small scope there for capitalistic agriculture, and there too the now nascent commerce was appropriated by the Hansa. In Sweden, where industry remained so primitive that down till the 16th century there was hardly any attempt to work up the native iron, Germans greatly predominated in the cities and controlled trade, even before the accession of Albert of Mecklenburg, who further depressed the native nobility in the German interest. On the other hand, the clergy were less plenipotent than in the sister kingdoms, the people having retained more of their old power. C.P. Schweitzer, Geschichte der skandinavischen Literatur, I. 129. The Swedish peasantry, like the Norwegian, were less easy to enslave than the Danish by reason of the natural conditions, those of the remote mountain and mining districts in particular retaining their independence. Crichton and Wheaton, I. 375, 376, Jaeger, pp. 50, 81, 89, 97, 103, so that they ultimately enabled Gustavus Vasa to throw off the Danish yoke. Yet they had at first refused to recognize him, being satisfied with their own liberties, and afterwards they gave him much serious trouble. Art, Scandinavian History, 1874. pp. 228-235, Jaeger, pp. 109, 112, 115, 116, 118, 12,024. Slavery, too, was definitely abolished in Sweden as early as 1335. Jaeger, pp. 57-86, Crichton and Wheaton, I. 316, 333. As regards the regal power, the once dominant theory that the Swedish kings in the 13th century obtained a grant of all the mines, and of the province of the four Great Lakes. Crichton and Wheaton, I. 332, appears to be an entire delusion. Jaeger, pp. 51-52. Such claims were first enforced by Gustavus Vasa 499. As regards the clergy, they appear from the first, qua churchmen, to have been kept in check by the nobles, who kept the great church offices largely in the hands of their PG 275 own order. Jaeger, though Magnus Lagellus strove to strengthen the church in his own interest. 499, pp. 52-53. Thus the nobles became specially powerful. 499, pp. 50-56, 108, and when in the 15th century Sweden was subject to Denmark, they specially resented the sacerdotal tyranny. Crichton and Wheaton, I. 356. In Sweden, as in the other Scandinavian states, however, physical strife and mental stagnation were the ruling conditions. Down till the 16th century, a history is pronounced a wretched detail of civil wars, insurrections and revolutions, arising principally from the jealousies subsisting between the kings and the people, the one striving to augment their power, the other to maintain their independence. The same may be said of the sister kingdoms, all alike being torn and drained by innumerable strifes of faction and wars with each other. The occasional forcible and dynastic unions of crowns came to nothing, and the union of Kama, an attempt to confederate the three kingdoms under one crown, repeatedly collapsed. The marvel is that in such an age even the attempt was made. The remarkable woman who planned and first effected it, Queen Margaret of Norway, appealed in the first instance with heavy bribes for the cooperation of the clergy, who, especially in Sweden, where they preferred the Danish rule to the domination of the nobles, were always in favor of it for ecclesiastical reasons. Had such a union permanently succeeded, it would have eliminated a serious source of positive political evil. But to carry forward Scandinavian civilization under the drawbacks of the medieval difficulty of intercommunication, involving lack of necessary cultural contacts, natural poverty of the soil, and the restrictive pressure of the Catholic Church, would have been a task beyond the power of a monarchy comprising three mutually jealous sections. As it was, the old strifes recurred almost as frequently as before, and moral union was never developed. If historical evidence is to count for anything, the experience of the Scandinavian stocks should suffice to discredit once for all the persistent pretense that the Teutonic races have a faculty for union denied to the Celtic, inasmuch as they, apparently the most purely Teutonic of all, were even more irreconcilable, less fusible, than the Anglo-Saxons before the Norman conquest and the Germans down till our own day, and much more mutually jealous than the quasi-Teutonic provinces of PG 276 the Netherlands, which, after the severance of Belgium, have latterly lost their extreme repulsions, while those of Scandinavia are not yet dead. The explanation, of course, is not racial in any case, but it is for those who affirm that capacity for union is a Teutonic gift to find a racial excuse. With the Reformation, though that was nowhere more clearly than in Scandinavia a revolution of plunder, there began a new progress, in respect not of any friendliness of the Lutheran system to thought and culture, but of the sheer break-up of the intellectual ice of the old regimen. In Denmark the process is curiously instructive. Christian Roman II, personally a capable and reformative but cruel tyrant, aimed throughout his life at reducing the power alike of the clergy and the nobles, and to that end sought on the one hand to abolish serfdom and educate the poor and the burghers, and on the other to introduce Lutheranism. From the latter attempt he was induced to desist, doubtless surmising that the remedy might for him be a new disease, but on his enforcing the reform of slavery he was rebelled against and forced to fly by the nobility, who thereupon oppressed the people more than ever. His uncle and successor, Frederick of Schleswig-Holstein, accepted the mandate of the nobles to the extent of causing to be publicly burned in his presence all the laws of the last reign in favor of the peasants, closing the poor schools throughout the kingdom, burning the new books, and pledging himself to expel Lutheranism. He seems, however, to have been secretly a Protestant, and to have evaded his pledge, and the rapid spread of the new heresy, especially in the cities, brought about a new birth of popular literature in the vernacular, despite the suppression of the schools. In a few years' time, Frederick, recognizing the obvious interest of the crown, and finding the greater nobles in alliance with the clergy, made common cause with the smaller nobility, and so was able to force on the prelates, who could hope for no better terms from the exiled king, the toleration of Protestantism, the permission of marriage to the clergy, and a surrender of a moiety of the tithes. A few years later the monasteries were either stormed by the populace or abandoned by the monks, their houses and lands being divided pg 277 among the municipalities, the king and his courtiers, and the secular clergy. After a stormy interregnum in which the Catholic party made a strenuous reaction, the next king, Christian Roman III, taking the nobles and commons deputies into partnership, made with their help an end of the Catholic system, the remaining lands, castles, and manors of the prelates going to the crown, and the tithes being parcelled among the landowners, the king, and the clergy. Naturally, a large part of the lands, as before, was divided among the nobles, who were in this way converted to Protestantism. Thus, whereas heathen kings had originally embraced Christianity to enable them to consolidate their power, Christian kings embraced Protestantism to enable them to recover wealth and power from the Catholic Church. Creed all along followed interest, and the people had small concern in the change. Norway, being under the same crown, followed the course of Denmark. In Sweden, the powerful Gustavus Vasa saw himself forced at the outset of his reign to take power and wealth from the Church if he would have any of his own, and after the dramatic scene in the Diet of Westeros, in which he broke out with a passionate vow to renounce the crown if he were not better supported, he carried his point. The nobles, being squared by permission to resume such of their ancestral lands as had been given to churches and convents since 1454, and by promise of further grants, forced the bishops to consent to surrender to the king their castles and strongholds, and to let him fix their revenues, all which was duly done. The monasteries were soon despoiled of nearly all their lands, many of which were seized by or granted in fief to the barons, and the king became head of the church in as full a degree as Henry Roman VIII in England, sagaciously and in part unscrupulously, creating for the first time in Scandinavia strong yet not wholly despotic monarchy, with such revenues from many sources as made possible pg 278, the military power and activity of Gustavus Adolphus, and later the effort of Charles Roman XII to create an empyrean effort, which, necessarily failing, reduced Sweden permanently to her true economic basis. Apart from those remarkable episodes, the development of the Scandinavian states since the 16th century has been, on their relatively small scale, that of the normal monarchic community with a variously vigorous democratic element, shaken frequently by civil strife, wasting much strength in insensate wars, losing much through bad kings, and gaining somewhat from the good, passing painfully from bigotry to tolerance, getting rid of their old aristocracies and developing new, exhibiting in the mass the northern vice of alcoholism, yet maintaining racial vigor, disproportionately taxing their producers as compared with their non-producers, aiming, nevertheless, at industry and commerce, and suffering from the divisive social influences they entail, meddling in international strifes, till latterly the surrounding powers preponderated too heavily, disunited and normally jealous of each other, even when dynastically united, through stress of crude patriotic prejudice and lack of political science, frequently retrograding, yet in the end steadily progressing in such science as well as in general culture and well-being. Losses of territory as Finland and Schleswig, Holstein at the hands of stronger rivals, and the violent experiences and transitions of the Napoleonic period have left them on a relatively stable and safe basis, albeit still mutually jealous and unable to pass beyond the normal monarchic stage. Today their culture is that of all the higher civilizations, as are their social problems. In the history of Scandinavian culture, however, lie some special illustrations of sociological law. The remarkable fact that the first great development of Old Norse literature occurred in the poor and remote colonial settlement of Iceland is significant of much. To the retrospective yearning of an exiled people, the desire to preserve every memory of the old life in the fatherland is to be attributed the grounding of the Sagakult in Iceland, and the natural conditions, enforcing long spells of winter leisure, greatly furthered the movement. But the finest growth of the new literature, it turns out, is due to culture contacts and unexpected confirmation, in a most unlikely quarter, of a general principle arrived at on other data. The vigilant study of our own day has detected, standing out from pg 279 the early Icelandic literature, a group of poems which possess the very qualities of high imagination, deep pathos, fresh love of nature, passionate dramatic power, and noble simplicity of language, which other Icelandic poetry lacks. The solution is that these poems do not belong to Iceland at all. They are the poetry of the Western Islands, that is, the poetry of the meeting and mixing of the Celtic and Scandinavian stocks in Ireland and the Hebrides, former already much mixed, and proportionally rich in intellectual variations. It was in this area that a magnificent school of poetry arose, to which we owe works that for power and beauty can be paralleled in no Teutonic language, till centuries after their date this school, which is totally distinct from the Icelandic, ran its own course apart and perished before the 13th century. Compare Messrs. Vigfusson and Powell's Corpus Poeticum Boreal, 1883 vol. I in trad, pp. LZI, and as regards the Old Irish civilization the authors Saxon and Celt pp. 127, 128, 13133. The theory of Celtic influence, though established in its essentials, is not perfectly consistent as set forth in the Britannica article. Thus, while the Celticized literature is remarked for noble simplicity of language, the true Icelandic, primarily like the Old English, is said to develop a complexity of structure and ornament, an elaborate mythological and enigmatical phraseology, and a regularity of rhyme, assonance, luxuriance, quantity, and syllabification, which it caught up from the Latin and Celtic poets. Further, while the Celticized school is described as totally distinct from the Icelandic, Celtic influence is also specified as affecting Norse literature in general. The first generations of Icelandic poets were men of good birth, nearly always, too, of Celtic blood on one side at least, and they went to Norway or Denmark, where they lived as kings' or chiefs' henchmen. The immigration of Norse settlers from Ireland, too, affected the Iceland stock very early. It is to the west that the best sagas belong, it is to the west that nearly every classic writer whose name we know belongs, and it is precisely in the west that the admixture of Irish blood is greatest ib. The facts seem decisive, and the statements above cited appear the more clearly to need modification. It is to be noted that Schweitzer's Geschichte der Skandinavischen Literatur gives no hint of the Celtic influence. But the Icelandic civilization as a whole could not indefinitely progress on its own basis any more than the Irish. Beyond a pg 280 certain point both needed new light and leading, for the primeval spirit of strife never spontaneously weakened, the original Icelandic stock being, to begin with, a selection of revolters from overrule. So continual domestic feuds checked mental evolution in Iceland, as in old Scandinavia, and the reduction of the island to Norwegian rule in the 13th century could not do more for it than monarchy was doing for Norway. Mere Christianity without progressive conditions of culture availed less for imaginative art than free paganism had done, and when higher culture contacts became possible, the extreme poverty of Iceland tended more than ever to send the enterprising people where the culture and comfort were. It is in fact not a possible seat for a relatively flourishing civilization in the period of peaceful development. The Reformation seems there to have availed for very little indeed. It was vehemently resisted, but carried by the preponderant acquisitive forces. Nearly all who took part in it were men of low type, moved by personal motives rather than religious zeal. The glebes and hospital lands were a fresh power in the hands of the crown, and the subservient Lutheran clergy became the most powerful class in the island, while the bad system of under-leasing at rackrent and short lease with unsecured tenantrite extended in this way over at least a quarter of the better land, stopping any possible progress. For the rest, the Reformation had produced a real poet, Holgrim Peterson, but the material rise of Iceland, that is, the recent improvements in the condition of the people, has not yet done so, though poetry is still cultivated in Iceland very much as music is elsewhere. Thus this one little community may be said to have reached the limits of its evolution, as compared with others, simply because of the straight natural conditions in which its lot was cast. But to think of it as a tragically moribund organism is merely to proceed upon the old hallucinations of race consciousness. Men reared in Iceland have done their part in making European civilization, entering the more southerly Scandinavian stocks as these entered the stocks of Western Europe, and the present population, who are a remnant, have no more cause to hang their heads than any family that happens to have few members or to have missed wealth. Failure is relative only to pretension or purpose. The modern revival of Scandinavian culture, as must needs be, is the outcome of all the European influences. At the close of the PG 281 16th century, in more or less friendly intercourse with the other Protestant countries of North Europe, Denmark began effectively to develop a literature such as theirs, imaginative and scientific, in the vernacular as well as in Latin. And so the development went on, while Sweden was gaining military glory with little enlightenment. Then a rash attack upon Sweden ended in a loss of some of the richest Danish provinces, whereafter a sudden parliamentary revolution, wrought by a league of king and people against the aristocracy, created not a constitutional but an absolute and hereditary monarchy, enthroning divine right. At the same instant in Denmark and Norway as in England, thereafter deprived of their old posts and subjected to ruinous taxes, the nobility fell rapidly into poverty, and the merchant class, equally overtaxed, withdrew their capital, the peasantry all the while remaining in a state of serfdom. Then came a new series of wars with Sweden, recurring through generations, arresting, it is said, literature, law, philosophy, and medicine, but not the natural sciences, then so much in evidence elsewhere, Tycho Brahe being followed in astronomy by Horrebow, while chemistry, mathematics, and even anatomy made progress. But to this period belongs the brilliant dramatist and historian Holberg, the first great man of letters in modern Scandinavia 500. And in the latter half of the 18th century, the 2 years of ascendancy of the free-thinking physician Struensee as Queen's favourite 177,072 served partially to emancipate the peasants, establish religious toleration, abolish torture, and reform the administration. Nor did his speedy overthrow and execution wholly undo his main work, which outdid that of many generations of the old regime. Still, the history of his rise and fall, his vehement speed of reconstruction, and the ruinous resistance it set up, is one of the most dramatic of the many warnings of history against thinking suddenly to elevate a nation by reforms imposed wholly from without. Thenceforward, with such fluctuations as mark all culture history, the Scandinavian world has progressed mentally nearly PG 282 step for step with the rest of Europe, producing scholars, historians, men of science, artists, and imaginative writers in more than due proportion. Many names which stand for solid achievement in the little-read Scandinavian tongues are unknown save to specialists elsewhere. But those of Holberg, Linus, Moltbrunn, Rask, Niebuhr, Madvig, H. Lenschliger, Thorwaldsen, and Swedenborg tell of a comprehensive influence on the thought and culture of Europe during 100 years in which Europe was being reborn, and in our own day some of the greatest imaginative literature of the modern world comes from Norway, long the most backward of the group. Ibsen, one of a notable company of masters, stood at the head of the drama of the 19th century, and the society which sustained him, however he may have satirized it, is certificated abreast of its age. In one aspect the Scandinavian polities have a special lesson for the larger nations. They have perforce been specially exercised latterly, as of old, by the problem of population, and in Norway there was formerly made one of the notable, if not one of the best, approaches to a practical solution of it. Malthus long ago noted the Norwegian marriage rate as the lowest in Europe save that of Switzerland, and he expressed the belief that in his day Norway was almost the only country in Europe where a traveller will hear any apprehension expressed of a redundant population, and where the danger to the happiness of the lower classes of people is in some degree seen and understood. This state of things having long subsisted, there is a presumption that it persists uninterruptedly from pagan times, when, as we have seen, there existed a deliberate population policy. For Christian habits of mind can nowhere be seen to have set up such a tendency, and it would be hard to show in the history of Norway any great political change which might effect a rapid revolution in the domestic habits of the peasantry, such as occurred in France after the Revolution. Broadly speaking, the mass of the Norwegian people had, till the last century, continued to live under those external or domiciliary restraints on multiplication which were normal in rural Europe in the Middle Ages, and which elsewhere have been removed by industrialism, yet without suffering latterly from a continuance of the severe medieval destructive PG 283 checks. They must, therefore, have put a high degree of restraint on marriage, and probably observed parental prudence in addition. When it is found that in Sweden, where the conditions and usages were once similar, there was latterly at once less prudential restraint on marriage and population, and a lower standard of material well-being, the two cases are seen to furnish a kind of experimentum crucis. The comparatively late maintenance of a powerful military system in Sweden having there prolonged the methods of aristocratic and bureaucratic control, while they were being modified in Denmark-Norway, Swedish population in the 18th century was subject to artificial stimulus. From about the year 1748, the government set itself, on the ordinary empirical principle of militarism, to encourage population. Among its measures were the variously wise ones of establishing medical colleges and laying-in and foundling hospitals, the absolute freeing of the internal trade in grain, and the withdrawal in 1748 of an old law limiting the number of persons allowed to each farm. The purpose of that law had been to stimulate population by spreading tillage, but the spare soil being too unattractive, the young people emigrated. On the law being abolished, population did increase considerably, rising between 1751 and 1800 from 1,785,727 to 2,347,308, though some severe famines had occurred within the period. But in the year 1799, when Malthus visited the country, the increased population suffered from famine very severely indeed, living mainly and miserably on bark bread. It was one of Malthus's great object lessons in his science. On one side, a poor country was artificially overpopulated. On the other, the people of Norway, an even poorer country, directly and indirectly restrained their rate of increase, while the government during a long period wrought to the same end by the adjustment of its military system and by making a certificate of earning power or income necessary for all marriages. The result was that, save in the fishing districts, where speculative conditions encouraged early marriages and large families, the Norwegian population were better off than the Swedish, PG 284. Already in Malthus' youth, the Norwegian-Danish policy had been altered, all legal and military restrictions on marriage having been withdrawn, and he notes that fears were expressed as to the probable results. It is one of his shortcomings to have entirely abstained from subsequent investigation of the subject, and in his late addendum as to the state of Sweden in 1826, he further fails to note that as a result of a creation there, after 1803, of 6,000 new farms from land formerly waste, the country ceased to need to import corn and was able to export a surplus. It still held good, however, that the Norwegian population, being from persistence of prudential habit much the slower in its rate of increase, had the higher standard of comfort, despite much spread of education in Sweden. Within the past half-century, the general development of commerce and of industry has tended broadly to equalize the condition of the Scandinavian peoples. As late as 1835, a scarcity would suffice to drive the Norwegian peasantry to the old subsistence of bark bread, a ruinous resort, seeing that it destroyed multitudes of trees of which the value, could the timber have found a market, would have far exceeded that of a quantity of flour yielding much more and better food. At that period the British market was closed by duties imposed in the interest of the Canadian timber trade. Since the establishment of British free trade, Norwegian timber has become a new source of wealth, and through this and other and earlier commercial developments, prudential family habits were affected. Thus, whereas the population of Sweden had all but doubled between 1800 and 1880, the population of Norway had grown even faster. And whereas in 1834 the proportion of illegitimate to legitimate births in Stockholm was 1 to 2, one of the results of foundling hospitals, apparently in 1890 the total Swedish rate was slightly below 1 to 10, while in Norway it was 1 to 14. The modern facilities for emigration have further affected conjugal habits. Latterly, however, there are evidences of a new growth of intelligent control. In recent years, the statistics of emigration and population tell a fairly plain story. In Norway and Sweden, alike, the excess of births over deaths reached nearly its highest in 1887, the figures PG 285 being 63,942 for Sweden and 29,233 for Norway. In 1887, however, emigration was about its maximum in both countries, 50,786 leaving Sweden and 20,706 leaving Norway. Thereafter the birth rate rapidly fell, and the emigration, though fluctuating, has never again risen in Sweden to the volume of 188,788, though it has in Norway. But when, after falling to 43,728 in 1892, the excess of Swedish births over deaths rises to 60,231 in 1895, while the emigration falls from 45,000 in 1892 to 13,000 in 1894, it is clear that the lesson of regulation is still very imperfectly learned. Norway shows the same fluctuations, the excess of births rising from 23,600 in 1892 to nearly 32,000 in 1896, and again from 27,685 in 1908 to 29,804 in 1909, doubtless because of ups and downs in the harvests, as shown in the increase of marriages from 12,742 in 1892 to 13,962 in 1896. In Denmark the progression has been similar. There the excess of births over deaths was so far at its maximum in 1886, the figures being 29,986 in a population of a little over 2 million, whereafter they slowly decreased, till in 1893 the excess was only 26,235. All the while emigration was active, gradually rising from 4346 in 1885 to 10,382 in 1891, then again falling to 2876 in 1896, when the surplus of births over deaths was 34,181, a development sure to force more emigration. In 1911, the population was 2,775,076, a rapid rise, and in 1910, the surplus of births over deaths was 40,110. The Scandinavians are thus still in the unstable progressive stage of popular well-being, though probably suffering less from it than either Germany or England. Here, then, is a group of kindred peoples, apparently at least as capable of reaching a solution of the social problem as any other, and visibly prospering materially and morally in proportion as they bring reason to bear on the vital lines of conduct, though still in the stage of curring. Overpopulation by emigration. Given continued peaceful political evolution in the direction first of democratic federation, and further of socialization of wealth, they may reach and keep the front rank in civilization, while the more unmanageably large communities face risks of dire vicissitude. Chapter 3, the Hanseatic 286. Systematic commerce in the north of Europe, broadly speaking, begins with the traffic of the Hanse towns, whose rise may be traced to the sudden development of civic life forced on Germany in the 10th century by the Emperor Henry I, as a means of withstanding the otherwise irresistible raids of the Hungarians. Once founded, such cities for their own existence' sake gave freedom to all fugitive serfs who joined them, defending such against former masters and giving them the chance of earning a living. That is by common consent the outstanding origin of German civic industry, and the original conditions were such that the cities once formed were gradually forced to special self-reliance. Volksrecht or private war was universal, even under emperors who suppressed feudal brigandage, and the cities had to fight their own battle, like those of Italy, from the beginning. As compared with the robber baronage and separate princes, they stood for intelligence and cooperation, and supplied a basis for organization without which the long German chaos of the Middle Ages would have been immeasurably worse. Taking their commercial cue from the cities of Italy, they reached, as against feudal enemies, a measure of peaceful union which the less differentiated Italian cities could not attain save momentarily. The decisive conditions were that whereas in Italy the enemies were manifold, sometimes feudal nobles, sometimes the emperor, sometimes the pope, the German cities had substantially one objective, the protection of trade from the Robertsons. Thus, as early as the year 1284, 70 cities of South Germany formed the Rhenish League, on which followed that of the Swabian towns. The League of the Hanse cities, like the other early Hanse of London, which united cities of Flanders and France with mercantile London, was a PG 287 growth on all fours with these. Starting, however, in maritime towns which grew to commerce from beginnings in fishing, as the earlier Scandinavians had grown to piracy, the Northern League gave its main strength to trade by sea. Its special interest for us today lies in the fact that it was ultra-racial, beginning in 1241 in a pact between the free cities of Lübeck and Hamburg, and finally including Wendish, German, Dutch, French, and even Spanish cities in fluctuating numbers. The motive to union, as it had need be, was one of mercantile gain. Beginning, apparently, by having each its separate authorized Hanse or trading group in foreign cities, the earlier trading towns of the group, perhaps from the measure of cooperation and fraternity thus forced on them abroad, saw their advantage in a special league for the common good as a monopoly maintained against outsiders. And this being extended, the whole league came to bear the generic name. See Kohlrausch for the theory that contact in foreign cities is the probable cause of the policy of union. History of Germany, Eng tr. C.P. Ashley, Introd to Economic History, I 104-110. As to the origin of the word, see Stubbs, I 447, note. The Hanse or Hanse first appears historically in England as a name apparently identical with guild, and starting with a Hanse or Hansehouse of their own, English cities in some cases are found trading through subordinate Hanses in other cities, not only of Normandy, but of England itself. Thus arose the Flemish Hanse or Hanse of London, ignored in so many notices of the better-known Hanseatic League. Early in the 13th century, it included a number of the towns of Flanders engaged in the English wool trade, and later it numbered at one time 17 towns, including Chalons, Reims, St. Quentin, Cambrai and Amiens. Ashley, Introd to Economic History, I 109, cp. Prof. Schantz, English Handelspolitik, 1889 I 6, citing Warenberg, Hist. Des Relations diplomatiques entre le Comte de Flandre et l'Angleterre au Moyen Age, Bruxelles, 1874 SQ. There is some obscurity as to when the foreign Hansards were first permitted to have warehouses and residences of their own in London. C.P. Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, Vol. I 68, and PG 288 Ashley, I 105, following Schantz, who dates this privilege in the reign of Henry Roman III, though the merchants of Cologne 499, had a Hanse or Guildhall in London in the reign of Richard I. Under whatever conditions, it is clear that London was one of the first foreign cities in which the German Hansard traders came in friendly contact. A reciprocal and normal egoism furthered as well as thwarted the Hansard enterprise. Trade in the feudal period being a ground of privilege like any other, the monopolied merchants of every city strove to force foreign traders to deal with them only. On the other hand, the English nobility sought to deal rather with the foreigner directly than with the English middlemen, and thus in each feudal country, but notably in England, the interest of the landed class tended to throw foreign trade substantially in foreign hands, which did their best to hold it. In the reigns of the Edwards, privileges of free trade with natives were gradually conferred on the foreign traders in the interests of the landed class, only general consumers, who could then make their claims felt in despite of the angry resistance of the native merchant class. For the rest, in a period when some maritime English cities, like those of France and Germany, could still carry on private wars with each other as well as with foreign cities, a trader of one English town was in any other English town on all fours with a foreigner. When therefore the foreigners combined, their advantage over the native trade was twofold. Naturally, the cities least liable to regal interference carried on a cosmopolitan cooperation to the best advantage. The Hanse of London, being made up of Flemish and French cities, was hampered by the divided allegiance of its members and by their national jealousies, while the German cities, sharing in the free German scramble under a nominal emperor much occupied in Italy, could combine with ease. Cologne, having early Hanse rights in London, sought to exclude the other cities, but had to yield and join their union, and the Hansa of London dwindled and broke up before their competition. As the number of leagued cities increased, it might be thought, something in the nature of an ideal of free trade pg 289 must have partly arisen, for the number of privileged towns was thus apparently greater than that of the outside towns traded with. To the last, however, the faith seems to have been that without monopoly the League must perish, and in the closing Protestant period the command of the Baltic, as against the Dutch and the Scandinavians, was desperately and vainly battled for. But just as the cities could not escape the play of the other political forces of the time, and were severally clutched by this or that potentate, or biased to their own stock, so they could not hinder that the principle of self-seeking on which they founded should divide themselves. As soon as the Dutch-affiliated cities saw their opening for trade in the Baltic on their own account, they broke away. While the League lasted, it was as remarkable a polity as any in history. With its 4 great foreign factories of Bruges, London, Bergen and Novgorod, and its many minor stations, all conducted by celibate servitors living together like so many bodies of friars, with its 4 great circles of affiliated towns, and its triennial and other congresses, the most cosmopolitan of European parliaments, with its military and naval system, by which, turning its trading into fighting fleets, it made war on Scandinavian kings, and put down piracy on every hand, it was in its self-seeking, and often brutal way one of the popular civilizing influences of Northern Europe for some 250 years, and the very forces of separate national commerce, which finally undermined it, were set up or stimulated by its own example. With less rapacity, indeed, it might have conciliated populations that it alienated. A lack of any higher ideals than those of zealous commerce marks its entire career. It is associated with no such growth of learning and the fine arts as took place in commercial Holland, and its members seem to have been among the most unrefined of the northern city populations, but it made for progress on the ordinary levels. In a world wholly bent on privilege in all directions, it at least pg 290 tempered its own spirit of monopoly, in some measure, by its principle of inclusion, and it passed away as a great power before it could dream of renewing the ideal of monopoly in the more sinister form of Oriental Empire taken up by the Dutch, and while its historians have not been careful to make a comparative study of the internal civic life which flourished under the commercial union, it does not at all appear that the divisions of classes were more steep, or the lot of the lower worse, than in any northern European state of the period. The downfall of such a polity, then, is conceptual only. All the realities of life evolved by the League were passed on to its constituent elements throughout northern Europe, and there survived from it what the separate states had not yet been able to offer: the adumbration, however dim, of a union reaching beyond the bounds of nationality and the jealousies of race. In an age of private war, without transcending the normal ethic, it practically limited private war as regarded its German members, and while joining battle at need with half-barbarian northern kings or grudging foreigners, it of necessity made peace its ideal. Its dissolution, therefore, marked at once the advance of national organization up to its level, and the persistence of the more primitive over the more rational instincts of coalition. Chapter 4: Holland. Note on literature pg 291. The special interest of Dutch history for English and other readers led in past generations to a more general sociological study of it than was given to almost any other. 50. Gixardina's description of the Low Countries Discresiani di Tudi PC Bassi, etc. Anversa, folio 1567, 1581, etc. Trans in French 1568, etc. In English 1593, in Dutch 1582, in Latin 1613, etc. is one of the fullest surveys of the kind made till recent times. Sir William Temple's observations upon the United Provinces of the Netherlands laid for English readers further foundations of an intelligent knowledge of the vital conditions of the state, which had been in the 16th and 17th centuries the great commercial rival of England, and in the 18th century many English writers discussed the fortunes of Dutch commerce. An English translation was made of the remarkably sagacious work variously known as the Memoirs of John de Witt, The True Interest of Holland, and Political Maxims of the State of Holland, really written by de Witt's friend Pierre de Lacourt. De Witt, however, contributing 2 chapters, and much attention was given to it here and on the continent. In addition to the many and copious histories written in the 18th century in Dutch, 3 or 4 voluminous and competent histories of the Low Countries were written in French, g. those of Dujardin 1757, etc., 8 vols, 4 to Serissier 1777, etc., 10 vols, 12 Mo Leclerc 172,328, 3 vols. Folio, Wicquefort 1719, folio, proceeding from Peace of Munster. Of late years, though the lesson is as important as ever, it appears to be less generally attended to. In our own country, however, have appeared Davies' History of Holland 1841, 3 vols, a careful but not often an illuminating work, which oddly begins with the statement that there is scarcely any nation whose history has been so little understood or so generally neglected as that of Holland. T. Colley Grattan's earlier and shorter book The Netherlands, 1830, which is still worth reading for a general view based on adequate learning, and the much better-known works of Motley, The Rise of the Dutch Republic and the History of the United Netherlands pg 292, 186,168, which deal minutely with only a period of 55 years of Dutch history, and of which, as of the work of Davies, the sociological value is much below the analytic. All three are impaired as literature by their stale rhetoric. The same malady infects the second volume of the Industrial History of the Free Nations, by W. Torrens Mculloch, afterwards Mculloch Torrens, but this, which deals with Holland, is the better section of that treatise, and it gives distinct help to a scientific conception of the process of Dutch history, as does J.R. Mculloch's essay on the rise, progress and decline of commerce in Holland, which is one of the best of his essays and treatises, 2nd ed. 1859. The Holland of the late Professor Thorold Rogers has merit as a vivacious conspectus, but hardly rises to the opportunity. Of the many French, Belgian and German works on special periods of the history of the Low Countries, some have a special and general scientific interest. Among these is the research of 1000. Alphonse Waters on Les Liberts Communals Bruxelles, 1878. Barantes Histoire des Ducs de Bourgogne 4th ed. 183,840 contains much interesting matter on the Burgundian period. The assiduous research of 1000. Lefevre Pontalis Jean de Witt, Grand Pensionnaire de Holland 2 tom, 1884, Eng trans 2 vols, throws a full light on one of the most critical periods of Dutch history. Dutch works on the history of the Low Countries in general, and the United Provinces in particular, are many and voluminous. Indeed, no history has been more amply written. The Good General History of the Netherlands by N.G. Van Kampen, which appeared in German in the series of Hiren and Uckert 183,133, is only partially superseded by the Geschichte der Nederland of Wenzelberger B.D. I. 1879, Roman II. 1886, which is not completed, but the most readable general history of the Netherlands yet produced is that of P.J. Blok, Geschiedenisch van het Nederlands Volk 1892, etc., of which there is a competent but unfortunately abridged English translation Putnam's, Vol. I. 1898. Standard modern Dutch works are those of J. A. Vane, Geschiedenisch van het Vaderland, and J. van Lennep, De Geschiedenisch van Nederland. For Belgian history in particular, the authorities are similarly numerous. The Manuel de l'Histoire de Belgique by J. David Leuven, 1847, will be found a good handbook of authorities, episodes, and chronology, though without any sociological element. The Histoire de Belgique of Th. Just Bruxelles, 1895, 3 tom, 4-2 is comprehensive but disfigured by insupportable illustrations, pg 293. 1. The Rise of the Netherlands. The case of Holland is one of those which at first sight seem to flout the sociological maxim that civilizations flourish in virtue partly of natural advantages and partly of psychological pressures. On the face of things, it would seem that the original negation of natural advantage could hardly be carried farther than here. A land pieced together out of drained marshes certainly tells more of man's effort than of nature's bounty, yet even here the process of natural law is perfectly sequent and intelligible. One of the least noted influences of the sea on civilization is the economic basis it yields in the way of food supply. Already in Caesar's time, the Batavians were partly fishermen, and it may be taken as certain that through all the troubled ages down to the period of industry and commerce, it was the resource of fishing, that mainly maintained and retained population in the seaboard swamps of the Low Countries. Here was a harvest that enemies could not destroy, that demanded no ploughing and sowing, and that could not well be reaped by the labor of slaves. When war and devastation could absolutely depopulate the cultivated land, forcing all men to flee from famine, the sea forever yielded some return to him who could but get afloat with net or line. And he who could sail the sea had a double chance of life and freedom as against land enemies. Thus a sea marsh could be humanly advantaged as against a fruitful plain, and could be a surer dwelling place. The tables were first effectually turned when the Norse pirates attacked from the sea an irresistible inroad, which seems to have driven the seaboard Frisians as it did the coast inhabitants of France in crowds into slavery for protection, thus laying a broad foundation of popular serfdom. When, however, the Norse Empire began to fail, the sea as a source of sustenance again counted for civilization. And when to this natural basis of population and subsistence there was added the peculiar stimulus set up by a religious inculcation or encouragement of a fish diet, the fishing grounds of the continent became relatively richer estates than mines and vineyards. Venice and Holland alike owed much to the superstition which made Christians acreophagus on Fridays and fast days, and all through the 40 days of Lent, pg 294, when the plan of salting herrings was hit upon, all Christian Europe helped to make the fortunes of the fisheries. Net-making may have led to weaving. In any case, weaving is the first important industry developed in the Low Countries. It depended mainly on the wool of England, and on the basis of the ancient seafaring there thus arose a seagoing commerce. Further, the position of Flanders, as a trade centre for northern and southern Europe, served to make it a market for all manner of produce, and round such a market population and manufactures grew together. It belonged to the conditions that, though the territory came under feudal rule like every other in the medieval military period, the cities were relatively energetic all along, theirs being after the Dark Ages, when the work was largely done by the church, the task of maintaining the sea dikes and waterways, and theirs the wealth on which alone the feudal overlords could hope to flourish in an unfruitful land. The overlords, on their part, saw the expediency of encouraging foreigners to settle and add to their taxable population, thus establishing the tradition of political tolerance long before the Protestant period. Hence arose in the Netherlands after the Renaissance the phenomenon of a dense industrial population flourishing on a soil which finally could not be made to feed them, and carrying on a vast shipping trade without owning a single good harbour, and without possessing homegrown timber wherewith to build their ships, or home products to freight them. pg 295. One of the determinants of this growth on a partially democratic footing was clearly the primary and peculiar necessity for combination by the inhabitants to maintain the great sea dikes, the canals, and the embankments of the low-lying riverlands in the interior. It was a public bond in peace, over and above the normal tie of common enmities. The result was a development of civic life still more rapid and more marked in inland Flanders, where the territorial feudal power was naturally greater than in the maritime Dutch provinces. Self-ruling cities, such as Ghent and Antwerp at their meridian, were too powerful to be effectively menaced by their immediate feudal lords. But on the side of their relations with neighbouring cities or states they all exhibited the normal foible, and it was owing only to the murderous compulsion put upon them by Spain in the 16th century that any of the provinces of the Netherlands became a federal republic. For 5 centuries after Charlemagne, who subdued them to his system, the Low Countries had undergone the ordinary slow evolution from pure feudalism to the polity of municipalities. In the richer inland districts the feudal system, lay and clerical, was at its height, the baronial castles being here more numerous than in any other part of Christendom, and when the growing cities began to feel their power to buy charters, the feudal formula was unchallenged, while the mass of the outside population were in the usual Teutonic state of partial or complete serfdom. It was only by burning their suburbs and taking to the walled fortress that the people of Utrecht escaped the yoke of the Norsemen. Mr. Torrens M. Kellogg is responsible for the statement that it seems doubtful whether any portion of the inhabitants of Holland were ever in a state of actual servitude or bondage, and that the northern provinces were more generally free from slavery than the others. Industrial History of the Free Nations, 1846, Roman 2, 39. Motley Rise of the Dutch Republic, as cited pp. 17-18 pronounces, on the contrary, that in the northern Netherlands the degraded condition of the mass continued longest, and that the number of slaves throughout the Netherlands was very large, the number belonging to the bishopric of Utrecht enormous. This is substantially borne out by Grattan, Netherlands, pp. 1834, Blok, Geschiedenies van pg 296 het Nederlands Volk, I 159-160, 30511, eng tr. I 2038, Waters Les Liberts Communals 1878 pp. 22,230. As is noted by Blok, the status of the peasantry fluctuated, the 13th century being one of partial retrogression. Cp. pp. 318-319 as to the general depression of the peasant class. The great impulse to slavery, as above noted, seems to have been given by the Norse pirates in general and the later Norman invaders, who, under Godfrey, forced every free Frisian to wear a halter. The comparative protection accruing to slaves of the Church was embraced by multitudes. In the time of the Crusades, again, many serfs were sold or mortgaged to the Church by the nobles in order to obtain funds for their expedition. The cities were thus the liberating and civilizing forces, and the application of townsmen's capital to the land was an early influence in improving rural conditions. But there was no escape from the fatality of strife in the Teutonic any more than in the ancient Greek or in the contemporary Italian world. Flanders, having the large markets of France at hand, developed its cloth-making and other industries more rapidly than the Frisian districts, where weaving was probably earlier carried on. And here serfdom disappeared comparatively early, the nobility dwindling through their wars. But the new industrial strifes of classes, which grew up everywhere in the familiar fashion, naturally matured the sooner in the more advanced civilization, and already at the beginning of the 14th century we find a resulting disintegration. The monopoly methods of the trade guilds drove much of the weaving industry into the villages. Then the Franco-Flemish Wars, wherein the townspeople, by expelling the French in despite of the nobility, greatly strengthened their position, nevertheless tended, as did the subsequent civil wars, to drive trade into South Brabant. In Flemish Ghent and Bruges the clashing interests of weavers and woolen traders, complicated by the strife of the French aristocratic and anti-French popular factions, led to riots in which citizens and magistrates were killed. At times these enmities reached the magnitude of civil war. At Ypres a combination of workmen demanded the suppression of rival PG 297 industries in neighbouring villages, and in an ensuing riot the mayor and all the magistrates were slain. At Bruges, a trade riot led to the loss of 1,500 lives. When later the weaving trade had flourished in Brabant, the same fatality came about. Plebeians rebelled against patrician magistrates, themselves traders or employers of labour in the principal cities, and Brussels was for a time given up to pillage and massacre, put down only by the troops of the reigning duke. A great legislative effort was made in the laws of Gutenberg, framed by an assembly of nobles and city deputies, to regulate fiscal and industrial affairs in a stable fashion. But after 50 years the trouble broke out afresh and was ill-healed. At length, in a riot in the rich city of Leuven, 16 of its patrician magistrates were slain, whereupon many took flight to England, but many more to Haarlem, Amsterdam, Leyden and other Dutch cities. Leuven never again recovered its trade and wealth, and since the renewed Franco-Flemish wars of this period had nearly destroyed the commerce of Flanders, there was a general gravitation of both merchandise and manufacture to Holland. Thus arose Dutch manufactures in an organic connection with maritime commerce, the Dutch municipal organization securing a balance of trade interests where that of the Flemish industrial cities had partially failed. The commercial lead given by the Hanseatic League was followed in the Netherlands with a peculiar energy. Until the Spanish period, the main part of Dutch maritime commerce was with Northern Europe and the Hanse cities. So far as the language test goes, the original Hansards and the Dutch were of the same Low Dutch stock, which was also that of the Anglo-Saxons. Thus there was seen the phenomenon of a vigorous maritime and commercial development among the continental branches of the race, while the English, having lost its early seafaring habits on its new settlement, lagged far behind in both developments. Kinship, of course, counted for nothing towards goodwill between the nations when it could not keep peace within or between the towns, and in the 15th century the Dutch cities are found at war with the Hanse, as they had been in the 13th. With England, and were to be again, but the spirit of strife did its worst work at home. On the one hand, a physical schism had been set up in Friesland PG 298 in the 13th century by the immense disaster of the inundation which enlarged the Zuider Zee. Of that tremendous catastrophe, there are singularly few historic traces, but it had the effect of making two small countries where there had been one large one, what was left of West Friesland being absorbed in the specific province of Holland, while East Friesland, across the Zuider Zee, remained a separate confederation of maritime districts. To the southwest again, the great Flemish cities were incurably jealous of each other's prosperity, as well as inwardly distracted by their class disputes. And within the cities of Holland in the 14th and 15th centuries, while intelligible lines of cleavage between trades or classes are hard to find, the factions of Hoke and Cabeljaw, the hooks and the codfish, appear to have carried on a chronic strife, as irrational as any to be noted in the cities of Italy. Thus in the north as in the south, among Teutons as among Latins and among ancient Greeks, the primary instincts of separation checked democratic growth and coalition, though after the period of local feudal sovereignties, the powerful monarchic and feudal forces in the Netherlands withheld the cities from internecine wars. The most sympathetic historians are forced from the first to note the stress of mutual jealousy among the cities and districts of the Netherlands. The ingrained habit of municipal isolation, says one, was the cause why the general liberties of the Netherlands were imperiled, why the larger part of the country was ultimately ruined, and why the War of Independence was conducted with so much risk and difficulty, even in the face of the most serious perils. Thorold Rogers Harland, C.P. pp. 35-43, Martley pp. 29-30-43, Grattan pp. 39-50-51, Van Kampen avows Geschiedenis der Nederland, I. 131 that throughout the Middle Ages Friesland was unprogressive owing to constant feuds. Even as late as 1670 Leyden refused to let the Horelmeer be drained, because it would advantage other cities, and Amsterdam in turn opposed the reopening of the old Rhine Channel because it would make Leyden maritime temple. Observations, I. 130 ch. Roman 3. As regards the early factions of the hooks and the codfish in the Dutch towns, the historic obscurity is so great that historians are found ascribing the names in contrary ways. Grattan represents the hooks as the town party, and the codfish as the party of the nobles. Martley reverses the explanation, noting, however, that their PG 299 was no consistent cleavage of class or of principal. CP. M. Cullag pp. 99-100. This account is supported by Van Kampen, I. 170-171. The fullest survey of the hook and cod feud is given by Wenzelberger, Geschiedenis der Nederland, I. 21042. As to feuds of other parties in some of the cities, see Van Kampen, I. 172. They included, for example, a class feud between the rich Vetkoper fatdealers and the poor Skiringer eelfishers. See Davies, I. 180. Thus dissident, and with feudal wars breaking out in every generation, the cities and provinces could win concessions from their feudal chiefs when the latter were in straits, as in the famous case of the great privilege extorted from the Duchess Mary, daughter of Charles the Bold of Burgundy, after her father's overthrow by the Swiss, again in the case of her husband Maximilian after her death, and previously in the reaffirmation of the ill-observed laws of Gutenberg, secured from the Duke of Brabant by the Leuveners in 1372. But they could never deliver themselves from the feudal superstition, never evolved the republican ideal. When the rich citizens exploited the poor, it was the local sovereign's cue, as of old, to win the populace, whereupon the patricians lent to the overlord, were he even the King of France, or it might be that the local lord himself sought the intervention of his suzerain, who again was at times the first to meddle, and against whom, as against rival potentates, the cities would at times fight desperately for their recognized head, when he was not overtaxing or thwarting them, or endangering their commerce. It was a medley of clashing interests, always in unstable equilibrium. And so when sovereign powers on a great scale, as the Dukes of Burgundy, followed by the Archduke Maximilian, and later by the Emperor Charles, came into the inheritance of feudal prestige, the Dutch and Flemish cities became by degrees nearly as subordinate as those of France and Germany, losing one by one their municipal privileges. The monarchic superstition overbore the passions of independence and primary interest, and a strong feudal ruler could count on a more general and durable loyalty than was ever given to any citizen statesman. James van Artevelde, who guided Ghent in the 14th century, and whose policy was one of alliance with the English king against the French, the feudal overlord, was the greatest personality Flanders ever produced. But though Artevelde's policy was maintained even by PG 300 his murderers, murdered he was by his fellow citizens, as the great De Witt was to be murdered in Holland 300 years later. The monarchized Netherlanders were republicans only in the last resort, as against insupportable tyranny. Philip of Burgundy, who heavily oppressed them, they called the Good. At the end of the 15th century, Maximilian was able, even before he became emperor, not only to crush the bread and cheese rebellion of the exasperated peasantry in Friesland and Gelderland, but to put down all the oligarchs who had rebelled against him, and finally to behead them by the dozen, leaving the land to his son as a virtually subject state. In the 16th century, under Charles V, the men of Ghent, grown once again a great commercial community, exhibited again the fatal instability of the undeveloped democracy of all ages. Called upon to pay their third of a huge subsidy of 1,200,000 caroli voted by the Flemish states to the emperor, they rang their bell of revolt and defied him, offering their allegiance to the King of France. That monarch, by way of a bargain, promptly betrayed the intrigue to his brother, who thereupon marched in force through France to the rebel city, now paralyzed by terror, and without meeting a shadow of resistance, penalized it to the uttermost, beheading a score of leading citizens, banishing many more, annulling its remaining municipal rights, and exacting an increased tribute. It needed an extremity of grievance to drive such communities to an enduring rebellion. When Charles V abdicated at Brussels in favor of his son Philip in 1555, he had already caused to be put to death Netherlanders to the number at least of thousands for religious heresy. And still the provinces were absolutely submissive, and the people capable of weeping collectively out of sympathy. With the despot's infirmities, he, on his part, born and educated among them, and knowing them well, was wont to say of them that there was not a nation under the sun which more detested the name of slavery, or that bore the reality more patiently when managed with discretion. He spoke whereof he knew. PG 301. 2. The revolt against Spain. That the people who endured so much at the hands of a despot should have revolted unsubduably against his son is to be explained in terms of certain circumstances little stressed in popular historiography. In the narratives of the rhetorical historians, no real explanation arises. The revolt figures as a stand for personal and religious freedom. But when Charles abdicated after slaying his thousands, the Reformation had been in full tide for over 30 years. Calvin had built up Protestant Geneva to the point of burning Servetus. England had been for 20 years depapalized. France, with many scholars and nobles converted to Calvinism, was on the verge of a civil war of Huguenots and Catholics. The Netherlands themselves had been drenched in the blood of heretics, and still no leading man had thought of repudiating either Spain or Rome. Yet within 13 years they were in full revolt, led by William of Orange, now turned Protestant. Seeing that mere popular Protestantism had spread far and gone fast, religious opinion was clearly not the determining force. In reality, the conditio sine qua non was the psychological reversal effected by Philip when he elected to rule as a Spaniard, where his father had in effect ruled as a Fleming. Charles had always figured as a native of the Netherlands, at home among his people, friendly to their great men, ready to employ them in his affairs, even to the extent of partly ruling Spain through them. After his punishment of Ghent, they were his boon subjects, and in his youth it was the Spaniards who were jealous of the Flemish and Dutch. This state of things had begun under his Flemish-German father, Philip I, who became king of Spain by marriage, and under whom the Netherland nobles showed in Spain a rapacity that infuriated the Spaniards against them. It was a question simply of racial predominance, and had the dynasty chosen to fix its capital in the north rather than in the south, it would have been the lot of the Netherlanders to exploit Spain, a task for which they were perfectly ready. The gross rapacity of the Flemings in Spain under Philip I is admitted by Motley Rise, as cited pp. 31-75, but on the same score feeling was passionately strong in Spain in the earlier years of the reign of Charles. C.P. Robertson, Charles v. B.K. I. Works ed. 1821 Roman 4 37 40 43 44 46 47 52 53 55 77 78, and Van Kampen, Geschiedenis der Nederland, I. 277 278. It took more than 10 years to bring Charles in good relations pg 302 with the Spaniards. See Mr. E. Armstrong's Introduction to Major Martin Hume's Spain, 1898 pp. 31-37, 57-76. Even in his latter years they are found protesting against his customary absence from Spain and his perpetual wars. Robertson, B.K., Roman 6, cp. B.K., Roman 12 vol v. as to the disregard shown him after his abdication. While it lasted, the Flemish exploitation of Spain was as shameless as the Spanish exploitation of Italy. The Italian Peter Martyr Angleria, residing at the court of Spain, reckoned that in 10 months the Flemings there remitted home over 1,000,000 ducats. Robertson, B.K. I. A lad, nephew of Charles's Flemish minister Chevers, was appointed to the Archbishopric of Toledo, in defiance of general indignation. The result was a clerico-popular insurrection. Everything goes to show that, but for the emperor's prudence, his Flemings would have ruined him in Spain, by getting him to tyrannize for their gain, as Philip Roman II later did for the Church's sake in the Netherlands. It is not unwarrantable to say that had not Charles had the sagacity to adapt himself to the Spanish situation, learning to speak the language, and even to tolerate the pride of the nobles to a degree to which he never yielded before the claims of the burghers of the Netherlands, and had he not in the end identified himself chiefly with his Spanish interests, the history of Spain and the Netherlands might have been entirely reversed. Had he, that is, kept his seat of rule in the Netherlands, drawing thither the unearned revenues of the Americas, and still contrived to keep Spain subject to his rule, the latter country would have been thrown back on her great natural resources, her industry and her commerce, which, as it was, developed markedly during his reign, despite the heavy burdens of his wars, and in that case Spain might conceivably have become the Protestant and rebellious territory, and the Netherlands, on the contrary, have remained Catholic and grown commercially decrepit, having in reality the weaker potential economic basis. The theorem that the two races were vitally opposed in religious sentiment, and that it was as certain that the Netherlanders would be fierce reformers as that the Spaniards would be uncompromising persecutors motley, is part of the common pre-scientific conception of national development, and proceeds upon flat disregard of the historical evidence. It is well established that there was as much heresy of the more rational Protestant and Unitarian sort in Spain, to begin with, as in Holland. Under Ferdinand and Isabella, the Inquisition pg 303 seems to have struck mainly at Judaic and Moorish monotheistic heresy, which was not uncommon among the upper classes, while the lower were for the most part orthodox. Armstrong, in Trad. To Major Hume's Spain pp. 14-18, thus there is good ground for the surmise that Ferdinand's object was primarily the confiscation of the wealth of Jews and other rich heretics. C. U. R. Burke, History of Spain, 1895 Roman II 101, Hume's ed. 1900 Roman II 74. In Aragon, Valencia and Catalonia there was general resistance to the Inquisition. In Cordova there was a riot against it. In Saragossa the Inquisitor was murdered before the altar. Armstrong, Laurent Hist, Crit. De el Inquisition d'Espagny ed. 1818 I 185213, M. Cry Reformation in Spain ed. 1856 pp. 52-53. cp. U.R. Burke as cited Roman II 97, 98, 101, 103, 111, Hume's ed. Roman II 66, 70, 71, 74, 77, 82, as to the general and prolonged resistance of the people. During that reign Torquemada is credited with burning 10,000 persons in 18 years. Prescott, History of Ferdinand and Isabella, Kirk's ed. 1889, citing Laurent, but see note as to possible exaggeration. C.P. Burke Roman II 113, Hume's ed. Roman II 84. In the early Lutheran period the spread of scholarly Protestantism in Spain was extremely rapid. La Rigadière, Histoire des persécutions religieuses en Espagne, 1860 SQ. And in the early years of Philip Roman II it needed furious persecution to crush it, thousands leaving the kingdom. Prescott, Philip Roman II B.K., Roman II ch. Roman III, M. Cry Reformation in Spain ch. Roman VIII, De Castro History of the Spanish Protestants Eng tr. 1851 Passim. At the outset 800 persons were arrested in Seville alone in one day, and the Venetian ambassador in 1562 testifies to the large number of Huguenots in Spain. Rank Hist. Of the Popes BK v Eng tr. 1 vol. ed. Had Philip Roman II had Flemish sympathies and chosen to make Brussels his capital, the stress of the Inquisition could have fallen on the Netherlands as successfully as it actually did on Spain. His father's reign had proved as much. According to Motley, not only multitudes of Anabaptists but thousands and tens of thousands of virtuous and well-disposed men and women had then been butchered in cold blood rise, without any sign of rebellion on the part of the provinces, whose leading men remained Catholic. In 1600, most of the inhabitants of Groningen were Catholics. Davies, Roman II, 347. A Protestant historian, Grattan, admits that the Protestants never, and least of all in these days, formed the mass. Another has admitted, as regards those of Germany, that nothing had contributed more to the undisturbed progress of their opinions than the interregnum after Maximilian's death, the long absence of Charles, and the slackness of the reins of government which these occasioned. Robertson, Charles v. pg 304 bk. V. ed. Cited of works Vol. Roman IV. It was only tanners, dyers, and apostate priests who were Protestants at that day in the Netherlands. Motley. The same conditions would have had similar results in Spain, where many Catholics thought Philip much too religious for his age and station. Motley. It seems necessary to insist on the elementary fact that it was Netherlanders who put Protestants to death in the Netherlands, and that it was Spaniards who were burnt in Spain. In the Middle Ages, nowhere was the persecution of heretics more relentless than in the Netherlands. Motley, C.P. Grenvelle, most zealous of heresy hunters, was a Burgundian. Viglius, an even bitterer persecutor, was a Frisian. The statement of Prescott Philip Roman II, Kirk's ed. 1894, that the Netherlanders claimed freedom of thought as their birthright is a gratuitous absurdity. As regards, further, the old hallucination of race types, it has to be noted that Charles, a devout Catholic and persecutor, was emphatically Teutonic, according to the established canons. His stock was Burgundo-Austrian on the father's side. His Spanish mother was of Teutonic descent. He had the fair hair, blue eyes, and hanging jaw and lip of the Teutonic Habsburg. See Menzel, Geschichte der Deutschen Cap. 341, and so had his descendants after him. On the other hand, William the Silent was markedly Spanish in his physiognomy. Motley, and his reticence would in all ages pass for a Spanish rather than a Teutonic characteristic. Motley is reduced to such shifts of rhetoric concerning Philip Roman II as the proposition that the Burgundian and Austrian elements of his blood seem to have evaporated. But his descendant, Philip Roman IV, as seen in the great portraits of Velázquez, is, like him, a typical Teuton, and the stock preserved the Teutonic physiological tendency to gluttony, a most un-Spanish characteristic. It is true that, as Buckle argues, the many earthquakes in Spain tended to promote superstitious fear, but then on his principles the Dutch seafaring habits and the constant risks and frequent disasters of inundation had the same primary tendency. For the rest, the one serious oversight in Buckle's theory of Spanish civilization is his assumption. CP. 3 Vol. ed. Roman II, 45,561, 1 Vol. ed. That Spanish loyalty was abnormal and continuous from the period of the first struggles with the Moors. As to this, see the present writer's notes in the 1 Vol. ed. of Buckle, as cited. Even Ferdinand, as an Aragonese, was disrespectfully treated by the Castilians. CP. Armstrong, as cited. pp. 531, etc. De Castro, History of Religious Intolerance in Spain, Eng tr. 1853 pp. 40-41, and Philip I and Charles V set up a new resistance. An alien dynasty could set up disaffection in Spain as elsewhere. It should be noted, finally, that the stiff ceremonialism which PG 305 is held to be the special characteristic of Spanish royalty was a Burgundo-Teutonic innovation, dating from Philip I, and that even in the early days of Philip the Cortes petitioned that the household of the Prince Don Carlos should be arranged on the old Spanish lines, and not in the pompous new-fangled way of the House of Burgundy. Major Hume's Spain. Prescott Philip Roman II, ed. Cited pp. 655, 659 makes the petition refer to the king's own household, and shows it to have condemned the king's excessive expenditure in very strong terms, saying the expense of his household was as great as would be required for the conquest of a kingdom. At the same time, the Cortes petitioned against bullfights, which appear to have originated with the Moors, were strongly opposed by Isabella the Catholic, and were much encouraged by the Teutonic Charles Vur. Burke, History of Spain, 1895, Roman II, 24, Hume's ed. I. 328 SQ. In fine, the conventional Spain is a manufactured system, developed under a Teutonic dynasty. To a German race of sovereign Spain finally owed the subversion of her national system and ancient freedom. Stubbs, Const. Hist. 4th ed. I. 5. No doubt the Dutch disaffection to Philip, which began to reveal itself immediately after his accession, may be conceived as having economic grounds. Indeed, his creation of fresh bishoprics and his manipulation of the abbey revenues created instant and general resentment among churchmen and nobles, as compared with his mere continuation of religious persecution, and despite his pledges to the contrary, certain posts in the Low Countries were conferred on Spaniards. But had he shown his father's adaptability, all this could have been adjusted. Had he either lived at Brussels or made the Flemings feel that he held them an integral part of his empire, he would have had the zealous support of the upper classes in suppressing the popular heresy, which repelled them. Heresy in the Netherlands, indeed, seems thus far to have been on the whole rather licentious and anarchic than austere or spiritual. The pre-Protestant movements of the Beguines, Beghards, and Lollards, beginning well, had turned out worse than the orders of friars in the south, and the decorous brethren of the common lot were in the main good churchmen, only a minority accepting Protestantism. In face of the established formulas concerning the innate spirituality of the Teuton, and of the play of his conscience in his course at the Reformation, there stand the historic facts that in the Teutonic world alone was the Reformation accompanied by pg 306 widespread antinomianism, debauchery, and destructive violence. In France, Spain, and Italy there were no such movements as the Anabaptist, which so far as it could go was almost a dissolution of sane society. From Holland that movement drew much of its strength and leadership, even as, in a previous age, the antinomian movement of Tanquilin had there had its main success. Such was the standing of Dutch Protestantism in 1555, and no edict against heresy could be more searching and merciless than that drawn up by Charles in 1550 without losing any upper-class loyalty. Philip did but strive to carry it out. Had Philip, further, maintained a prospect of chronic war for the nobility of the Netherlands, the accruing chances of wealth would in all likelihood have sufficed to keep them loyal. In the early wars of his reign with France immense gains had been made by them in the way of ransoms and booty. When these ceased, luxury continuing, embarrassment became general. But when Philip's energies were seen to be mainly bent on killing out heresy, the discontented nobles began to lean to the side of the persecuted commonalty. At the first formation of the Confederacy of the Beggars in 1566, almost the only zealous Protestant among the leaders was William's impetuous brother Louis of Nassau, a Calvinist by training, who had for comrade the bibulous Brederode. The name of Gueux, given to the malcontents in contempt by the councillor Berlaymont, had direct application to the known poverty or embarrassment of the great majority. There was thus undisguisedly at work in the Netherlands the great economic force which had brought about the Reformation in all the Teutonic countries, and the needy nobles insensibly grew Protestant as it became more and more clear that only the lands of the Church could restore their fortunes. This holds despite the fact that the more intelligent Protestantism which latterly spread among the people was the comparatively democratic form set up by Calvin, which reached the Low Countries through France, finding the readier reception among the serious because of the prestige accruing to its austerity, as against the moral disrepute which now covered the German forms. pg 307. As to the proportional success of Lutheranism and Calvinism, see Motley pp. 132-133, and Grattan pp. 110-111. On of Grattan there is a transposition of second and third groups, which the context corrects. Motley, an inveterate Celtophobe, is at pains to make out that the Walloons rebelled first and were first reconciled to Rome, exactly like their Celtic ancestors, 15 centuries earlier. He omits to comment on the fact that it was only the French form of Protestantism, that of Calvin, that became viable in the Netherlands at all, or on the fact that indecent Anabaptism flourished mainly in Friesland, though he admits that the Lutheran movement left all religious rights in the hands of the princes, the people having to follow the creed of their rulers. The racial explanation is mere obscurantism, here as always. The Walloons of South Flanders were first affected simply because they were first in touch with Huguenotism. That they were never converted in large numbers to Protestantism is later admitted by Motley himself, who thereupon speaks of the intense attachment to the Roman ceremonial which distinguished the Walloon population. Thus his earlier statement that they had rebelled against papal Rome is admittedly false. They had rebelled simply against the Spanish tyranny, yet the false statement is left standing on more illustration of the havoc that may be worked in a historian's intelligence by a prejudice. For other instances see, in the author's volume The Saxon and the Celt, the chapters dealing with Mommsen and Burton. It was the Teutonic-speaking city populations of North Flanders and Brabant who became Protestants in mass after the Troubles had begun motly. When the Walloon provinces withdrew from the combination against Spain, the cities of Ghent, Antwerp, Bruges and Ypres joined the Dutch Union of Utrecht. They were one and all reduced by the skill and power of Alexander of Parma, who thereupon abolished the freedom of Protestant worship. The Protestants fled in thousands to England and the Dutch provinces, the remaining population, albeit mostly Teutonic, becoming Catholic. At this moment 1.5 of the 4.5 millions of Dutch are Catholics, while in Belgium, where there are hardly any Protestants, the Flemish-speaking and French-speaking populations are nearly equal in numbers. Van Kampen, who anticipated motley and disparaging the Walloons as being Frenchly fickle geskicht, I. 366, proceeds to contend that even the Flemings are more excitable than the Dutch and other Teutons, but he notes later that as the Dutch poet Cats was much read and imitated in Belgium, he was thus proved to have expressed the spirit of the whole Netherlands. Roman 2, 109. Once more then the racial theory collapses, pg 308. Thus the systematic savagery of the Inquisition under Philip, for which the people at first blamed not at all the king, but his Flemish minister, Cardinal Granvelle, served rather to make a basis and pretext for organized revolt than directly to kindle it. In so far as the people spontaneously resorted to violence in the image-breaking riots, they compromised and imperiled the nationalist movement in the act of precipitating it. The king's personal equation, finally, served to make an enemy of the masterly William of Orange, who, financially embarrassed like the lesser nobility, could have been retained as an administrator by a wise monarch. A matter so overlaid with historical declamation is hard to set in a clear light, but it may serve to say of William that he was made a patriot, as was Robert the Bruce, by stress of circumstances, and that in the one case as in the other it was exceptional character and capacity that made patriotism a success, William in particular having to maintain himself against continual domestic enmity, patrician as well as popular. Nothing short of the ferocity and rapacity of the Spanish attack, indeed, could have long united the Netherlands. The first confederacy dissolved at the approach of Alva, who, strong in soldiership but incapable of a statesman-like settlement, drove the Dutch provinces to extremities by his cruelty, caused 100,000 artisans and traders to fly with their industry and capital, exasperated even the Catholic ministers in Flanders by his proposed taxes, and finally by imposing them enraged into fresh revolt the people he had crushed and terrorized, till they were eager to offer the sovereignty to the Queen of England. When requesens came with pacificatory intentions, it was too late, and the pacification of Ghent was but a breathing space between grapples. What finally determined the separation and independence of the Dutch provinces was their maritime strength. Antwerp, trading largely on foreign bottoms, represented wealth without the then indispensable weapons. Dutch success begins significantly with the taking of Brill by the gang of William van der Mark, mostly pirates and ruffians, whose methods William of Orange could not endure. But they had shown the military basis for the maritime states. It was the Dutch fleet that prevented Parma's from joining the Armada under Medina Sidonia, thereby perhaps saving pg 309 England. Such military genius and energy, as Parma's might have made things go hard with the Dutch states had he lived, or had he not been called off against his judgment to fight in France. But his death well balanced the assassination of William of Orange, who had thus far been the great sustainer and welder of the movement of independence. Plotted against and vilified by the demagogues of Ghent, betrayed by worthless fellow nobles, Teutonic and French alike, chronically insulted in his own person and humiliated in that of his brother John, whom the states treated with unexampled meanness, stupidly resisted in his own leadership by the same states, whose egoism left Maastricht to its fate when he bade them help, and who cast on him the blame when it fell, thwarted and crippled by the fanaticism and intolerant violence of the Protestant mobs of the towns, bereaved again and again in the vicissitude of the struggle, William turned to irrelevance all imputations of self-seeking, and in his unfailing sagacity and fortitude, he finally matches any aristocrat statesman in history. Doubtless he would have served Philip well had Philip chosen him and trusted him. But as it lay in one thoroughly able man, well placed for prestige in a crisis, to knit and establish a new nation, so it lay in one fanatical dullard to wreck half of his own empire, with the greatest captains of his age serving him, and to bring his fabled treasury to ruin while his despised rebels grew rich. As to the vice of the Dutch constitution, the principle of the supremacy of state rights, C.M. Cullag, Motley Rise pp. 794-795 pt. Roman 6 ch. Roman 2 End and United Netherlands ed. 1867 Roman 4 564. Wicquefort L. Histoire des Provinces Unis, La Haye 1719 pp. 5:16, following Grotius, laid stress long ago on the fact that the estates of each province recognized no superior, not even the entire body of the Republic. It was only the measure of central government, set up in the Burgundo-Austrian and Spanish periods, that made the 7 provinces capable of enough united action to repel Spanish rule during a chronic struggle of 80 years. C.P. Van Kampen I. 304, who points out that the word state first appears in Holland in the 15th century. It arose in Flanders in the 13th, and in Brabant in the 14th. Only in 1581, after some years of war, did the United Provinces set up a general executive council. In the same year the Prince of Orange was chosen sovereign. Motley, pp. 838-841. pg 310. 3. The supremacy of Dutch commerce. The conquest of Flanders by Alexander of Parma, reducing its plains to wolf-haunted wildernesses, and driving the great mass of the remaining artisans from its ruined towns, helped to consummate the prosperity of the United Provinces, who took over the industry of Ghent with the commerce of Antwerp. Getting the start of all northern Europe in trade, they had become at the date of their assured independence the chief trading state in the world. Whatever commercial common sense the world had yet acquired was there in force, and inasmuch as the wealth and strength of these almost landless states, with their mostly poor soil and unavoidably heavy imposts, depended so visibly on quantity of trade turnover, they not only continued to offer a special welcome to all immigrants, but gradually learned to forgo the congenial Protestant strife of sects. It was indeed a reluctantly learned lesson. Even as local patriotisms constantly tended to hamper unity during the very period of struggle, so the primary spirit of self-assertion set the ruling Calvinistic party upon persecuting not only Catholics and Lutherans, but the new heresy of Arminianism. So little does patriotic warfare make for fraternity in peace. The judicial murder of the statesman John van Oldenbarnevelt at the hands of Maurice of Orange, whom he had guarded in childhood and trained to statesmanship, was accomplished as a sequel to the formal proscription of the Arminian heresy in the Synod of Dort, and Barnevelt was formally condemned for troubling God's church as well as on the charge of treason. On the same pretext Grotius was thrown into prison, and the freedom of the press was suspended. It was doubtless the shame of the memory of the execution of Barnevelt, the true founder of the Republic as such, on an absolutely false charge of treason, and the observation of how, as elsewhere, persecution drove away population, that mainly wrought for the erection of tolerance at least as between Protestant sects into a state principle. The best side of the Dutch polity was its finance, which was a lesson to all Europe. Already in the early stages of the struggle pg 311 with Spain, the states were able on credit to make war, in virtue of their character for commercial honor. Where the King of Spain, with all his revenues mortgaged past hope, got from the Pope an absolution from the payment of interest on the sums borrowed from Spanish and Genoese merchants, and so ruined his credit, the Dutch issued tin money and paper money, and found it readily pass current with friends and foes. Of all the Protestant countries, excepting Switzerland, the Dutch states alone disposed of their confiscated church lands in the public interest. There was indeed comparatively little to sell, and the money was sorely needed to carry on the war, but the transaction seems to have been carried through without any corruption. It was the suggestion of what might be accomplished in statecraft by the new expertise of trade, forced into the paths of public spirit, and checked by a stress of public opinion such as had never come into play in Venice. Against such a power as Spain, energy ruled by unteachable unintelligence, a world empire financed by the expedients of provincial feudalism, the Dutch needed only an enduring resentment to sustain them, and this Philip amply elicited. Had he spent on light cruisers for the destruction of Dutch commerce the treasure he wasted on the armadas against England, and on his enormous operations by land, typified in the monstrous siege of Antwerp, he might have struck swiftly and surely at the very arteries of Dutch life, but in yielding to them the command of their primary source and channel of wealth, the sea, he ensured their ultimate success. In the Franco-Spanish War of 152,125, the French cruisers nearly ruined the herring fishery of Holland and Zealand, and it was doubtless the memory of that plight that set the States on maintaining predominant power at sea. Throughout the war, which from first to last spread over 80 years, the Dutch commerce grew while that of Spain dwindled. Under Charles V, Flanders and Brabant alone had paid nearly two-thirds of the whole imperial taxation of the Netherlands, but PG 312, after a generation or two, the United Provinces must have been on an equality of financial resources with those left under Spanish rule, even in a state of peace. Yet in this posture of things there had grown up a burden which represented, in the warring commercial state, the persistent principle of class parasitism. For at the Peace of Munster, the funded public debt of the province of Holland alone amounted to nearly 150 million florins, bearing interest at 5%. Of this annual charge, the bulk must have gone into the pockets of the wealthier citizens, who had thus secured a mortgage on the entire industry of the nation. All the while, Holland was nominally rich in possessions beyond sea. When in 1580, Philip annexed Portugal, with which the Dutch had hitherto carried on a profitable trade for the eastern products brought as tribute to Lisbon, they began to cast about for an Asiatic trade of their own, first seeking vainly for a northeast passage. The need was heightened when in 1586 Philip, who as a rule ignored the presence of Dutch traders in his ports under friendly flags, arrested all the Dutch shipping he could lay hands on, and when in 1594 he closed to them the port of Lisbon, he forced them to a course which his successors bitterly rued. In 1595, they commenced trading by the Cape Passage to the Indies, and a fleet sent out by Spain to put down their enterprise was as usual defeated. Then arose a multitude of companies for the East Indian trade, which in 1602 were formed by the government into a great semi-official joint stock concern, at once commercial and military, reminiscent of the Hanseatic League. The result was a long series of settlements and conquests. Amboina and the Moluccas were seized from the Portuguese, now subordinate to Spain. Java, where a factory was founded in 1597, was in the next generation annexed. Henry Hudson, an English pilot in the Dutch Company's service, discovered the Hudson River and Bay in 1609 and founded New Amsterdam about 1624. In 1621 was formed the Dutch West India Company, which in 15 years fitted out 800 ships of trade and war, captured 545 from the Spanish and Portuguese, with cargoes valued at 90 million florins, and conquered the greater part of what had been the Portuguese Empire in Brazil. No such commercial development had before been seen in Europe. PG 313, about 1560, according to Guicciardini, 500 ships had been known to come and go in a day from Antwerp harbour in the island of Walcheren, but in the spring of 1599, it is recorded, 640 ships engaged solely in the Baltic trade discharged cargoes at Amsterdam, and in 1610, according to Delacourt, there sailed from the ports of Holland in 3 days, on the eastward trade alone, 800 or 900 ships and 1,500 herring boats. At the date of the Peace of Munster, these figures were left far behind, whence had arisen a reluctance to end the war, under which commerce so notably flourished. Many Hollanders, further, had been averse to peace in the belief that it would restore Antwerp and injure their commerce, even as Prince Maurice of Orange, the Republic's general and stadtholder, had been averse to it as likely to lessen his power and revenue. But between 1648 and 1669, the trade increased by 50%. Holland taking most of the Spanish trade from the shipping of England and the Hanse, and even carrying much of the trade between Spain and her colonies. When the Dutch had thus a mercantile marine of 10,000 sail and 168,000 men, the English carried only 27,196 men, and the Dutch shipping was probably greater than that of all the rest of Europe together. This body of trade, as has been seen, was built up by a state which, broadly speaking, had a surplus wealth-producing power in only one direction, that of fishing, and even of its fishing, much was done on the coasts of other nations. In that industry about 1610, it employed over 200,000 men, and the Greenland whale fishery, which was a monopoly from 1614 to 1645, began to expand rapidly when set free, till in 1670 it employed 120 ships. For the rest, though the country exported dairy produce, its total food product was not equal to its consumption, and as it had no minerals and no vineyards, its surplus wealth came from the four sources of fishing, freightage, extorted colonial produce, and profits on the handling of goods bought and sold. Par excellence, it was, in the phrase of Louis Roman XIV, the nation of shopkeepers, of middlemen, and its long supremacy in the business of buying cheap and selling dear was due firstly to economy of means and consumption, and secondarily to command of accumulated money capital at low rates of interest. The sinking of interest was the first sign that the PG 314 limits to its commercial expansion were being reached, but it belonged to the conditions that, with or without empire, its advantage must begin to fall away as soon as rival states were able to compete with it in the economies of production, in the sense of transport and transfer. In such economies, the Dutch superiority grew out of the specially practical basis of their marine habitual fishing and the constant use of canals. There is no better way than the former of building up seamanship, and just as the Portuguese grew from hardy fishers to daring navigators, so the Dutch grew from thrifty fishers and bargemen to thrifty handlers of sea freight, surpassing in economy the shippers of England as they did in seamanship the marine of Spain. Broadly speaking, the navies which owed most to royal fostringers, those of Spain, France, and in part, England, were the later to reach efficiency in the degree of their artificiality, and the loss of one great Spanish navy after another in storms must be held to imply a lack of due experience on the part of their officers. One of the worst military mistakes of Spain was the creation of great galleons in preference to small cruisers. The sight of the big ships terrorized the Dutch once, in 1606, but as all existing seacraft had been built up in small vessels, there was no sufficient science for the navigation of the great ones in stress of weather, or even for the building of them on sound lines. The English and Dutch, on the other hand, fought in vessels of the kind they had always been wont to handle, increasing their size only by slow degrees. In the reign of Henry Roman VIII, again, nothing came of the English expeditions of discovery fitted out by him Chance, English Handelspolitik I 321, but private voyages were successfully made by traders 499. pp. 321-327. In the 17th century, however, and until far on in the 18th, all Dutch shipping was more economically managed than the English. In all likelihood, the Dutch traders knew and improved upon the systematic control of ship construction, which the Venetians and Genoese had first copied from the Byzantines, and in turn developed. Above, Raleigh was one of the first to point out that the broad Dutch boats carried more cargo with fewer hands than those of any other nation. Observations touching trade, in Works, ed. 1829 Roman 8, 356. Later in the century, Petty noted that the Dutch practiced freight economies and adaptations of every kind, having different sorts of vessels for different kinds of traffic. Essays in Political Arithmetic, ed. 1699 pp. 179, 180, 182, 183. This again gave them the primacy in shipbuilding. PG 315 for the whole of Europe. Memoirs de Jean de Witt, Ty. I.ch. Roman 6, though they imported all the materials for the purpose. When Colbert began navibuilding, his first care was to bring in Dutch shipwrights. Dussia, Etude biographique Sir Colbert, 1886. Compare, as to the quick sailing of the Dutch motley United Netherlands, ed. 1867 Roman 4, 556. In the next century, the English marine had similar economic advantages over the French, which was burdened by royal schemes for multiplying seamen. C. Tucker, Essay on Trade, 4th ed. The frugality which pervaded the whole of Dutch life may, however, have had one directly disastrous effect. Sir William Temple noted that the common people were poorly fed. Observations upon the United Provinces, ch. Roman 4, Works, ed. 1814, I. 133-147, and though their fighting ships were manned by men of all nations, the tendency was to feed them in the native fashion. Such a practice would tell fatally in the sea fights with the English. cp. Gardner, Commonwealth and Protectorate, Roman II, 123. In addition to this expertness in handling, the Dutch traders seem to have bettered the lesson taught them by the practice of the Hanse, as to the importance of keeping up a high character for probity. At a time when British goods were open to more or less general suspicion as being of short measure or bad quality, the Dutch practice was to ensure by inspection the right quality and quantity of all packed goods, especially the salted herrings, which were still the largest source of Dutch income, and that nothing might be left undone to secure the concourse of commerce to their ports. They maintained under almost every stress of financial hardship the principle of minimum duties on imports of every description. The one notable exception to this policy of practically free trade apart from the monopoly of the trade in the Indus was the quite supererogatory veto on the importation of fish from other countries, at a time when most of the fishing of northern Europe was in Dutch hands. Where imports were desirable, they were encouraged. Thus it came about that landless Amsterdam was the chief European storehouse for grain, and treeless Holland the greatest centre of the timber trade. Before such a spectacle, the average man held up his hands and confessed the incomparable ingenuity of the Hollanders. But others saw and stated the causation clearly enough. Many writing on this subject, pg 316 remarks Sir William Petty, do magnify the Hollanders as if they were more, and all other nations less, than men as to the matters of trade and policy, making them angels and all others fools, brutes and sots as to those particulars, whereas, he continues, giving a sound lesson in social science to his generation, I take the foundation of their achievements to be originally in the situation of the country, whereby they do things inimitable by others, and have advantages whereof others are incapable. And Sir Josiah Child, of the same generation, declared similarly against transcendentalism in such matters. If any, he roundly declares, shall tell me it is the nature of those people to be thrifty, I answer, all men by nature are alike. It is only laws, custom, and education that differ men. Their nature and disposition, and the disposition of all people in the world, proceed from their laws. For laws read circumstances and institutions, adding reservations as to climate and temperament and variation of individual capacity and bias, and the proposition is the essence of all sociology. Economic lessons, which Petty and Child could not master, have since been learned, but their higher wisdom has hardly yet been assimilated. The sufficient proof that Holland had no abnormal enlightenment even in commerce was that, like her rivals, she continued to maintain the system of monopoly companies. Her empire in the East, to which was falsely ascribed so much of her wealth, in reality stood for very little sound commerce. The East India Company being conducted on high monopoly lines, the profits were made rather through the smallness than the greatness of the trade done. Thus, while the company paid enormous dividends, the imports of spice were kept at a minimum, in order to maintain the price, large quantities being actually destroyed for the purpose. For a time they contrived to raise pepper to double the old Portuguese price. Such methods brought it about that when the Republic had in all 10,000 sail, the East India trade employed only 10 or 12 ships. All the while the small class of capitalists who owned the shares were able to satisfy the people that the merely monetary and factitious riches thus secured to the company's shareholders was a form of public wealth. pg 317. It is a complete error to say, as did Professor Seeley Expansion of England, that Holland made her fortune in the world because the war with Spain threw open to her attack the whole boundless possessions of her antagonist in the New World, which would have been closed to her in peace. By conquest she made for herself an empire, and this empire made her rich. In the first place, it was not in the New World that she mainly sought her empire, but in the East Indies, in the sphere of the Portuguese conquests. Her hold of Brazil lasted only from 1621 to 1654, and was not a great source of wealth, though she captured much Spanish and Portuguese shipping. But even her eastern trade was, as we have seen, small in quantity, and as a source of wealth was not to be compared with the herring fishery. In 1601, John Keymer declared that more wealth was produced by the northern fisheries in 1 year than the King of Spain hath in 4 years out of the Indies. Observations made upon the Dutch fishing about the year 1601 reprint in Ph. Nix, 1707, I. 225. The Dutch takings in 6 months' fishing were then reckoned at 3,600,000 barrels, valued at as many pounds sterling 499. The fishing fleet numbered 4,100 sail of all kinds, with over 3,000 tenders, out of a roughly estimated total of 20,000, while the whole Indian fleet is stated at only 40 or 50, employing 5,000 or 6,000 men, 499. As against a total of some 200,000 of Dutch seafaring population. Howell, writing in 1622 ed. Bennett, 1891, vol. I 205, also puts the Amsterdam ships in the Indian trade at 40. Professor Seeley's statement cannot have proceeded on any comparison of the European-Dutch trade with the revenue from the conquered empire. It stands for an endorsement of the vulgar delusion that possessions are the great sources of a nation's wealth, though Seeley elsewhere protests against the bombastic language of this school, and notes that England is not, directly at least, any the richer for her connection with her dependencies. Against the class interest behind the East India Company, the Republican Party, as led and represented by De Witt, were strongly arrayed. They could point to the expansion of the Greenland whaling trade that had followed on the abolition of the original monopoly, in that adventurean increase of from 10 to 15 times, the old quantity of product, and the treatise expounding their policy strongly condemned the remaining monopolies of all kinds. But there was no sufficient body of enlightened public opinion to support the attack, and the menaced interests spontaneously turned PG 318 to the factor which could best maintain them against such pressured military power of the House of Orange. The capitalist monopolists and imperialists of the Republic were thus the means first of artificially limiting its economic basis, and later of subverting its republican constitution, a disservice which somewhat outweighs the credit earned by them, as by the merchant oligarchies of Venice, for an admirable management of their army. For home and foreign policy, the vital part played by William the Silent at the outset of the War of Independence gave his house a decisive predominance in the affairs of the Republic, grudging as had often been its support of him during life. As always, the state of war favoured the rule of the imperator, once the institution had been established. Fanatical clergy and populace alike were always loud in support of the lineage of the deliverer, and with their help William's son, Maurice, was able to put to death Barnevelt. Then and afterwards, accordingly, war was more or less the Orange interest, and after the Peace of Munster we find the Republican party sedulous at once to keep the peace and to limit the power of the hereditary stadtholder. The latter, William Roman II, aged 24, having on his side the great capitalists, tried force in a fashion which promised desperate trouble, but died at the crisis, his only child being born a week after his death. It was substantially the pressure of the Orange interest, thus situated, that led to the first naval war between Holland and England, both then republics and both Protestant. Orangeist mobs, zealous for Charles I, as the father of the Princess of Orange, insulted the English Republican ambassadors who had come to negotiate on Cromwell's impossible scheme for a union of the two republics, and the prompt result was the Navigation Act, intended to hurt Dutch commerce. It was really powerless for that purpose, but the Dutch people in general believed otherwise, and being not only independent but bellicose, they were as ready as Puritan England for a struggle at sea. While, however, they held their ground in the main as fighters, they suffered heavily in their trade. By 1653, they had lost over 1,600 ships through English privateering, so that the 2 years of the English war had done PG 319 them more injury than the 80 years of the Spanish. Accordingly, though forced again to war by Charles Roman II, the Republican party put it as a maxim of policy that Dutch prosperity depended on peace. It is nevertheless one of the tragedies of their history that John de Witt, the great statesman who owed most heed to this maxim, was inveigled by the English government into an ill-judged alliance against France, and was then deserted by England, whereupon the Republic was invaded by France, and De Witt was murdered by his own people. Of all the nations of Europe, the Dutch were then the best educated, but no more than ancient Athens had their republic contrived to educate its mob. The result was a frightful moral catastrophe. It is easy at this time of day to find fault with De Witt's policy of 200 years ago, but hard to reckon aright the practical possibilities of his situation. Suffice it to say that the formation of the Triple Alliance of Holland, England, and Sweden against Louis Roman XIV proved a ruinous mistake. France had supported the Republic against Spain, and Louis had stood by it when Charles Roman II invited him to join in dismembering it. Yet, after sending its fleet up the Medway and forcing Charles to the humiliating Peace of Breda, and in the full knowledge that he hated the republic which had harboured and criticised him, De Witt was persuaded by Sir William Temple, the English ambassador, to sign, albeit reluctantly, a treaty of union which made France a strenuous enemy, and from which Charles nevertheless instantly drew back, making secretly a treacherous treaty with Louis, and leaving Holland open to French invasion. It was the bane of the diplomacy of the age to be perpetually planning alliances on all hands by way of maintaining the balance of power, and De Witt, while justly suspicious of England, could not be content to drop the system. His excuse was that Louis was avowedly bent on the acquisition or control of the Spanish Netherlands, and that after that there would be small security for the Republic. Yet he had better have remained the ally of France than leant on the broken reeds of the friendship of Spain PG 320 and the English king. Charles needed only to appeal to the English East India Company, whose monopoly was pitted against that of the Dutch Company, to secure a parliamentary backing for a fresh war with Holland, and the sudden invasion of the Republic by France was the ruin of the De Witts. It was an Orange mob that murdered them, and the young William of Orange pensionied those who had formerly accused them of treason. The action of Charles in 1672 had been a masterpiece of baseness. After secretly betraying his Dutch allies to Louis, he caused his own fleet, before war had been declared, to attack a rich Dutch merchant fleet in the Channel, with the worthy result of a capture of only 2 ships. His declaration of war, when made, included such pretexts as that there is scarce a town in their territories that is not filled with abusive pictures and false historical medals and pillars, which alone were cause sufficient for our displeasure, and the resentment of all our subjects, and he alleged breach of a non-existent article in the Treaty of Breda. It was in this disgraceful war that Shaftesbury gave out as the true policy of England. The maxim of Cato delenda est Carthagone, the end of it, was that in 1673, after a war without triumphs, in which finally the English fleet under Rupert was defeated by that of the Dutch while the French fleet stood idly by, the betrayed betrayer made peace with Holland once more. The hostility of France, on the other hand, practically ended Dutch republicanism, though at the same time it brought about the wreck of the empire of Louis XIV. Had he accepted the submission offered by De Witt, he might have made a sure ally of Holland as against England, but his policy of conquest, insolently formulated by his minister Louvois, first put the Dutch government in the hands of the Prince of Orange, and then turned the English interest, despite the king, against France. It may be taken as a law of European politics that any power which arrogantly sets itself to overbear the others will itself, in the course of 1 or 2 generations at furthest, be beaten to its knees. The end of the insolent aggression of Louis came when, after William had become King of England and set up a new tradition of Protestant union against France, the military genius of Marlborough in the next reign reduced France to extremities. Meanwhile Holland was past its period of commercial climax, past the ideals of De Witt, past republicanism for another era. Henceforth it was to be subservient to its stat PG 321 howdah, and to become ultimately a kingdom, on the failure of the republican movement at the French Revolution. 5. The decline of commercial supremacy. It follows from what has been seen of the conditions of its success that the Dutch trade could not continue to eclipse that of rival states with greater natural sources of wealth, when once those states had learned to compete with Dutch methods. But it belonged to the cultural conditions that the rival states should take long to learn the lesson, and that the Dutch should be the first to adapt themselves to new circumstances. The blunders of their enemies lengthened the Dutch lease. Louis Roman XIV gave one last vast demonstration of what Catholicism can avail to wreck states by revoking the Edict of Nantes, and so driving from France 250,000 of industrious subjects, part of whom went to England, many to Switzerland, but most to Holland, conveying their capital and their handicrafts with them. The stroke hastened the financial as well as the military exhaustion of France in the next 25 years. England, on the other hand, maintained its trade monopolies, which, with the system of imposts, drove over to the Dutch, and the French much trade that a better policy might have kept. But all the Dutch advantages were consummated in the command of money capital at low rates of interest, and consequent capacity to trade for small profits. This accumulation of money capital was the correlative of the main conditions of Dutch commerce. A community drawing its income for the great resource of fishing from, its middleman profits and freightage, and from its manufacture of other nations' raw products in competition with their own manufacture, must needs save credit capital for its own commerce sake. Thus, whereas the earlier Flemings were luxurious in their expenditure, the Dutch middle class were the most frugal in northwestern Europe, their one luxury being the laudable one of picture buying. But when, through mere increase of population and consequently of trade, interest gradually fell in the rival communities, who in turn could PG 322 practice fishing, who had better harbours, who extended their marine commerce, began to manufacture for themselves, and had natural resources for barter and production that Holland wholly lacked, the Dutch trade slowly but surely fell away. And as against the sustaining force of their frugality and their systematic utilization of their labour power, the Dutch lay under burdens which outweighed even those imposed on France and England by bad government. Not only did the national debt force a multiplication of imposts on every article of home consumption, but the constant cost of the maintenance of the sea dikes was a grievous natural tax from which there was no escape, nor would the creditor class on any score consent to forgo their bond. Thus it came about that after the Peace of Utrecht, which left Holland deeper in debt than ever, there was an admitted decline in the national turnover from decade to decade. It is one of the fallacies of the non-economic interpretation of history to speak of the United Provinces as thenceforth showing a moral languor. The rational explanation is that their total economic nutrition was curtailed by the competing environment. Yet it must be admitted that the merchant class themselves, when called on by the stadtholder William Roman IV to compare notes as to the decline, showed little recognition of the natural causes beyond dwelling on the effect of heavy taxes, which had been insisted on long before by the party of De Witt. Dwelling as they do on the value of the old maxims of toleration, which were now beside the case, and failing to realize that the sheer produce of the other countries was a decisive factor in competition, they seemed to invite such a reaction in economic theory as was set up by the French physiocrats, who laid their finger on this as the central fact in industrial life. France, indeed, had learned other vital lessons after the great defeat of Louis XIV. Nothing in the history of that age is more remarkable than the fashion in which the immense blunder of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes was pro tanto cured under the Regency, and under Louis Roman XV by the infiltration of fresh population. Dean Tucker noted, what the Dutch PG 323 merchants apparently did not, that Flanders, all Germany on this side of the Rhine, Switzerland, Savoy, and some parts of Italy, pour their supernumerary hands every year into France Essay on Trade, 4th ed. At that time there were said to be 10,000 Swiss and Germans in Lyon alone, and the numbers of immigrants in all the commercial towns were increasing 499. pp. 27-28, the government having become particularly gentle and indulgent to foreigners. At that period, too, the French peasantry were prolific 499. Above all, the Dutch provinces were bound to be outclassed in manufactures by England, when England began to manufacture by machinery and by steam. Anciently well forested, they had long been nearly bare of wood, so that their fuel had become, as it still is, scarce and expensive. They had done wonders with windmills, but when coal came into play as driving power, the coal-producing state was bound to triumph. It must, however, be kept on record that when England's commerce had thus begun to distance that of her old rival in virtue of her mere economic basis, Englishmen were none the less ready to resort to wanton aggression. Throughout the 18th century, the ideal of monopoly markets continued to rule in Europe, and that ideal it was that inspired the struggles of France and England for the possession of India and North America. In the course of those imperialist wars, the government of the elder Pitt gave to privateers the right to confiscate, as contraband of war, nearly all manner of commerce between France and other nations, and in particular that of Holland, Pitt's aim being to force the Dutch into his alliance against France. The injury thus wrought to their trade was enormous. Perhaps at no time in history were more outrageous injuries perpetrated on a neutral nation than those which the Dutch suffered from the English during the time of the elder Pitt's administration. It was the method of imperialism, and the usual sequel was at hand in the revolt of the American colonies. In that crisis also, because the Dutch Council of State, despite the wish of the stadtholder, refused to take part against the colonies, the English government as before gave letters of marque to privateers, and told the plundered Dutch that if they increased their fleet to protect their own commerce, the action would be taken as hostile. In 1779 the English commander, Fielding, captured the Dutch mercantile fleet, with 4 Dutch men of war, and in 1780 York, the English ambassador at the PG 324 Hague demanded subsidies from the states, whom his government had just before plundered. Needless to say, Dutch wealth and power had greatly dwindled before this insult was ventured on by the rival people. Holland's primary source of wealth, the fisheries, had been in large part appropriated by other nations, in particular by Britain, now her great competitor in that as well as in other directions, but all the while Holland's own empire was a main factor in her weakening. Deaf to the doctrine of De Witt, her rulers had continued to keep the East Indian trade on a monopoly basis, ruling their spice islands as cruelly and as blindly as any rival could have done, and it was the false economics and false finance bound up with their East India Company that ruined the Great Bank of Amsterdam, which at the French Revolution was found to have gambled away all its funds in the affairs of the company, in breach of the oath of the magistrates, who were the sworn custodians of the treasure. So situated, the government could or would make no effort in the old fashion against English tyranny. The state's economic basis being in large part gone, and the capitalistic interest incapable of unifying or inspiring the nation, Holland had, so to speak, to begin life over again. But it would be a delusion to suppose that the political decline meant misery. On the contrary, there was much less of that in Holland than in triumphant England. There were still wealthy citizens, as indeed always happens in times of decline of general wealth. At that very period the Dutch were the largest creditors of any nation in Europe, and Smith in 1776 testified that Holland was in proportion to the extent of the land and the number of its inhabitants by far the richest country in Europe, adding that it has accordingly the greatest share of the carrying trade of Europe, and again that its capitalists had much money in British stocks. But these were not as broad foundations as the old, nor were they easily expansible or even maintainable. As soon indeed as the rise of other national debts enabled them to invest abroad, they did so. Temple has recorded how, when any part of the home debt was being paid off in his time, the Scriffalders received it with tears, not knowing how to dispose of it to interest with such safety and ease. England soon began to relieve them of such anxiety. But though Holland could thus gain from the annual PG 325 interest tribute paid by borrowing states, as England does at this moment, such income in a time of shrinking industry stands only for the idle life of the endowed class, a factor neither industrially nor intellectually wholesome. At the beginning of the 17th century, Kiemer, an English observer who studied Dutch commercial life closely, exclaimed, "And not a beggar there, everyone getting his own living is admirable to behold." This seems to have been an exaggeration, since in 1619 we find Howell praising the strictness of their laws against mendicants, and their hospitals of all sorts for young and old, both for the relief of the one and the employment of the other. Later there grew up, however carefully provided for, a notably large pauper population, and so late as 1842 Lang, who liked Holland, wrote of it as a country full of capitalists and paupers. In the main, modern Dutch life has of necessity had to find sounder bases, and the chief feature in it during the past generation has been the new and great industrial expansion. 6. The culture evolution. From first to last, the cultural history of Holland illustrates clearly enough the importance of the freer political life to the life of the mind. It is in the period of independence that Holland begins to play a great part in European culture. Previously, the multitude of popular chambers of rhetoric, and so forth, yielded no fine fruits, but in the stress of self-government the Republic begins to produce scholars, thinkers, and men of science, who affect those of surrounding nations. Already in 1584, when nothing of the kind existed in France or England, a Dutch literary academy published a Dutch grammar, and the Republic was the peculiarly learned state of Europe throughout the 17th century, producing more of original classical research and scholarly teaching in its small sphere than any other. Freedom and endowment of university teaching brought in such Germans as Gronovius and Grevius, and Leibniz looked to Little Holland as a model in many things for backward Germany. Printing became one of the industries of the country, and the Elseviers were long the great classic publishers for PG 326 Europe. Free universities and a free press, indeed, were the main conditions of the Dutch classical Renaissance. The conditions of progress in Bell's letters, on the other hand, being less propitious, the development was inferior. All Europe could buy Latin books printed in Holland, but few foreigners read Dutch, and the finer native literature was sustained only by the necessarily small class, which had both leisure and culture. The very devotion to culture which, as was claimed by Grotius, made the well-to-do Dutch in his youth the greatest students of languages in Europe, wrought rather for the importation of foreign literature than the fostering or elevation of the native. So that though the Catholic poetess Anna Bayens, and later the Catholic Spreghol, the Dutch Aeneas 15,491,612, and Hooft, the Dutch Tacitus 15,811,647, made worthy beginnings, there was no great florescence. In the terms of the case, the two former represent the general Catholic culture influence, and Hooft, eminent alike as poet and historian, owed his artistic stimulus to the 3 youthful years he spent in Italy studying Italian literature. Of the more celebrated native poets, Cats is prosaic, though to this day highly popular, suiting as he does the plane of taste developed under a strenuous commercialism, and Vondel alone, by his influence on Milton, enters into the blood of outside European literature. Fanatical Calvinism, again, was not primarily favorable to philosophically thought, and it is to the influence of Descartes, who made Holland his home for many years, that the possibility of the later great performance of Spinoza is to be ascribed. But the impulse, once given, and sustained by such an atmosphere as was set up by Bayle and other French refugees, developed a new culture force, and in the 18th century the Dutch press was a disseminator of French and English rationalism, as well as of the classic erudition which still flourished. All along, though none of the supreme names in science is Dutch, scientific culture was in general higher than elsewhere. Such influences made afresh for a revival of native literature, and throughout the 18th century it is the foreign stimulus that is seen at work. Thus Van Effen 16,841,725 read much English and wrote much French, but was also the best Dutch writer of his time. The brothers Van Haren 171,079 were diplomatists and friends of Voltaire, and the two Lady P.G. 327 novelists, Wolfe and Deccan, produced their 3 admired books 178,292 under the influence of Richardson and Goethe. But as against these debts to foreign example, the Dutch Republic in its time of flower produced a great and markedly native body of art, which to this day ranks in its kind with that of the Great Age in Italy. It may have been the example set in the Spanish Netherlands by the Austrian archdukes, after the severance, that gave the lead to the Dutch growth, but there is no imitation and nothing nationally second-rate in their total output. The Flemish Rubens 15,771,640 precedes by 21 years his pupil Van Dyck and the great Spaniard Velázquez, and by nearly 30 years the Dutch Rembrandt, but no 4 contemporary masters were ever more individual, and the Dutch group of Rembrandt, Hals, Van der Helst, Gerard Douw and the rest will hold its own with the Flemish swarm headed by Rubens and Van Dyck. It is worthwhile in this connection to note afresh how closely is art fluorescence bound up with economic forces. Dutch and Flemish art, like Italian, is in the first place substantially a product of economic demand, the commercial aristocracy of the Netherlands commissioning and buying pictures, as did the clerical aristocracy of Italy. It has been denied that there is any economic explanation for the eventual arrest of great art in the Netherlands, but when we note the special conditions of the case, the economic explanation will be found decisive. Great art, it is true, always tends to set up a convention which is the stoppage of greatness, but even great art can so arrest progress only when the economic and social sphere is curtailed, and the Dutch economic sphere, as we have seen, was practically non-expansive after the disaster of 1672, which date also begins a new period of ruinous war for Flanders. Rembrandt died in 1664. He and his contemporaries and their pupils had produced a body of painting immense in quantity, and the later and poorer generations, having such a body of classic work passed on to them, naturally and necessarily rested on their treasure. The population of the United Provinces, estimated to have reached 1.5 million in the Middle Ages, had risen in the Great Period to 3 or 3.5 millions. From this figure it positively fell away in the 18th century. Here then was a shrinking population, loaded with old and new debt and overwhelmed with taxes, consciously growing poorer, with no prospect of recovery, and already stocked PG 328 with a multitude of pictures by great masters. That it should go on commissioning new pictures with the old munificence was impossible. It was more concerned to sell than to buy, and what demand had elicited lack of demand arrested. There is no clearer sociological case in history. 7. The modern situation. After all that has come and gone, it is important to realize, in correction of the megalomaniac view of things, that Holland is today literally larger, more populated, and more productive than she was in the palmy days, and that her colonial empire, now administered on just principles, includes a population of over 30 million. Over 60 years ago, M. Culloch wrote that though their commerce be much decayed, the Dutch, even at this moment, are the richest and most comfortable people of Europe. The latter part of the statement would not be very far out today, though popular comfort perhaps does not now keep pace with population. Otherwise it no longer holds. In the latter half of the 19th century, there began a vigorous revival of Dutch commerce and industry, Holland becoming once more expansive. From 1872 to 1906, Dutch exports, measured by weight, increased ninefold, imports sixfold, and transit trade over threefold, and the expansion steadily continues, the value of the transit trade rising from 92 million guilders in 1906 to 12,684 millions in 1910, while imports increased by nearly 30% and exports by 26%. Much of this expansion appears to be due to the advantages accruing to Holland as a free trade country, alongside of protectionist Germany, whose far greater natural resources redound largely to the gain of the free trading neighbor. In detail, the commercial situation of today is curiously like the old at many points. The debt is still relatively great, about 97 million sterling, and about a fourth of the whole expenditure is interest, another fourth going for defense. Always making the best of their soil, alike with roots and cereals, the people go on increasing the area under cultivation and the yield per hectare. pg 329 still, as of old, much food and raw material is imported to be exported again in large part to Germany. Fishing now employs only 20,000 men with over 5,300 boats. The annual product is valued at under 1 million, and of over 10,800 clearances of vessels from Dutch ports in 1910, only 4533 were Dutch, representing a total mercantile navy of only 764. But of Dutch vessels engaged in the carrying trade between foreign ports, there were 4383 in 1909, with more than 7 times the tonnage of the home navy. Thus the nation still subsists largely by playing middleman, partly by manufactures, partly by dairy and other produce, little by fishing, but still largely by freightage. Java does not figure as a source of revenue for Holland, being administered in its own interest, with less taxation of the people than goes on in British India. Of the conditions which in Holland tell against increase of well-being, the most notable is the large birth rate resulting there as elsewhere from the rapid modern expansion of industry. With a population less by 1,580,000 than that of Belgium, Holland has annually a larger surplus of births over deaths. It may be interesting to compare Dutch statistics with those of Portugal and Sweden, which have nearly the same population, as regards birth rate and emigration. Each of the 3 states at 1895 had slightly over or under 5 million inhabitants, and in 1909 slightly over or under 6 million. Their marriages and their emigration were: marriages, emigration. Portugal, Holland, Sweden. Portugal, Holland, Sweden. 1895 33,000, 1830 5,598, 28,728, 44,746, 1314 14,982. 1908, 1909, or 1910 34,150 40, 2,740 30, 3,131, 40,056 32, 23,529. The emigration from Portugal in 1895 was abnormal, but in PG 330 1896 the figures were 24,212, and in 1907 they reached 41,950. In Sweden in 1895, the excess of births over deaths was as high as 60,000. In Portugal it was 47,997, a figure which in 1896 fell to 38,134, rising again to 64,312 in 1909. In Holland, the average excess in 187,984 was 54,751. In 1897, it had risen to 77,586, in 1909 to 90,483. Under such circumstances, it needs the alleged doubling of Dutch commerce between 1872 and 1891, and the subsequent continued expansion, to maintain well-being. As it is, despite the tradition of good management of the poor, the number of the needy annually relieved temporarily or continuously by the charitable societies and communes appears to be always over 5%. Of the population are about twice the average proportion of paupers in the United Kingdom. The Dutch figures, of course, do not stand for the same order of poverty, and there is certainly not in Holland a proportional amount of the sordid misery that everywhere fringes the wealth of England. But it is clear that Holland is becoming relatively overpopulated, and that the industrial conditions are not making steadily for popular elevation, standing as they do for low wages and grinding competition in many occupations. Nor are these conditions favorable in Holland to general culture, as apart from forms of specialism, any more than in England. Dutch experts in recognized studies latterly hold their own with any witness the names of Cuinan, Tyle, Van Tiehoff, de Googe, de Vries, Dozy, Kern, Lawrence. Whilst the middle class has probably a better average culture than prevails in England or the United States, but the lapsed republic has yet to prove how much a small state may achieve in the higher civilization. Meantime, it is plainly not smallness but too rapid increase in numbers that is the stumbling block, and the possession of a relatively great empire in Java does not avail, for Holland any more than for England, to cure the social trouble at home. Chapter 5, Switzerland 331. The best general history of Switzerland available in English is Mr. E. Salisbury's translation of the Short History of Prof. Danliker. It has little merit as literature, but is abreast of critical research at all points. For the Reformation period, the older history of VSU Library of Useful Knowledge, 1840, is fuller and better, though now superseded as to early times. The work of Sir F. O. Adams and 100. 500. Cunningham on the Swiss Confederation, 1880, translated and added to in French by 1000. Laumeyer, 1890, is an excellent conspectus, especially for contemporary Swiss institutions. As regards the first half of the last century, Grote's 7 letters concerning the politics of Switzerland 1847, Rep 1876 are most illuminating. Of fuller histories there are several in French and German. The longer Geschichte der Schweiz of Prof. Danliker 188,487 is good and instructive, though somewhat commonplace in its thinking. Dierower's Geschichte der Schweizerischen Eidgenossenschaft, which stops before the Reformation period, is excellent so far as it goes, and gives abundant references, which Danliker's does not, though his short history gives good bibliographies. Zieskak's Compendius des Schweizerlands Geschichte 9t Aufgabe, 1853, is lucid and very readable, but is quite uncritical as to the medieval period. That is critically and decisively dealt with in Rilliet's Les Origines de la Confédération Suisse, 1868, and in Dierower. In more than one respect, the political evolution of Switzerland is the most interesting in the whole historic field. The physical basis, the determinations set up by it, the reactions, the gradual control of bias, the creation of stability out of centrifugal forces all go to form the completest of all political cases. Happier than those of Greece, if less renowned, the little clans of Switzerland have passed through the storms of outer and inner strife to a state of something like assured republican federation. And where old PG 332 Greece and Renaissance Italy and Scandinavia have failed to attain to this even on the basis of a common language and race, the Swiss cantons have attained it in despite of a maximum diversity of speech and stock. As does Japan for Asia, they disprove for Europe a whole code of false generalizations. The primary fact in the case, as in that of Greece, is the physical basis. Like Hellas, the Swiss land is born divided, and the first question that forces itself is as to how the cantons, while retaining their home rule, have contrived to escape utterly ruinous intertribal strife, and to attain federal union. The answer, it speedily appears, begins with noting the fact that Swiss federation is a growth or aggregation, as it were, from a primary cell form. From the early confederation of the three forest cantons of Schwyz, Uri, and Unterwalden, a set of specially congruous units, led to alliance by their original isolation from the rest of Helvetia and their common intercourse through the Lake of Lucerne, came the example and norm for the whole. The primary influence of mere land division is proved by the persistence of the cantonal spirit and methods to this day. But the history of Switzerland is the history of the social union gradually forced on the cantons by varying pressures from outside. That it is due to no quality of race is sufficiently proved by the fact that 3 or 4 languages, and more stocks, are represented in the Republic at this moment. 1. The beginnings of union. In the union of the forest cantons, as in the rooting of several Swiss cities and the cultivation of remote valleys, the Church has been held to have played a constructive part. At the outset, according to some historians, Schwyz and Uri and Unterwalden had but one church among them, hence a habit of congregation. But the actual records yield no evidence for this view, any more than for the other early dicta, as to the racial distinctness of the people of the forest cantons and their immemorial freedom. Broadly speaking, the early Swiss were for the most part serfs with customary rights. The first documentary trace of them is in the grant by Louis of Germany to the convent at Zurich, in the year PG 333-853, of his Pagellus Euroniae, with its churches, houses, serfs, lands, and revenues. This did not constitute the whole of the canton, but it seems clear that the bulk of the population were in state as serfs, though when attached to a royal convent, they would have such privileges as would induce even freemen to accept the same state of dependence. In the canton of Schwyz, again, the people in larger part freemen seem to have been always more or less at strife with the great monastery of Einsiedeln, founded about 946 by Kaiser Otto, and largely filled by men of aristocratic birth seeking a quiet life, who held by the usual interests of their class as well as their corporation. It was a question of ownership of pastures, the main economic basis in that region, and the descendants of the early settlers were fighting for their subsistence. Unterwalden, finally then known only as the higher and lower valleys, Stans or Stans and Sarnen or Sarnon, was led in its development by Uri and Schwyz, each of which possessed some communal property, the former in respect of its beginnings as a royal domain, the latter in respect of the association of its freemen. Whatever earlier combinations there may have been, it is in the year 1291 that the first recorded pact was made between the three cantons, and it arose out of their making a stand for their customary local rights as against the House of Habsburg. Uri had in 1231 been granted by King Henry Roman VII of Germany, son of the Emperor Frederick Roman II, the cherished privilege of enrollment as an imperial fief, an act which in theory withdrew it from its former feudal subordination to the Count of Habsburg, and in 1240 Frederick himself gave the same privilege to Schwyz. On the unhinging of the imperial system after Frederick's death, the Habsburgs, who even in his life had treated the cantons as contumacious vassals, fought for their own claims, whereupon in due course was formed the Pact of 1291. Thus the Swiss Confederation broadly began in the special strife, which arose between the new order of higher feudal princes and the civic or rural communes on the disintegration of the PG 334 Germanic Empire in the 13th century. The familiar story of William Tell and the oath-taking at Rutley or Grutley in 1308 appears to be pure myth. There is no historic mention till over 100 years later of any such acts by the Austrian bailiff as that story turns upon, or of any strife whatever in 1308. A pact of confederation had actually been made 17 years earlier than that date, and a new and rather more definite pact was made on the same general grounds in 1315, but the romance of 1308 remains entirely unattested, and it bears the plainest marks of myth. The histories of J. von Muller, Zieskok, Viesue, and others of the first half of the 19th century are vitiated as regards the early period by acceptance of the traditions, though the untrustworthiness of the Tell story had been pointed out as early as the year 1600 by Franz Gilliman of Fribourg, and again in the 18th century by Iselin, and by Freudenberger in his Guillaume Tell, Fable Danner 1760, see Dandlicher's Short History of Switzerland, Eng tr. 1899 pp. 53-54. A full and decisive examination of it will be found in Rilliet's Les Origines de la Confédération Suisse, 1868. Compare die Arawer, Geschichte der Schweizerischen Eidgenossenschaft, 1887, Butch Roman 2 cap. I Roman 3, Cox Mythology of the Aryan Nations, ed. 1882 pp. 33,741, and the essay William Tell in Bearing Good's Curious Myths of the Middle Ages, 1888. Some very judicial attempts have been made to show that there is reason to think some fighting occurred in 1308. See, for instance, the pamphlets Le Grutli and La Querelle sur les traditions concernant l'origine de la Confédération Suisse, by Prof. H. Bourdieu, in reply to Prof. Rilliot, 1869. Die Arawer again declines to go the whole way in negation, and stands for the view not fable, but legend and some basis of fact as cited, I 150, but even 1000. Bourdieu reduces Tell to a mere somebody, and every student surrenders the apple story, which is at least as old as the 12th century Danish version of it in Saxo Grammaticus. 1000. Rilliot holds that the Swiss reproduction was not a local survival of the Teutonic myth, but a deliberate adaptation made in Lucerne from the abridgment of Saxo Grammaticus produced by a German monk, Geismar, about 1430 Les Origins, pp. 21,416, 327, 328. At Lucerne there was a local school of poetry of the kind, then common in Holland, and the old ballad, which closely follows Saxo's tale, and which is the probable basis of the story as given in the later chronicles, seems to have been composed by way of securing for the canton of Uri the main honours of the founding of the Confederation, pg 335, which were being claimed by the sister cantons. Whatever be the basis, the Tell legend is finally untenable, and the tradition of an immemorial state of freedom in the forest cantons is abandoned even by the conservative critics. See Bourdieu, La Querelle, the only point on which a case against the criticism of 1000. Rilliot seems to be made out is as regards his view that the forest cantons were not colonized before the 8th century. As 1000, Bourdieu contends, the grant of Louis of Germany seems to describe a long-settled district. 1000. Rilliot also goes somewhat beyond the evidence in assuming that Uri was mainly colonized under royal influence, Unterwalden by lay and ecclesiastical proprietors, and Schwyz by freemen. Les Origins, pp. 20, 21. The rise of a durable federation in the central Swiss group is thus a product of three main factors, the first being their primary physical union through the Lake of Lucerne, their common highway. But for this they would probably have been as hostile as were Uri and Glarus, which had fought from time immemorial. Next was needed the chronic hostile pressure of an outside force, creating a common political interest. The septs of pre-Norman Ireland and England, and of the Scottish Highlands down till modern times, remained at strife long after Christianization, because within their own country they were so free to struggle, and because the examples of forcible centralization elsewhere were so remote and so hard to assimilate. But when the forest cantons emerge as such in history in the 13th century, they are already menaced by a power which, without undertaking or compassing the toil of conquering them, habitually drives them to formal combination by its interference. Its continued pressure evolves the definite political agreement of 1315, after the victory of Morgarten, in which was made clear the special difficulty of conquering a race of mountaineers with the normal cavalry forces and armor-clad or servile infantry of medieval feudalism, a difficulty which must rank as the third factor in the beginnings of Swiss independence. Thus far the half-feudal, half-commercial city of Lucerne, though in touch with the forest cantons through the uniting lake, was their enemy as being feudatory of the Habsburgs. But as the chronic state of war was ruinous to its trade with Italy and peculiarly harassing to all industry, the commercial element forced a coalition, and in 1332 Lucerne joined the Confederation as fourth canton. Now pg 336 emerges in the affairs of the Confederation the element of civic class strife, so familiar in the republics of Italy, for the accession of Lucerne is promptly followed in that city by a conspiracy of nobles, which is put down by the help of the allied cantons, whereupon the nobles are exiled and a civic council set up, the Duke of Austria being unable to hinder. The same trouble arises in the case of Zurich, the next accession to the Union. In the ordinary medieval course there had arisen an oligarchic government of aristocratic citizens in place of the early dominion of the abbess, and the city was made an imperial fief by Frederick II. On this basis it made commercial treaties in the manner then common among the cities of Germany, joining the Swabian, Rhenish and South German leagues, and developing a large trade with Italy and Germany, and even a silk manufacture. At length the large craftsman class revolted under the leadership of a dissentient patrician, Brunn or Braun, who established a constitution in which he as burgomaster held office for life, with a council of 13 guildmasters and 13 aristocrats, 6 of the latter being named by Brunn. For the firm support of the guilds, he duly paid them by laws checking foreign competition in manufactured goods, and denying even to the rural population the right to manufacture. The dispossessed oligarchs kept up a raiding strife on the frontiers, till at length some who were permitted to return formed a conspiracy against the burgomaster, which he suppressed with slaughter. This leading to a league against the city among the Habsburgs and the surrounding nobles and the cantons in treaty with them, Zurich petitioned to join the Forest Confederation and was readily accepted, finally triumphing by their help. Zurich on its part enabled the forest cantons to protect themselves against Austria by conquering Glarus, which offered little resistance, and was ranked as a protected territory under the Confederation. This now formed a compact territorial group save for the canton of Zug, intervening between Lucerne and Zurich. As that could not defend itself against its neighbours, it joined their confederation perforce, being received as a full member. The same status was readily granted to the city of Bern, which, imperially enfranchised in 1218, had carried on a remarkable independent policy on Italian lines, acquiring territory from the decaying nobles around by mortgage, purchase and conquest, till in 1339 they combined against her. Succour was then given by the forest cantons, securing for Bern the victory of Loppen, and when in 1352 they invited her to join their union, her rulers accepted. So tepid, however, was still the spirit of union that at pg 337, the Peace of Brandenburg in 1352, confirmed by that of Regensburg in 1355, Glarus and Zug consented to withdraw, returning for a time to the Austrian allegiance, and the confederation of the remaining 6 cantons was still one of the loosest cohesion, differing only in the fact of its territorial continuity and its organic growth from the many Sittunions which flourished. Germany in the 13th and 14th centuries. Only the 3 original cantons were pledged to make no separate treaties. Zurich was specifically permitted to do so. In 1352, Bern was in alliance with the towns of Fribourg and Soleure. In the next generation, Lucerne made a compact with the towns of Sempach and Richensee, and in 1393, a burgomaster of Zurich carried through a treaty of alliance with the common enemy, the Duke of Austria. In this case, the mass of the citizens were induced to reverse the policy and banish those who had planned it, but the right of the city to make such an alliance was not technically challenged by the Confederation, and even in Schwyz, a few loyalists paid old feudal dues to Austria up till 1394. A more serious ground of division was the jealousy duly arising between the rural and the city cantons, from which came about the forcible intervention of Schwyz in a dispute between the town and country sections of Zug. The remaining cantons insisted on subjecting the action of both Zug and Schwyz to the verdict of the Union, thus effectually establishing a precedent of federal practice. But in the first decade of the 15th century, the cantons of Schwyz and Glarus are found on their own account, helping the men of Appenzell to win their independence. And when the successful Appenzellers, who had developed a turn for aggression and confiscation, sought to join the Union, they were accepted only as allies by the cantons individually, Bern holding aloof. Yet again, when the House of Austria, which had abandoned its claims on the cantons in 1412, was under the ban of the Empire in 1415, and the city cantons led a movement of attack upon its territories, Uri and the Appenzellers took no part, while in 1422 Uri and Unterwalden acted alone in their unsuccessful war with the Duke of Milan. Thus far the Confederation, in its different degrees of union, had included only German-speaking cantons, but in 1420 the French-speaking Valais Jur. Wallies from the Latin valleys Ponina, or pg 338 foreigners in 1424 Upper Arachtia, and in the same year the Roman-speaking Engadin, also in Arachtia, won their virtual independence. In all, 3 leagues were formed in Arachtia, forming their own confederation, known as the Grisons, the Greys, the Graubunden or Grey Leagues, from the colour of the peasants' smocks. As the sphere of self-government widened, new risks of strife arose. All the while the older cantons, in particular the cities, had been acquiring lands in the feudal fashion, and in 1440 a general scramble for an inheritance in Arrechtia evolved first a war between Zurich on the one hand and Schwyz and Glarus on the other, and next a joint coercion of Zurich by all the other cantons. This led to a fresh alliance between Zurich and Austria, and a new and exceptionally ferocious war, lasting for 4 years. Meantime Bâle, assailed by the Armagnacs under the Dauphin of France, was succoured by the Union and received into alliance. Next came the Burgundian Wars whereafter, not without much friction and quarrelling over booty, Soleure, Solothurn and Fribourg were taken into the Union, and a new pact framed, defining afresh the general law of the Confederation. Lastly, after the Swabian War, the last in which the Swiss had to defend themselves against German aggression, the cities of Bâle and Schaffhausen, become self-governing, were received into the League, and in 1513 Appenzell followed. Thus was rounded the number of 13 cantons, which constituted the Swiss Confederation till the end of the 18th century. They were Schwyz, which gradually gave its name to the whole people, Uri, Unterwalden, Zurich the forest group, Lucerne, Glarus, Zug, Bern, Fribourg, Soleure, Bâle, Schaffhausen and Appenzell. Aargau and Thurgau, conquered in the wars with Austria in 1415 and 1460, remained subject lands, the property of the allied cantons, and the Valais and the Grisons remained outside the Union as connections or Zugewent, the League proper being restricted to German-speaking cantons. It will be seen too that the territory of the Confederation remained a compact and connected mass, the Vaud, the Valais, Ticino, and the Grisons forming a long band of territory outside. 2. The socio-political evolution. The outstanding feature of the Swiss social evolution up to the end of the 15th century is the acquisition of municipal estates by the chief cities, after the manner of those of Italy. The lead pg 339 given by Bern was zealously followed by Zurich and Lucerne, till nearly all the old feudal lordships around them had fallen into their hands by purchase, mortgage, or conquest, and by 1477 the Habsburgs had not a rood of land left in all Helvetia, even the family castle being lost. It was impossible that the revenues thus acquired by the cities should fail in that age to enrich the patrician or ruling class, no matter how revolutions might alter its membership. Herein lay one of the effective checks to the growth of the Confederation from 1513 onwards. The rural cantons and the aristocratic governments of the cities were alike disinclined to enfranchise the rural populations they held in feudal subjection, and the status of the mass of the townspeople and subject peasantry, though probably better than in France and Germany, was that of men without political rights, save those secured by feudal or civic custom. Nor can it be said that in the pre-Reformation period the flourishing Swiss cities did much for culture, a main part of the explanation doubtless being the chronic stress of war, which in such communities tended to be borne by all classes alike. When the Italian cities had produced Dante, Petrarch and Boccaccio, when England had produced Chaucer, and France the Roman de la Rose, Villon, Joinville, Froissart and Comines, Switzerland had a literature only of average German lyrics and a few average medieval chronicles. But the comparison will be quite misleading if it be not kept in mind that the whole Swiss population up till 1500 never amounted to 1 million, and that the surplus males were being constantly drained off in the 15th century in military service outside of Switzerland. The conditions which made for military strength and independence were entirely unfavourable to culture. There remains, however, to be noted in the case of German Switzerland the fundamental drawback of relative homogeneity of race. The one important aspect of race in sociology is as a statement of relative lack of intellectual variability, and this condition in modern Europe can be seen to exist only at certain periods, in the case of one or two peoples, chiefly the Germanic. If the whole process of the renaissance of civilization be considered seriatim, it will be found that the growth took place pg 340 primarily in virtue of degree of access to the remains of Grco-Roman culture and to Saracen law, and, secondarily, in virtue of degree of admixture of physical type in the different communities. Thus the first great new birth before the age of the Renaissance so-called took place in Italy, in a population already highly mixed at the end of the Roman period, and repeatedly invaded thereafter by northern Starks, from Odoacer down to the Normans. The reviving Italian culture, being communicated northwards through the church and otherwise, is next developed by the highly mixed population of France and that of England, after the Norman conquest, Welsh element being here prominent. At the same time, the literary germination set up in ancient Ireland, under stormy conditions, by the early missionaries of the Greco-Roman Church, reaches after some centuries the Scandinavian peoples by way of the Hebrides and Iceland, where, however, after a brilliant start, the evolution is arrested by the restrictive environment, the main body of Scandinavian life being too homogeneous though constantly at strife for any complex evolution. In the south, again, the populations of Spain and Portugal, mixed to begin with in the Roman period and later crossed by Teutonic invasion, became specially capable of variation after the subdual of the Moors, whose reaction on their conquerors was extensive and important. All this while the Teutonic stocks in their old homes are noticeably backward, save where, as in the Netherlands, they are in constant contact with other peoples on land and by sea. Culture begins to be at once original and brilliant in the Netherlands only in the period after a special contact with Spain, and b. the large immigration of Protestant refugees from other countries. At first strongly influenced by classical scholarship, it is later affected by the influence of France and England. All the more strictly Teutonic cultures were either unprogressive or similarly vitalized from without, and Germany, after the 30 Years' War, begins almost afresh with an academic literature in Latin, to be followed by new native developments only on French and English stimuli. But it is specially significant that the German Renaissance of the 18th century takes place after the large influx of French Protestant refugees at the end of the 17th, and after a fresh influx of French taste, French teachers and French literature under Frederick the Great, in whose armies, it should be remembered, pg 341, there fought no fewer than 9 generals of French Protestant descent, as well as others of alien heredity. The case of Switzerland is thus on this side tolerably clear. Swiss intellectual life, long primitively Teutonic, begins to become notable only at the period of the Reformation, when for the merely diplomatic and military and commercial contacts of the past, there is substituted a fresh differentiation and interaction from Italian, French, and German Protestantisme, new intellectual impulsand from the influx of refugees, as in Holland. And the French-speaking city of Geneva, not yet a member of the Confederation, at once takes the lead. The Teutonic population from the 15th century onwards had in large numbers sought subsistence in mercenary soldiership. It was the medieval analogue to the emigration of today, the opening even serving to curtail the agricultural and pastoral life, but the result, by the common consent of historians, was disastrous to the higher life at home, the returning mercenaries being in many cases spoilt for steady industry, rural or 203. Their military success and prestige in fact tended to demoralize the Swiss, as the success of Hellas against Persia tended to demoralize Athens, making them, in the words of Aristotle, unfitted to rest. Dwelling on past patriotic glories is never the way to discipline the mental life, and the Swiss militia of the end of the 15th century want to sell their services as fighters to French and Italians, often thus opposing each other, and otherwise want to interpose arrogantly in other people's concerns, were not on the line of social or intellectual progress. Pensions to leading men from the French and Italian courts wrought a further and even more sinister corruption. But after their defeat by Francis I in 1516 at the desperate Battle of Marignano, becoming allies of France, the Swiss ceased to play the part of holders of the balances between contending neighbours, and after their heavy share in the loss of Francis at the Battle of Pavia, they grew for a time loth even to play the part of auxiliaries on a national footing, though individual enlistment continued. It is at this stage that the Reformation supervenes, creating a new source of strife between canton and canton, and so paralyzing the Confederation for centuries. Nowhere is the study of the process of the Reformation more instructive, more subversive of the conventional Protestant view, than in the case of Switzerland. In the first place, it is not the pg 342 Old Forest cantons, with their ingrained independence and Teutonic conscience, that do the work. They remained obstinately Catholic. Swiss Protestantism, under the independent lead of Zwingli, began indeed in Glarus and Schwyz, but became an effective movement only in the city of Zurich, and it is notable that in the primitive and poor canton of Uri there was as little buying of indulgences as there was heresy. The two phenomena went together in the richer cantons, where the common desire to buy pardons evoked the protest against them. Indeed, the special traffic in indulgences in Germany and Switzerland, and the special laxity of life of their priesthoods, were concomitants of the special grossness of German life, for in no other country did the Reformation proceed nakedly on the basis of protest against indulgenceling. There the pardoners shamefully overrode all the official and accepted teaching of the Church as to indulgences, and the protests of Luther and Zwingli were properly demands for a reform on strictly orthodox grounds, as against an abuse which was locally excessive. But it lay in the economic and political conditions that when a movement of protest began, it should succeed in view rather of the economic and social impulses to break with Rome than of the spontaneous desire for reform. In Germany in particular, the movement among the upper and educated classes was nakedly financial as regarded the nobles, and to a large extent the reverse of ascetic among the scholars, many of whom, however, were much more spontaneously alive to the doctrinal crudities of the orthodox system than was Luther himself. It was the facile combination, on socio-political grounds, of the five forces of moral indignation among the more conscientious leaders: gain-seeking on the part of nobles and ruling burghers, racial aversion to Italian priests and Italian revenue-drawing among the people in general, critical revolt against primitive superstitions among the more learned, and anti-clerical free-thinking and license among many who had served in the Italian wars, that made the revolt proceed so rapidly in Germany and Switzerland. If the mass of the people, in all save the most primitive Swiss cantons, were grossly eager to buy the indulgences so grossly offered by Samson and Tetzel, the people clearly were not zealous reformers to start with. Of those who most resented the traffic, many remained steady Catholics, pg 343. When, however, it became known that Samson carried away with him from Switzerland to Italy 800,000 crowns, besides other bullion and jewels, even the buyers of indulgences could share the general inclination to stop the enrichment of Italy at Swiss expense. The intellectual revolt of the educated supplied the basis of the revolution in church management, but without the accruing financial gains, the former could have availed little. And while there was the usual violence on the part of the mob, the city authorities were judicious in their procedure. To the clergy they offered on the one hand freedom to marry, and on the other hand a provision for life. Thus in Zurich, under the skillful guidance of Zwingli, the whole chapter of 24 canons gave up their rights and property to the state, becoming preachers, teachers, or professors with life allowances, a plan generally followed elsewhere, save where the parties fell to blows. In Zurich the further steps were 1523 ecclesiastical marriages, 1524 pictures abolished and monasteries dissolved, 1525 mass discontinued. In French-speaking Geneva, destined to become the leading Swiss city, the process was more stormy. Having grown to importance under its bishops, it had been made an imperial city in 1420, thereby finding a foothold in its resistance to the constant claims of the House of Savoy, which in 1519 forced it into a defensive alliance with Fribourg. There were now two Genevan parties, the Savoyards and the Republicans, which latter, imitating Swiss usage, called themselves Eidgenossen, whence the French corruption Huguenots, ultimately applied to the Calvinistic Protestants of France. Out of the faction strife came the religious, under the fanning of Farel, and in this case the anti-democratic leaning of the Savoyards kept the rich pro-Catholic, while the common people declared for Protestantism. In the end the latter took violent possession of the churches, destroying the altars and images, whereupon most of the Catholics fled, the city retaining the clerical lands, and there immigrated many French, Italian, and Savoyard Protestants. To the community thus made for him came Calvin in 1537. Meanwhile Bern, conquering the Pays de Vaud from the Duke of Savoy, made it Protestant. Elsewhere, some communes and districts passed and repassed between Catholicism and Protestantism, as neighbouring influences prevailed. In some districts the peasants, hoping for release from tithes and taxes, welcomed the revolution, pg 344, but renounced it when they found it made no difference to their lot. The magistrates of Bern were prompt to make it clear that their Protestantism made no difference as to their tithe drawing from their rural subjects. When the period of transformation was over with its bitter wars, which cost the life of Zwingli, its manifold exasperations, its Anabaptist convulsions, its forlorn and foredoomed peasant risings, its severance of old ties, and its profound impairment of the half-grown spirit of Confederation. It was found that the old cantons of Lucerne, Uri, Unterwalden, Schwyz and Zug stood fast for Catholicism, that Soleure, after being for a time predominantly Protestant, had joined them with Fribourg, making 7 Catholic states, that the city cantons of Bern, Zurich, Bâle and Schaffhausen were Protestant, as were Geneva and the Vaud, not yet in the Union, and that Glarus and Appenzell were mixed. The achievement of the Landamman Bligh of Glarus, in securing a peaceful and lasting compromise in his own canton, the 2 bodies in some parishes, actually agreeing to use the same church, was beyond the moral capacity of the mass of the Swiss people, for Appenzell bitterly divided into 2 parts, on religious lines. Each of the other cantons imposed its ruling men's creed on its subjects. They were still as far from toleration in religion as from real democracy in politics. While Protestantism, by dividing the realm of religion, doubtless wrought indirectly and ultimately for the intellectual freedom of Europe, it is clear that it had no such result for many generations in Switzerland. Calvin's rule in Geneva, while associated with a new activity in printing, chiefly of theological works, became a byword for moral tyranny and cruelty. To say nothing of the executions of Servetus and Groot for heresy, and the expulsions of other men, the records show that in that small population there were between 800 and 900 persons imprisoned between the years 1542 and 1546 and 58 put to death, no fewer than 34 being beheaded, hanged, or burned on charges of sedition in 3 months of 1545. Torture was freely applied, and any personal criticism of Calvin was more or less fiercely punished. The conditions were much the same in Zurich and Bern, where a press censorship was set up in Zurich as early as 1523 and zealously maintained for centuries. It prohibited under heavy penalties the sale of the works of Descartes, and in PG 345 both places Cartesians were prosecuted, while in Protestant Switzerland generally the Copernican theory was denounced as heresy, and the Reformed calendar as a work of the Pope was furiously rejected. So high did passion run that in Bern and Zurich any who married Catholics were severely punished. The Zurich criminal calendar of the 16th century gives a sample of the Protestant city life of the period. There were 572 executions in all, 347 persons being beheaded, 61 burned, 55 hanged, 53 drowned. Only 33 were cases of murder. 2 were executed for abuse of Zwingli, who thus appears to have given a lead to Calvin, 73 for blasphemy, 56 for bestiality, and 338 for theft, a clear economic clue. Broadly speaking, the settled Protestant period was one of relapse alike from freedom and from union. Class division deepened and worsened throughout the 17th century. The people of the subject lands were less than ever recognized as having rights, Puritanism taking to oppression as spontaneously in Switzerland as in England, the stimulus given to culture and art in the controversial period died away, leaving retrogression, and in the personal and the intellectual life alike clerical tyranny was universal. The municipalities became more and more close corporations, as the guilds had become long before, and at Bern in 1640 the city treasurer was put to death for exposing abuses. After the Peasants' War of 1653, the aristocratic development was still further strengthened, till in Bern, Soleure and Fribourg Catholic and Protestant cities, alike the roll of burghers was closed 168,090, Soleure stipulating that it should remain so till the number of reigning families was reduced to 25. The practice of taking pensions from France revived, for the old service of supplying mercenary troops, so that the Swiss were never more shamelessly sold to the highest bidder than in the 17th century. As of old, the municipalities amassed and invested capital, Catholic Soleure lending great sums to France, while the still wealthier city of Bern lent money in all directions. But though they raised handsome public buildings, it was the small ruling class and not the workers that were enriched. In the rural cantons, even the small economic advance made at the outset of the Reformation was lost. It seems PG 346 difficult to dispute that as a force for social progress the Reformation was not. One factor there was to its credit: the establishment of secondary schools which had not previously existed in Switzerland, and the provision of better common schools. And though the ecclesiastical and religious forces, as in Scotland, prevented the common schools being turned to any higher account at home than that of qualifying to read and write and learn catechisms, Even that small tuition gave the Swiss some advantages in the neighboring countries. All the while the higher political evolution went backwards. In 1586, the Catholic cantons of Schwyz, Uri, Unterwalden, Lucerne, Zug, Fribourg and Soleure ejected from the League the Protestant state of Mulhausen, and, ignoring the laws of the Confederation, proceeded to make a separate offensive and defensive alliance among themselves, and with Spain and the Pope. As late as 1656 war broke out between Bern and Schwyz, Lucerne intervening, over a dispute about Protestant refugees, whereafter the principle of cantonal sovereignty reigned supreme for 140 years. It would seem difficult to maintain, in the face of all the facts, that Protestantism had made for peace, freedom, or civilization. On the other hand, the distribution of Protestantism in the Swiss cantons disposes once for all of the theory that the Teutonic conscience or anything else of an ethnic order was the determining force at the Reformation. A rough conspectus of the language and religion of the cantons, as at the year 1900, will present the proof to the contrary. Named language religion. Bern 5/6 German-speaking 7/8 Protestant. Zurich nearly all German. Lucerne nearly all Catholic. Vaud mostly French dialects 9/10 Protestant. Aargau mostly German 4/100 to 5p. St. Gall 3/5 Catholic. Ticino Italian dialects nearly all Catholic. Fribourg half French, half German 4/5 Catholic. Grisons half Romansch 3/8 German. 1/8 Italian 5/9 Protestant. Valais half German half French nearly all Catholic. Thurgau nearly all German 2/7 Catholic. Bâle 1/3 Catholic. Soleure nearly all German 3/4 Catholic. Geneva predominantly French half and half. Neuchâtel 7/8 Protestant. Schaffhausen German. Appenzell RH, ex 9/10 Protestant. RH int nearly all Catholic. Glarus nearly all German 1/4 Catholic. Zug nearly all Catholic. Schwyz. Unterwalden. Uri. pg 347 Here, we have nearly every species of variation in terms of speech and creed. The one generalization which appears to hold good to any extent in the matter is that Catholicism usually goes with an agricultural economy and Protestantism with manufactures. But here, too, there are exceptions, as Vaud, which though Protestant is predominantly agricultural or vine-rearing, Glarus, which is mainly pastoral and Protestant, the Grisons, agricultural and more than half Protestant, and Geneva, where there is a large minority of Catholics in industrial conditions. On the whole, we are warranted in assuming that in Switzerland, as in most other countries, the town workers were the readiest to innovate in religion, while race, so far as inferable from language, had nothing to do with the choice made. What differences of life accrue to the creeds, as we shall see, depend on their one important social divergence, that of bias for and against illiteracy. 3. The modern Renaissance. In the earlier part of the 18th century, the Swiss Confederation figured as a weather-beaten ruin, ready to fall. It would be hard to point out, in the domestic conditions, any that made for beneficent change, and there were many that rigidly precluded it. But some elements of variability there were, and from other countries there came the principle of fertilization. Theological hatreds and disputations had in a manner destroyed their own standing ground by the very stress of their barren activity, and even while press laws were banning new works of thought and science, the better minds were secretly yearning towards them. In PG 348 cities like Geneva and Bâle the latter, then the seat of the only Swiss university, reason must to some extent have played beneath the surface, while all its open manifestations were struck at. At Bâle in the old days, Erasmus spent the main part of his life, and he must have had some congenial intercourse, but it is on the side of the physical sciences that new intellectual life is first seen to germinate in post-Reformation Switzerland. There, as elsewhere, inquiring men felt that nature was kindlier to question than the self-appointed oracles of deity, and that the unending search for real knowledge brought more peace than ever came of the insistence that the ultimate truth was known. Refugee immigrants, chiefly French, seem to have begun the ferment, and it is at the hands of their descendants that Swiss science has grown. Having reason to avoid alike politics and theology in their new home, and living in many cases on incomes from investments, they turned to the sciences as occupation and solace. With this inner movement concurred the new influences from French and English science and literature, and from the reviving culture of Germany. With the rest of Europe, too, Switzerland turned in an increasing degree to industry, and in the latter half of the 18th century had developed many new trades, involving considerable use of machinery. Agriculture, too, improved, and mercenary soldiering began to fall into disrepute under the influence of the new Pacific thought. Still, the rural economic conditions were bad, and the country seemed to grow poorer while the towns grew richer. The population, in fact, constantly tended to exceed the not easily widened limits of rural subsistence, and in place of foreign soldiering, the old remedy, there began a peaceful industrial emigration into the neighboring countries, Swiss beginning to figure there in increasing numbers as waiters and servants. All the while the tyranny of the city aristocracies was unmitigated, and the subject lands were steadily ill-treated. In Bern in 1776, only 18 families were represented in the council of 2 PG 340-900, and there, and in Zurich and Lucerne, the civic regulations were as flagrantly partial to the ruling class as in France itself. The new industrial conditions, however, were gradually preparing a political change, and the intellectual climate steadily altered. Voltaire tells in many amusing letters of the spread of Socinian heresy in the city of Calvin. In Geneva arose the abnormal figure of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, descendant of a French refugee immigrant of Calvin's day. And though his city in 1762 formally burned his epoch-marking book on the contrat social, a popular reaction followed 6 years later. Democratic disturbances had repeatedly occurred before, but this time there was a growing force at work. An insurrection in 1770 was suppressed, another in 1782, though at first successful, ended in the overthrow of the popular party by means of troops from France, Bern and Zurich. But in the fateful year of 1789 yet another broke out, and this time the tide turned. With the interference of the French Republic in Switzerland in 1797, on behalf of the Pays de Vaud, then subject to Bern, began the long convulsion which broke up the old confederation and framed anew. In 1798 began the wildly premature attempt of the more visionary Republicans to create a unitary republic out of cantons, which had retrograded even from the measure of union, attained before the Reformation. It could not succeed, and the rapine inseparable from the French revolutionary methods could not but arouse an intense resistance, paralyzing the aims of the Progressive Party. Out of years of miserable ferocious warfare, ended by Napoleon's withdrawal of the French troops in 1801, came the new Confederation of 1803, which, however, it needed the friendly but authoritative mediation of the First Consul to get the conservative cantons to accept. For once the despot had secured, in a really disinterested fashion, what the revolution ought to have brought about. The old aristocratic tyrannies were subverted, the subject lands were freed, to the 13 cantons of the old Union were added Aargau, Thurgau, St. Gall, Vaud and Ticino. Through all was set up a representative system, modified in the towns by a measure of the old aristocratic element, and the whole possessed what Switzerland never had before, and could hardly otherwise have attained a central parliamentary system. In 1814, Bern PG 350 would fain have resumed its tyranny over the Vaud and Aargau, a step which would have initiated a general return to the old regime. The Allies, however, brought about the completion of the Confederation on the new principles, and by the addition to its role of Geneva, Neuchâtel and the Valais, and the cession to Bern of the Baal territory formerly annexed by France, created a compact and complete Switzerland, bounded in natural fashion by the Alps, the Jura and the Rhine, and at this period, after so many vicissitudes, the culture life of Switzerland is found fully abreast of that of Europe in general. Sismondi, standing apart from France and Italy, and writing impartially the history of both, is the greatest historian of his day. The later history of the Confederation, however, is one of the great illustrations of the perpetual possibility of strife and sunderance in communities. Sismondi lived to ban the democracy, which would not be content to be ruled by the middle class. At 1820, the old spirit of class subsisted under the new institutions. The press was nearly everywhere under strict censorship, and the ideals which ruled elsewhere on the continent seemed even more potent in Switzerland than elsewhere. There, as elsewhere, the system inevitably bred discontent, and in 1830, on the revolutionary initiative of Ticino, the most corruptly governed of all the cantons, there ensued almost bloodless revolutions in the local governments, radicals taking the place of conservatives, and proceeding to reform alike administration and education. Then came the due reaction, the Catholic cantons forming the League of Sarnen, while the extremists again pressed the ideal of a military state. Though morally strong enough to enforce peace in more than one embroilment of cantons and parties, the federal diet was dangerously weak in the face of the new forces of religio-political reaction typified by the activity of the Jesuits, as well as the old trouble of cantonal selfishness, which affected even the tolls. The resistance to radicalism became a movement of clerical fanaticism, led by the cry of religion in danger, Catholics using it to foment local insurrections, Protestants, ecclesiastically led, using it to make a municipal revolution by violence at Zurich on the occasion of the proposal to give Strauss a university chair in 1839. But the Jesuits expelled from nearly every Catholic state in the 18th century, yet latterly cherished by the Swiss Catholics for their anti-Protestant service, were the chief mischief-makers, and at pg 351 length, the violences promoted from the headquarters at Lucerne led to Protestant reprisals, which took the shape of a beginning of civil war. The collapse, however, of the Catholic Sonderbund, or Secession League, in 1847, before the resolute military action of the Diet, marked the turning point in modern Swiss politics. In 1848 was framed a new constitution, wholly Swiss-made, creating an effective federal government, on a new basis of a parliament of 2 chambers. Now were definitely nationalized the systems of coinage, weights and measures, posts and telegraphs, and the customs system was made one of complete internal free trade. On this footing followed long years of happiness, and a prosperity without precedent. Yet even this constitution has had to be revised, to the end of guarding afresh against religious strifes and conflict of cantonal jurisdictions. In 1872, the centralizing reformers carried in the chambers a revision of the constitution, but under the referendum, a specialty of Swiss democracy, instituted in or after 1831 by the Catholic Conservative Party in St. Gall, the Valais and Lucerne, it was rejected by a popular vote of 261,072 citizens to 255,609, and of 13 cantons to 9. With a few modifications, however, it was carried in 1874 by a vote of 340,199 to 198,013, and of 1412 cantons to 712. The whole process is a great lesson as to the superiority of the methods of peace and persuasion to those of revolution and force. The referendum itself, first set up locally with the most reactionary intentions, has come to be valued whether wisely or unwisely by radicals and conservatives alike. And while it seems to offer a possibility of appeals to demotic ignorance and passion while these subsist, and to be unnecessary where they do not, it is at least a guarantee of the decisiveness of any great constitutional step taken under it. Historically speaking, the consummation thus far is a great democratic achievement, and the whole drift of federal legislation is towards an increased stability of union. On the other hand, despite a characteristic menace from Bismarck, the international position of Switzerland appears to be as safe as that of any other European state, great or small. Any pg 352 attempt on its independence by any one power would infallibly be resisted by others. As regards the true political problems, those of domestic life, the Swiss case presents the usual elements. From dangerous religious strife, the Jesuits being excluded, it seems likely to be preserved in future by the rationalizing force of the socialist movement, but that movement in turn tells of the social problem. A country of not readily extensible resources, Switzerland exhibits nearly as clearly as does Holland the dangers of overpopulation. The old resource of foreign enlistment being done with surplus population forces a continual emigration, largely from the rural districts, where the lands are for the most part heavily mortgaged. The active industrialism of the towns with their large manufacture of clocks and watches, cottons and silks involves a large importation of foreign food, with which native agriculture cannot advantageously compete. Thus, as in the 18th century, the pinch falls on the country, while the towns are in comparison thriving. The relatively high death rate of recent years raises an old issue. Malthus has told how in the 18th century a panic arose concerning the prudential habits of the population in the way of late marriages and small families, and how thereafter encouragements to early marriage had led to much worsening of the lot of many of the people. With a small birth rate there had been a small death rate, whereas the rising birth rate went with rising misery. Perhaps through the influence of his treatise, the movement of demand for increase of population seems to have died out, and the practice of prudence to have regained economic credit. It would appear, however, that within the past half-century the conditions as to population have again somewhat worsened. At 1850, when nearly half of all the men married per year in England were under 20 years of age, the normal marrying age in the Vaud was 30 or 31, and there had existed in a number of the old Catholic cantons laws inflicting heavy fines on young people who married without proving their ability to support a family. The modern tendency is to abandon such paternal modes of interference, and it does not appear that personal prudence thus far replaces them, though on the other hand there was in the first half of last century a marked pg 353 recognition by Swiss publicists of the sociological law of the matter. Thus 1000, Edward Mallet of Geneva pointed out before 1850 that the chances of life had steadily gone on increasing with the lessening of the birth rate for centuries back. His tables run: life chances, years, months, days. Towards end of 16th century, 8726. In 17th century, 13316. In the years 17,011,750 913. 17,511,830 135. 18,011,813 480. 18,140 1,833 450 29. The statistician's summary of the case is worth citing. As prosperity advanced, marriages became fewer and later, the proportion of births was reduced, but greater numbers of the infants born were preserved. In the early and barbarous periods, the excessive mortality was accompanied by a prodigious fecundity. In the last few years of the 17th century, a marriage still produced 5 children and more. The probable duration of life was not 20 years, and Geneva had scarcely 17,000 inhabitants. Towards the end of the 18th century there were scarcely 3 children to a marriage, and the probability of life exceeded 32 years. At the present time a marriage produces only 2 3/4 children. The probability of life is 4 to 5 years, and Geneva, which exceeds 27,000 in population, has arrived at a high degree of civilization and material prosperity. In 1836 the population appeared to have attained its summit. The births barely replaced the deaths. But in 1910 the population of Geneva Canton was 154,159, and the figures of Swiss emigration averaging about 5,000 per annum tell their own tale. Increasing industrialism, as usual, has meant conjugal improvidence. Once more the trouble is not smallness of population, but undue increase. As Protestantism appears to increase slightly more than Catholicism, no blame can in this case be laid on the Catholic Church. But in Switzerland, as elsewhere, Catholicism tends to illiteracy. In the Protestant cantons, the proportion of school-attending children is as 1 to 5. In the half-and-half cantons pg 354, it is as 1 to 7, and in the Catholic it is as 1 to 9. This, and no tendency of race or direct tendency of creed, is the explanation of the relative superiority of Protestant to Catholic cantons in point of comfort and freedom from mendicancy. For the cantons remarked by travellers for their prosperity are indifferently French and German-speaking, while the less prosperous are either German or mixed. The fact that the 3 oldest forest cantons are among the more backward is a reminder that pastorship, there at its height, is always a snare to civilization. Describing these cantons over half a century ago, Grote spoke severely of their dull and stationary intelligence, their bigotry and their pride in bygone power and exploits. The reproach is in some measure applicable to other parts of Switzerland, as to other nations in general, and it must cease to be deserved before the Republic, cultured and well administered as it is, can realize republican ideals. But the existing federation of the Helvetic cantons, locally patriotic and self-seeking as they still are, is a hopeful spectacle for this among other reasons, that it is a perpetual reminder of the possibility of federations of states, even at a stage of civilization far short of any utopia of altruism. Chapter 6, Portugal. 1. The Rise and Fall of Portuguese Empire pg 355. For European history, Portugal is signalized in two aspects. First, as a made kingdom, set up by the generating of local patriotism in a medieval population not hereditarily different from that of the rest of the peninsula. Secondly, as a small state which attained, and for a time wielded empire on a great scale. The beginnings of the local patriotism are not confidently to be gathered from the old chronicles, which reduce the process for the most part to the calculated action of the Queen Teresa fl. 111,428, certainly one of the most interesting female figures in history. But the main process of growth is simple enough. A series of warrior kings made good their position on the one hand against Spain, and on the other conquered what is now the southern part of Portugal, the ancient Lusitania, from the Moors. Only in a limited degree did their administration realize the gains conceivable from a differentiation and rivalry of cultures in the peninsula. But in view of the special need for such variation in a territory open to few foreign cultural contacts, the Portuguese nationality has counted substantially for civilization. It would have counted for much more if in the militant Catholic period the Portuguese crown had not followed the evil lead of Spain in the three main steps of setting up the Inquisition, expelling the Jews, and expelling the Moriscos. On the Portuguese as on the northern European coasts, seafaring commerce arose on a basis of fishing. Agriculturally, save as to fruits and wines, Portugal was undeveloped, and the conquered Moorish territory, handed over by the king in vast estates to feudal lords, who gave no intelligent encouragement to cultivation, long remained sparsely populated. The great commercial expansion began soon after King John Roman II, egregiously known as the Perfect, suddenly and violently broke the power of the feudal pg 356 nobility, 148,384, a blow which made the king instantly a popular favorite, and which their feudal methods had left the nobles unable to return. In the previous generation, Prince Henry the Navigator had set up a great movement of maritime discovery, directed to commercial ends, and from this beginning arose the remarkable but short-lived empire of Portugal in the Indies. That stands out from the later episodes of the Dutch and British empires in that, to begin with, the movement of discovery was systematically fostered and subsidized by the crown, Prince Henry giving the lead, and that in the sequel the whole commercial fruits of the process were the crown's monopoly, a state of things as unfavorable to permanence as could well be conceived. But even under more favorable conditions, though the Portuguese Empire might have overborne the Dutch, it could hardly have maintained itself against the British. The economic and military bases, as in the case of Holland, were relatively too narrow for the superstructure. What is most memorable in the Portuguese evolution is the simple process of discovery, which was scientifically and systematically conducted in the hope of sailing round Africa to India. The list of results is worth detailing. In 1419 Perestrello discovered the island of Porto Santa. In 1420 Zarco and Vaz found Madeira, not before charted, and in the next 20 years the Canary Islands, the Azores, Santa Maria and St. Miguel swelled the list. In 1434 Cape Bajador was doubled by Gil Eanes, and the Rio Douro was reached in 1436 by Baldear. In 1441 Nuno Tristan attained Cape Blanco. In 1445 he found the river Senegal, 500. Diaz reaching Guinea in the same year, and Cape Verde in 1446. From Tristan's voyage of 1441 dates the slave trade, which now gave a sinister stimulus to the process of discovery. Every cargo of Negroes being eagerly bought for the cheap cultivation of the Moorish lands, still poorly populated under the feudal regimen. The commercial and slave-trading purpose may in part account for the piecemeal nature of the advance, for it was not till 1471 that the islands of Fernando Po were discovered and the equator crossed, and not till 1484 that Cam reached the Congo. But 2 years later Bartholomew Diaz made the rest of the way to the Cape of Good Hope, a much greater advance than had before been made in 30 years, and after a pause in the chronicles of 11 years, Vasco da Gama sailed from pg 357 Lisbon to Calcutta. Meantime the Perfect King, preoccupied with the African route, made in 1488 his great mistake of finally dismissing Columbus from his court as a visionary. Had Portugal added the new hemisphere to her list of discoveries, it would have been stupendous indeed. As it is, this Celtic people, sailing in poor little vessels obviously not far developed from the primary fishing smack, had done more for the navigation and charting of the world than all the rest of Europe besides. And still the expansion went rapidly on, the reign of Manuel, the Fortunate, reaping even more glory than that of his predecessor, who in turn had rewards denied to the pioneer promoter, Prince Henry. In the year 1500 Brazil was reached by Cabral, and Labrador by Court Real, and in 1501 Casella discovered the islands of St. Helena and Ascension. Amerigo Vespucci, whose name came into the heritage of the discovery of Columbus, explored the Rio Plata and Paraguay in 1513. Coutinho did as much for Madagascar and the Mauritius in 1506. Almeida in 1507 found the Maldive Islands. Malacca and Sumatra were attached by Sequeira in 1509, the Moluccas by Serrano in 1512, and the Isle de Bourbon in 1513 by Mascarenhas. In Eastern Asia, again, Seelho in 1516 sailed up the coast of Cochin China and explored Siam. Andrade reached Canton in 1517 and Pekin in 1521. And in 1520 the invincible Magellan, entering the service of Spain, achieved his great passage to the Pacific. No such century of navigation had yet been seen, and all this dazzling enlargement of life and knowledge was being accomplished by one of the smallest of the European kingdoms, while England was laggardly passing from the point of Agincourt, by the way of the Wars of the Roses, to that of the Field of the Cloth of Gold, producing at that stage indeed More's utopia, but yielding no fruits meet therefore. When, however, there followed on the process of discovery the process of commerce, the advantages accruing to the monarchic impulse and control were absent. Always as rigidly restrictive in its pursuit of discovery and commerce as the ancient Carthaginians had been, the Portuguese crown was as much more restrictive than they in its practice, as an absolute monarchy is more concentrated than an oligarchy. Whatever progress was achieved by the PG 358 Portuguese in India was in the way of vigorous conquest and administration by capable governors like Albuquerque 500 and de Castro 500, of whom the first showed not only military but conciliatory capacity, and planned what might have been a triumphant policy of playing off Hindu princes against Mohammedan. But the restrictive home policy was fatal to successful empire building, where the conditions called for the most constant output of energy. Though the Portuguese race has shown greater viability in India than either the Dutch or the English, it could not but suffer heavily from the climate in the first days of adaptation. The death rate among the early governors is startling, and the rank and file cannot have fared much better. All the while swarms of the more industrious Portuguese, including many Jews, were passing to Brazil and settling there. To meet this drain, there was needed the freest opening in India to private enterprise, whereas the Portuguese crown, keeping in its own hands the whole of the Indian products extorted by its governors, and forcing them to send cargoes of gratis goods for the crown to sell, limited enterprise in an unparalleled fashion. The original work of discovery and factory planting, indeed, could not have been accomplished by Portuguese private enterprise as then developed, but the monarchic monopoly prevented its growth. The Jews had been expelled, and with them most of the acquired commercial skill of the nation. The nobles had become as subservient to and dependent on the throne as those of Spain were later to be, and already the curse of empire was impoverishing the land as it was to do in Spain. As was fully realized in the 18th century by the great Pombal, the mere possession of gold mines destroyed prosperity, the imaginary wealth driving out the real. But before Portugal was ruined by her Brazilian mines, she was enfeebled by the social diseases that afflicted ancient Rome. Slave labor in the Moorish provinces drove out free. The rural population elsewhere thinned rapidly under the increasing drain of the expeditions of discovery, colonization, and conquest, and only in the rapidly increasing population of Lisbon, which trebled in 80 years, was there any ostensible advance in wealth to show for the era of empire. Even in Lisbon, by the middle of the 16th century, the Negro slaves outnumbered the free citizens. And over these conditions of economic and political decadence reigned the Inquisition, PG 359. In Portugal, as in Spain, the period of incipient political decay is the period of brilliant literature. the explanation being that in both cases middle-class and upper-class incomes were still large and the volume of trade great, there being thus an economic demand for the arts, while the administration was becoming inept and the empire weakening. In both cases, too, there was less waste of energy in war than in the ages preceding. As Lope de Vega and Calderon build up a brilliant drama after the Armada and the loss of half the Netherlands, and Velázquez is sustained by Philip Roman IV, so Camões writes his epic, Gil Vicente his plays, and Barrows his history in the reign of John Roman III, when Portugal is within a generation of being annexed to Spain, and within 2 generations of being bereft of her Asiatic empire by the Dutch. At such a stage when wealth still abounds, and men for lack of science are indifferent to such phenomena as multiplication of slaves and rural depopulation, a large city public can evoke and welcome literature and art. It was so in Augustan Rome, and the sequel is congruous in all cases. Mr. Moore Stephens in this connection affirms Portugal, that it has always been the case in the history of a nation which can boast of a golden age, that the epoch of its greatest glory is that in which its literature chiefly flourished. It was so with Portugal. The age which witnessed the careers of its famous captains and conquerors was also the age of its greatest poets and prose writers. The proposition on inquiry will be found to be inaccurate in its terms and fallacious in its implications, as thus, Greek literature is, on the whole, at its highest in the period of Plato, Aristophanes, Euripides, and Aristotle, while the period of glory or expansion must be placed either earlier or later, under Alexander, when the golden age of literature is past. The synchronism equally breaks down in the case of Rome. There is little literature in the period of the triumph over Carthage, and literature does not go on growing after Augustus, despite continued military glory. Trajan had neither a Horace nor a Virgil. In England the glory of Marlborough's victories evokes Addison, not Shakespeare, who does most of his greatest work under James I. And though Chaucer chanced to flourish under Edward Roman III, there is no fine literature whatever alongside of the conquests of Henry V. In Germany, Schiller and Goethe, Fichte and Hegel wrote in a period of political subordination, and Heine before the period of Bismarckism. Who are the great writers since? In France, the period of Napoleon is nearly blank of great writers. They abounded after the fall of his empire and the loss of his PG 360 conquests. The great literary period of Spain begins with the decline of the Spanish Empire. The great modern literature of the Scandinavian states has arisen without any national glory to herald it. It is hardly necessary to bring further evidence. It remains only to point out that in Portugal itself the brilliant literary reign is not the period of discovery, since all the great exploration had been done before John Roman III came to the throne. It is true that the retrospect of an age of conquest and effort may stimulate literature in a later generation, but the true causation is in a literary plus a social sequence, though the arrest of literary development is always caused socially and politically. Portuguese and Spanish literature and drama alike derive proximately from the Italian Renaissance. When both polities were in full decadence, with the Inquisition hung round their necks, their intellectual life necessarily drooped. But it is pure fallacy to suppose, and here Mr. Stephens would perhaps acquiesce, that a period of new conquest is needed to elicit new and original literature. Homer, Plato, Dante, Boccaccio, Montaigne, Shakespeare, Bacon, Molière, Voltaire, Goethe, Leopardi, Poe, Balzac, Heine, Flaubert, Hawthorne, Turgenev, Ruskin, Ibsen. These are in no rational sense byproducts of militarism or expansion. Given the right social and economic conditions, Spain and Portugal may in the 20th century produce greater literature than they ever had, without owning a particle of foreign empire any more than do Sweden and Norway. The causes of the decline of the Portuguese Empire are very apparent. At the best, with its narrow economic basis in home production, it would have had a hard struggle to beat off the attack of the Dutch and English. But the royal policy, reducing all Portuguese life to dependence on the throne, had withered the national energies before the Dutch attack was made. Hence the easy fall of the crown to Philip of Spain, when, the succession failing, he chose to grasp it. The nation had for the time lost the power of self-determination, and under the Spanish dominion, the Portuguese possessions in the Indies were defended against the Dutch and English with but a moiety even of the energy that a Portuguese king might have elicited. So the imposing beginnings came well nigh to naught, the Portuguese Empire lasting in its entirety as a trade monopoly for just 100 years. Within the first 30 or 40 years of the 17th century, Dutch and English, Moslems, and even Danes had captured from Spain-ruled Portugal the Moluccas, Java, most of its Indian territory, its Persian and Chinese settlements, and much of the coast of Brazil, and the PG 361 two former enemies harried at sea what oriental trade it had kept. The rest of the Indian settlements were lost in the next generation. Empire had run for Portugal the usual course. It was at this stage that the new life of the nation began. In 1640 came the successful revolt against Spain, and the Dutch power in Brazil, which had seemed decisively established under Prince Maurice of Nassau, was entirely overthrown within 10 years after his recall in 1644. In Portugal, the revolution was primarily the work of the nobility, exasperated by Spanish arrogance and exclusiveness, but they were effectually supported by the people for the same reason, and the state of Spain, financially decrepit and embroiled in war abroad and rebellion in Catalonia, left the new dynasty of Braganza able to maintain itself with French help against the clerical and other elements of pro-Spanish reaction. The overthrow of the Dutch in Brazil was almost against the new king's will, for they had at first supported him against Spain, but the movement there was as spontaneous and fully as well justified as the revolt at home against Spain itself. 2. The colonization of Brazil. Brazil was and is in fact for Portugal the analogue to the North American colonies of Britain. Where empire was sought in the Indies as a means of revenue, savage Brazil, after the gold-seeking rush of 1530, which first raised it above the status of a penal settlement, was a colony, resorted to by men, many of them Jew-seeking freedom from the Inquisition, and men driven from the soil by slave labor seeking land to till for their own subsistence. All things considered, it has been one of the soundest processes of colonization in history. The low state of the autochthonous inhabitants is sufficient proof of Buckle's proposition that there the combination of great heat and great moisture made impossible a successful primary civilization, nature being too unmanageable for the natural or primitive man. The much higher development of pre-European civilization, not only in Mexico and Peru, but among the North American Indians, can be explained in no other way. PG 362, but that science may not in time so exploit the natural forces as to turn them to the account of a high tertiary civilization, is an assumption we are not entitled to make, though Buckle apparently inclined to it. When he wrote, the population of Brazil was computed at 6 millions. Today it stands at over 23 millions, and in Brazil the prospect has never been reckoned otherwise than hopeful. The progress all along, relatively to the obstacles, has been so great that there is no visible ground for anticipating any arrest in the near future. In Brazil, from the first, individual and collective energy had the chance that the royal monopoly denied to the Asiatic settlements. There was here no exigible revenue to arrange for, and the first colonists, being left to themselves, set up local self-government with elected military magistrates called captains, an evolution more remarkable than any which took place in the first century of English colonization in North America. The first governor-general sent out, Alfonso de Sousa, had the wisdom to preserve and develop the system of captaincies, and colonization went steadily on throughout the century. It was first sought as a matter of course to enslave the natives, but the attempt led only to a race war such as grew up later in the New England colonies, and in the Catholic as later in the Protestant colonies resort was had to the importation of Negroes, already so common as slaves in Portugal. With a much slower rate of progress, the Brazilians have in the end come much better than the North Americans out of the social diseases thus set up. In the first place, the Jesuits had a missionary success among the Aborigines such as the Puritans never approached in North America, thus eventually arresting the race struggle and securing the native stock as an element of population, a matter of obvious importance in view of the factor of climate. And whereas the labors of the Jesuits in India had been turned to naught by the Inquisition which they brought in their train, Brazil was by the wisdom of the early governors saved from that scourge. Thus fortunately restrained by the civil power, the Jesuits did a large part of the work of civilizing Brazil. So long as the stage of race war lasted and, till far on in the 17th century, it was PG 363 chronic, and murder rouse they strove to protect the natives whom they converted. It is noteworthy, too, that just before expelling the Jesuit order from Portugal in 1759, by which time it had become a wealthy and self-seeking trading corporation in Brazil, The Marquis of Pombal secured the emancipation in Brazil of all the Indians who had there been enslaved as a result of the old race wars, thus giving effect to a law which the Jesuits had got passed in 1680 without being able to enforce it against the slave owners. And it is apparently due in part to the culture they maintained that, though the emancipation of the Negroes was to be delayed till late in the 19th century, an energetic plea was made for them by a Portuguese advocate of Batria at the time of the emancipation of the Indians. Their own degeneration into a wealth-amassing corporation was an exact economic duplication of the process that had occurred in Europe among all the monastic and chivalrous orders of the Middle Ages in succession. In the 18th century, Brazil, still limited for its direct trade to Portugal, so prospered that the loss of empire in Asia was much more than compensated even to the royal revenue of Portugal. The new discoveries of gold bringing for a time as much as 300,000 a year to the treasury under the system by which, the goldfields remaining free to their exploiters, the crown received a fifth of the total export. The trouble was that the influx of gold in Portugal, as in Spain, paralyzed industry, and the country became poorer in a double ratio to its bullion revenue, and not till this was scientifically realized could a sound polity be raised. But in Portugal itself, after the advent of the anti-clerical Marquis of Pombal, there went on as striking a regeneration of government 175,077 as occurred in Spain under Charles Roman III. And though the storms of the French Revolution and the tyrannous reactions which followed it fell as heavily on Portugal as on the rest of the peninsula, its lot is today hopeful enough. In common with those of Spain and Italy, its literature shows plenty of fresh intellectual life, and again as in their case, its worst trouble is a heritage of bad finance, rather than pg 364 any lack of progressive intelligence. With sound government, the large outlet offered by Brazil to emigration should make Portugal a place of plenty if, that is, its burden of debt be not too great. But herein lies a problem of special importance for the people of Great Britain. Portugal, like Britain, began to accumulate a national debt in the period of chronic European war. But between 1850 and 1890, the sum had actually multiplied tenfold, rising from 25 to 258 millions of milrace, and at the close of 1910, it stood at over 1,000 millions, the interest upon which constitutes 2/5 of the total national expenditure. All the while, the balance of productivity is more and more heavily on the side of Brazil. As a similar evolution may conceivably take place within the next century or two in England, it will be of peculiar interest to note how Portugal handles the problem. When the English coal supply is exhausted, a vast debt, it is to be feared, may be left to a population ill-capable of sustaining it, and the apparently inevitable result will be such a drift of population from Britain to America or Australia as now goes from Portugal to Brazil, leaving the home population all the less able to bear its financial burden. It is difficult to see how any arrangement, save a composition with creditors, can meet the Portuguese case. Yet within the last 20 years, Lisbon has been enormously improved, and if but the law of 1844 prescribing compulsory education could be enforced, Portuguese resources might be so developed as to solve the problem progressively. As it is, the nation is still largely illiteratia heavy handicap. Meanwhile, Brazil, after passing from the status of colony to that of kingdom or so-called empire, has become a republic, like the other Iberian states of South America, and throughout the 19th century, its development has been comparatively fortunate. The flight of the Portuguese king thither in 1808 gave it independent standing without its paying the price of war, whence came free trade with the friendly states of Europe. And when on the return of the king it insisted on maintaining its independence under his son, against the jealous effort of the Portuguese Cortes to reduce it to a group of dependent provinces, the tradition of freedom set up by its past prevailed. Thus the Brazilians effected peacefully what the English colonies in North America achieved only by an embittering and exhausting war. And so far as those of us can judge who are pg 365 not at home in Portuguese literature, the culture evolution in Brazil at the date of the French Revolution had on some lines equaled that of the United States. But where the United States were in educative and enriching contact with the relatively high civilizations of England and France, Brazil could still draw only on the relatively small intellectual and commercial stores of Portugal, with some addition from general commerce with Europe. It was in the latter half of the century, when intellectual influences from France had been prevalent, that Brazilian possibilities began to emphasize themselves. North American evolution has in the 19th century been especially rapid because of several great economic factors: the tobacco and cotton culture of the period before the Civil War, the very large immigration from Europe, the rush for gold to California, hastening the development of the West, the abundant yield of coal and iron, quickening every species of manufacture, especially after a large influx of cheap European labor in the last decades of the 19th century. No one of these special factors has been potent in Brazil, save for the latterly rapid increase of immigration. There is no great staple of produce that thus far outgoes competition, unless it be caoutchouc. The precious metals are not now abundant, and there is practically no coal, though there is infinite iron. But these are conditions merely of a relatively slow development, not of unprogressiveness, and the presumption is that they will prove beneficent. The rapid commercial development of the United States is excessively capitalistic, in virtue largely of the factor of coal, and the consequent disproportionate stress of manufactures. The outstanding result is a hard-driven competitive life for the mass of the population, with the prospect ahead of industrial convulsions, in addition to the nightmare of the race hatred between black and whitey, a desperate problem, from which Brazil seems to have been saved. There the problem of slavery was later faced than in the United States, partly perhaps because there the slave was less cruelly treated, but the result of the delay was altogether good. There was no civil war. The process of emancipation was gradual, beginning in 1871 and finishing with a leap in 188,588, and no race hatred has been left behind. Those whose political philosophy begins and ends with a belief in the capacities of the Anglo-Saxon race would do well to note these facts. Pg 366. In Brazil, the process of emancipation, long favored as elsewhere by the liberal minds, was peacefully forced on by economic pressure. It was seen that slave labor was a constant check to the immigration of free labor, and therefore to the development of the country. When this had become clear, emancipation was only a question of time. The same development would inevitably have come about in North America, and it is not a proof of any special Anglo-Saxon faculty for government that the process there was precipitated by one of the bloodiest wars of the modern world, and has left behind it one of the blackest problems by which any civilization is faced. The frequent European comments on the revolutions of South America are apt to set up an illusion. All told, those crises represent perhaps less evil than was involved in the North American Civil War, and they are hardly greater moral evils than the peaceful growth of financial corruption in the North. In any case, the only revolution in Brazil since the outbreak of 1848 has been the no less peaceful than remarkable episode of 1889, which dethroned the Emperor Pedro Roman II and made Brazil a republic. There was as much of pathos as of promise in the event, for Pedro had been one of the very best monarchs of the century. But at least the bloodless change was in keeping with his reign and his benign example, and may indeed be reckoned a due result of them. In fine, Brazil, in common with other parts of South America, has a fair chance of being one day the scene of a civilization morally and socially higher than that now evolving in North America. What may be termed the coal civilizations, with their factitious rapidity of exploitation, are in the nature of the case relatively ugly and impermanent. That cannot well be the highest civilization which multiplies by the myriad its serfs of the mine, and by the million its slaves of the machine. In South America, the lack of coal promises escape from the worst developments of capitalism, inasmuch as labor there must be mainly spent on and served by the living processes and forces of nature. They're so immeasurable and so inexhaustible of beauty. Fuel enough for sane industry is supplied by the richest woods on the planet, and the Brazilian Pg 367 climate, even now singularly wholesome over immense areas, may become still more generally so by control of vegetation. It is a suggestive fact that there the common bent, though still far short of mastery, is in an exceptional degree towards the high arts of form and sound. It may take centuries to evoke from a population which quietly embraces the colored types of South America and Africa the aesthetic progress of which it is capable, but the very fact that these types play their physical and artistic part in the growth is a promise special to the case. And if thus the Latin race for it is Italians, Portuguese, Spaniards, and French-speaking Belgians who chiefly make up the immigrants, Though there is a German element also build up a humanly Catholic and soundly democratic life in that part of the planet most prodigally served. By nature, subduing to their need the vast living forces which overpowered the primitive man, and at the same time escaping the sinister gift of subterranean fuelif, thus they build up life rather than dead wealth, they will have furthered incomparably the general deed of man. But it is part of the hope set up by the slower rate of a progress which overtakes and keeps pace with nature, instead of forestalling the yearly service of the sun, that when it reaches greatness, it will have outlived the instincts of racial pride and hate, which have been the shame and the stumbling block of the preceding ages. Should little Portugal be the root of such a growth, her part will surely have been sufficient, but in the meantime Portugal and Brazil alike suffer from illiteracy, the bane of the Catholic countries, and that pre-straught evil must be remedied if their higher life is to be maintained. Until this vital drawback is removed, the possible social gain to Portugal from the Revolution of 1910 cannot be realized. A republic is more favorable to progress than a monarchy only in so far as it gives freer play and fuller furtherance to all forms of energy. And pg 368, in the still priestridden peninsula, the resistance of sacerdotalism to democratic rule is a great stumbling block. The Republic of Portugal needs time to establish itself aright. Citizens of more advanced countries are wont to criticize with asperity shortcomings of administration in the new states of our time, which were fully paralleled in their own in the past. Englishmen who make comparisons between their own political system and that of countries whose constitutions have been reshaped within the present century would do well to consider the state of English government in the latter part of the 18th century, after 100 years of constitutional freedom. Nay, in a country where the great parties in our own time perpetually accuse each other of gross and unscrupulous misgovernment, disparagements of the politics of countries which only recently attained self-government are obviously open to discount. Suffice it that Portugal, albeit by a via dolorosa of violence trodden by other peoples before her, has reaffirmed her part in the movement of civilization towards a larger and a better life, thus giving the 100th disproof to the formulas which deny the potentiality of advance to states which have known decadence. Part 6, English History down to the Constitutional Period. Chapter 1, Before the Great Rebellion 369. It is after the Great Civil War that English political development becomes most directly instructive, because it is thenceforward that the modern political conditions begin to be directly traceable. Constitutional or parliamentary monarchy takes at that point a virtually new departure. But we shall be better prepared to follow the play of the forces of attraction and repulsion, union and strife, in the modern period, if we first realize how in the ages of feudal monarchy and personal monarchy, as the previous periods have been conveniently named, the same fundamental forces were at work in different channels. The further we follow these forces back, the better we are prepared to conceive political movement in terms of naturalist as opposed to verbalist formulas. Above all things, we must get rid of the habit of explaining each phenomenon in terms of the abstraction of itself as Puritanism by the Puritan spirit, Christian civilization by Christianity, and English history by the English character. We are to look for the causation of the Puritan spirit and English conduct, and the religion of the hour in the interplay of general instincts and particular circumstances. At the very outset, the conventional views as to the bias of the Anglo-Saxon race are seen on the least scrutiny to be excluded by the facts. Credited with an innate bent to seafaring, the early pg 370 English are found to have virtually abandoned the sea after settling in England, the new conditions altering the seagoing bent just as the older had made it, and continued to do in the case of the Scandinavians. Credited in the same fashion with a racial bias to commerce, they are found to have been uncommercial, unadventurous, homestaying, and it took centuries of continental influences to make them otherwise. Up to the 14th century, almost the whole of English trade was in the hands of aliens, and of what trade the free Anglo-Saxons did conduct, the most important branch seems to have been the slave trade. As to the mass of the population, whatever were their actual life conditions, and, as to this, we have very little knowledge. It were certainly not the free barbarians of the old Teutonic legend. Unfree in some sense they mostly were, and all that we have seen of the early evolution of Greece and Rome goes to suggest that their status was essentially depressed. In the words of a close student, English economic history begins with the serfdom of the masses of the rural population under Saxon ruler serfdom, from which it has taken 1,000 years of English economic evolution to set them free. This is perhaps an overstatement. Serfdom suggests general predial slavery, and this cannot be shown to have existed, but those who repel the proposition seem to take no account of the tendency towards popular depression in early settled communities. If we stand by the terminology of Doomsday Book, we are far indeed from the conception of a population of freemen. That the mass of the Saxon English, who included many of non-Saxon descent, were more or less unfree, is a conclusion repeatedly reached on different lines of research. Long ago, the popular historian Sharon Turner wrote that there can be no doubt that nearly 3/4 of the Anglo-Saxon population were in a state of slavery. History of the Anglo-Saxons, 4th ed., 1823 Roman 3, 255, and he is here supported by his adversary Dunham Europe during the Middle Ages, Cab. Sic. pg 3,711,834, Roman 3, 4952. J 1000. Kemble later admitted that the whole population in some districts were unfree. The Saxons in England, reprint, 1876, I. 189. Yet another careful student sums up that at the time of the conquest, we find the larger portion of the inhabitants of England in a state of villanage. J. F. Morgan, England under the Normans, 1858. The interesting question of the racial elements of the population at and after the conquest is fully discussed by the Rev. Geoffrey Hill, Some Consequences of the Norman Conquest, 1904 ch. 1. Later and closer research does but indicate gradations in the status of the unfree, gradations which seem to have varied arbitrarily in terms of local law. On this, however, see Morgan. The Doomsday Book specifies multitudes of villani, servi, bordare or cartare, as well as occasionally large numbers of sachmani and liberi homines. In Cornwall there were only 6 chief proprietors, with 1738 villani, 2441 bordare and 1148 servi. In Devonshire, AD 246 villani, 4814 bordare and 3210 servi. In Gloucestershire, 3071 villani, 1701 bordare and 2423 servi, while in Lincolnshire there were 11,322 sachmani, 7168 villani, 3737 bordare, and in Norfolk 4528 villani, AD 679 bordare, 1066 servi, 5521 sachmani and 4981 liberi homines. CP. Sharon Turner as cited Vol. Roman 3 BK. Roman 8 ch. 9. Thus the largest numbers of ostensible freemen are found in the lately settled Danish districts, and the largest number of slaves where most of the old British population survived. Ashley Economic History, 1888 I 1718. Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, 1891 I 88. The eastern counties are the home of Liberty Maitland, Doomsday Book and beyond. The main totals are Bordare 82,119, Villani 108,407, Servi 25,156, that is, 215,000 heads of families, roughly speaking, all of whom were more or less unfree, out of an entire enumerated male population of 300,000. The constant tendency was to reduce all shades to one of nativi or born villain stubs, Constitutional History 4th ed., I 465, that is to say the number of absolute serfs tends to lessen, their status being gradually improved, while higher grades tend to be somewhat lowered. Prof. Vinogradov's research, which aims at correcting Mr. Seebohm's does but disclose that villanage in general had 3 aspects. Legal theory and political disabilities would fain make it all but slavery. The manorial system ensures it something of the character of the Roman colonnatus. There is a stock of freedom in it which speaks of Saxon tradition. Villanage in England, 1892, cp. Seebohm as cited, and Stubbs, 132, I 46,265. Even the comparatively free sockmen were tied to the land, and were not independent yeomen. Ashley I 19, and even freedmen were often tied to a PG 372 specified service by the Act of Manumission Dunham, as cited Roman 351. As to Teutonic slavery in general, cp. 100. F. Allen Histoire de Danemark French tr. 1878 I 4144 and U.R. Burke History of Spain Humes ed. 1900 I 116, as to France cp. Guizot Essai sur l'histoire de France edit, 1847 pp. 16272, Histoire de la civilisation en France 13 e edit, Roman 3 172, 190,203, and as to the Netherlands see above pp. 29,596. There is a tendency on the one hand to exaggerate the significance of the data, as when we identify the lot of an ancient serf or villein with that of a Negro in the United States of 60 years ago, and on the other hand to forget, in familiarity with scholarly research, the inevitable moral bearing of all degrees of bondage. The villainous both is and is not a free man, but the not is none the less morally significant, though he may be liber homo he is not francus, and his name carries a slur. An immeasurable amount of moral history is conveyed in the simple fact that slave was always a term of abuse, that villain is just villain, that caitiff is just captive, and that churl is just ceoral. So the naif native becomes the knave, the scullion the blackguard, and the homeless wanderer the vagabond, even as for the Roman the guest hostes was the enemy. The rogue has doubtless a similar descent, and rogue and peasant slave in Tudor times, when slavery had ceased, stood for all things contemptible. Men degrade and impoverish their fellows, and out of the created fact of deprivation make their worst aspersions, never asking who or what it is that thus turns human beings into scullions, churls, blackguards, knaves, caitiffs, rogues, and villains. The Greeks knew that a man enslaved was a man demoralized, but saw in the knowledge no motive for change of social tactics. Still less did the Saxons, for their manumissions at the bidding of the priest were but penitential acts, in no way altering the general drift of things. Green Short History ch. I 6 ed. 1881 pp. 54-55, laying stress on the manumissions, asserts that under Edgar slavery was gradually disappearing before the efforts of the Church, but this is going far beyond the evidence. Green seems to have assumed that the laws framed by Dunstan were efficacious, but they clearly were not. Cp. 100, Edmund Morris Tyler Bale and Oldcastle 1875 pp. 1418, Kemble rightly noture going deeper than Prof. Vinogradov that there was a constant process of new slave-making Saxons, I 18,384, cp. pg 373 Maitland, and in particular notes how the honours and security of service became more anxiously desired than a needy and unsafe freedom. There is in short a law of worsenment in a crude polity as in an advanced one. Green himself says of the slave class that it sprang mainly from debt or crime, the making of England, 1885, cp. Short History, but debt and crime were always arising. Compare his admissions in the Conquest of England, 2nd ed., pp. 444-445. Elsewhere he admits that slaves were multiplied by the mutual wars of the Saxons, and Kemble, recognizing crime as an important factor, agrees I. 186 with Eichhorn and Grimm in seeing in war and conquest the principal and original cause of slavery in all its branches. A battle would make more slaves in a day than were manumitted in a year. Some slaves indeed, as in the Roman Empire, were able to buy their freedom. Morris as cited and refs. Dunham as cited Roman 351, but there can have been few such cases. Cp. 100, f. Allen Histoire de Danemark French tr. I 4144 as to the general tendencies of Teutonic slavery. The clergy for a time promoted enfranchisement, and even set an example in order to widen their own basis of power, but as Green later notes ch. v. 4, the Church in the end promoted emancipation, as a work of piety, on all estates but its own. Green further makes the vital admission that the decrease of slavery was more than compensated by the increasing degradation of the bulk of the people. Religion had told against political independence. The Church played into the hands of the king. During the Danish invasions, which involved heavy taxation Danegeld to buy off the invaders, slavery increased and worsened, and Sinut's repetition of the old laws against the foreign slave trade can have availed little. Morris, as cited pp. 23-24. Prof. Abdi, after recognizing that before the conquest English liberties were disappearing like those of France, lectures on feudalism, 1890 pp. 322, 32,627, 331, argues that, though the tenure of the villain was servile, he in person was not bond ap. Bond is, of course, a term of degree like others, but if not bond means freeman, the case will not stand. The sole argument is that had he been so bond, it is difficult to understand his admission into the conference in the procedure of the Doomsday Survey, apparently on an equality with the other members of the inquest. Now he was plainly not on an equality. The inquest was to be made through the sheriff, the lord of the manor, the parish priest, the reeve, the bailiff, and 6 villeins out of each hamlet 499. It is pretty clear that the villeins were simply witnesses to check, if need were, the statements of their superiors. PG 374. The weightiest argument against the darker view of Saxon serfdom is the suggestion of the late Prof. Maitland Doomsday Book, that the process of technical subordination, broadly called feudalism, was really a process of infusion of law and order. But he confessedly made out no clear case, and historical analogy is against him. Finally, though under the Normans the Saxon slaves appear to have gained as beside the middle grades of peasants Morgan, England under the Normans, Ashley I. 18, it is a plain error to state that the Bristol slaver trade was suppressed under William by the preaching of Wulfstan, and the influence of Lanfranc Green, Short History, also in Longer History I. 127, so also Bishop Stubbs I. 463 note. The true view is put by Morris as cited. The historian incidentally reveals later Short History, ch. Roman 7, 8, proceeding on Geraldus Cambrensis Expugnatio Hiberni lib. I. 100. That at the time of Henry II's accession, Ireland was full of Englishmen who had been kidnapped and sold into slavery, in spite of royal prohibitions and the spiritual menaces of the English Church. C.P. Hallam, Middle Ages, Roman 3, 316, note. He admits, too, that 100 years later than Dunstan the wealth of English nobles was sometimes said to spring from breeding slaves for the market. The market was for concubines and prostitutes as well as for labourers. C.P. Southey, Book of the Church, ed. 1824 I. 115, following William of Malmesbury, and Hallam as last cited. Gibbon justifiably infers ch. 38 Bone ed. Roman 4, 227 that the children of the Roman slave market of the days of Gregory the Great, non Angli sed Angeli, were sold into slavery by their parents. From the first to the last age, he holds, the Anglo-Saxons persisted in this unnatural practice. C.P. Morris as cited pp. 45. Gregory actually encouraged the traffic in English slaves after he became pope. Ep. To Candidus, cited in Pref. To Mrs. Elstow's trans of the Anglo-Saxon homily, p. 11, thus under Saxon, Danish and Norman law alike, a slave trade persisted for centuries. As regards the conditions of domestic slavery, it seems clear that the conquest lowered the status of the halfree, but on the other hand there was a great decrease in the number of slaves in Essex between the years 1065 and 1085 Morgan, as cited, C.P. Maitland. In Saxondom, for centuries before the conquest, history is made chiefly by the primitive forces of tribal and local animosity, the Northmen coming in to complicate the insoluble strifes of the earlier English, partly uniting these against them, dominating some, and getting ultimately absorbed in the population, but probably constituting for long an extra source of conflict in domestic politics. PG 375, a broad difference of accent, as in the Scandinavian states down to our own day, is often a strain on fellowship. In any case, the Anglo-Saxons at the time of the conquest, as always from the time of their own entry, showed themselves utterly devoid of the gift of union which has been ascribed to their race, as to the Roman. No Celts were ever more hopelessly divided. The Battle of Hastings is the crowning proof. And in the absence of leading and stimulus from a higher culture, so little progressive force is there in a group of struggling barbaric communities that there was only the scantiest political and other improvement in Saxon England during hundreds of years. When Alfred strove to build up a civilization, he turned as a matter of course to the Franks. The one civilizing force was that of the slight contacts kept up with the continent, perhaps the most important being the organization of the Church. It was the Norman conquest, bringing with it a multitude of new contacts and an entrance of swarms of French and Flemish artificers and clerics, that decisively began the civilization of England. The Teutonic basis, barbarous as it was, showed symptoms of degeneration rather than of development. In brief, France was mainly civilized through Italy. England was mainly civilized through France. Bishop Stubbs, after admitting as much 91, I. 269, 270, and noting the Norman genius for every branch of organization, proceeds to say that the Norman polity had very little substantial organization of its own, and that it was native energy that wrought the subsequent transformation. His own pages supply the disproof. See in particular as to the legislative and administrative activity of Henry Roman II, 147, I. 53,033. As to the arrest or degeneration of the Saxon civilization, cp. 79 I. 227, 228, Sharon Turner, History of England during the Middle Ages, 2nd ed., I. 173, HW 100. Davis, England under the Normans and the Angevins, 1905, Pearson, History of England during the Early and Middle Ages, 1867, I. 288, 30,812, 321, 343, 346, 347, Abdi as cited above. Mr. Pearson's testimony, it should be noted, is that of a partisan and eulogist of the race. Neist, after deciding that the number of the unfree population erscheint nicht übergroß, admits that the dependent stratum of the population must needs always increase, as a result of the land system. In time of war the class increased through the ruin of the small holdings, in time of peace through the increase of the landless members of families. The favourable pg 376 effects of a new acquisition through conquest and booty were again only to the possessing class Geschichte des Englischen Self-Government, 1863. He concludes that the social structure of the Anglo-Saxons appears to be on the whole unchanging, advancing only in the multiplication of the dependent classes. Among the symptoms of degeneration may be noted the retirement of nearly 30 kings and queens into convents or reclusion during the 7th and 8th centuries. This was presumably a result of clerical management. In Normandy itself, however, half a century before the conquest, there had arisen a state of extreme tension between the peasantry and their lords, and a projected rising was crushed in germ with horrible cruelty. William's enterprise thus stood for a pressure of need among his own subjects, as well as for an outburst of feudal ambition, and in making up his force he offered an opportunity of plunder to all classes in his own duchy, as well as to those of other provinces of France. Domesday Book, says one of its keenest students, is a Geldbücher survey made to facilitate taxation on the lines of the old Danegeld. William was repeating a Roman process. His invasion, therefore, hardly represented the full play of the existing forces of civilization. These, indeed, had to be renewed again and again in the 12th and 13th centuries, but the conditions of the conquest were important for the direction of English political evolution. Its first social and psychological effect was to set up new class relations, and in particular a marked division between aristocracy and people who spoke different languages. This involved a relation of distrust and close class union. When the people's speech began to compete with that of their masters, and the nobles separately began to be on good terms with their people, there would arise wide possibilities of strife, as between neighbouring nobles and their retainers. And in Scotland, the weakness of the crown long gave this free play. But in England, especially after the period of anarchy under Stephen, when the early baronage was much weakened and many estates were redivided, the strength of the crown, rooted in military custom and constantly securing itself, tended to unite the nobles as a class for their own aggrandizement and protection. King after king, therefore, sought the support of the pg 377 people against the baronage, as the baronage sought their help against the king, while the Church fought for its own share of power and privilege. The history of Christendom, indeed, cannot be understood save in the light of the fact that the Church, a continuous corporation owning much property as such, is as it were a state within the state, representing a special source of strife, although its non-military character limits the danger. What the Church has repeatedly done is to throw in its lot with king or nobles, or with the democracy as in Switzerland and Protestant Scotland, according as its economic interests dictate. The famous case of Becket, transformed from the king's friend into the king's antagonist, is the most dramatic instance of the Church's necessary tendency to fight for its own hand, and to act as an independent community. And it is in large part to the check and counter-check of a Church, crown and baronage, all jealously standing on their rights as against each other, that the rise of English constitutionalism is to be traced, the baronage and the Church further being withheld from preponderance by the strifes arising within their own pale. For even the Church, unified at once by its principle, its celibacy, its self-interest, and the pressure of outside forces, exhibits in its own sections from time to time the law of strife among competing interests. The mere strife of interests, however, could not evolve civilization in such a polity without a constant grafting of actual civilizing elements from that southern world in which the ancient seeds were again flowering. Mere mixing of Norman with Saxon blood, one Teutonic branch with another, could avail nothing in itself beyond setting up a useful variability of type. And the element of French handicraft and culture introduced in the wake of the conquest, though not inconsiderable, could ill survive such a pandemonium as the reign of Stephen. Like Henry I, Stephen depended on the English element as against the baronage, but the struggle brought civilization lower than it had been since the conquest. With the accession of Henry Roman II came a new influx of French culture PG 378, and French speech, albeit without any departure from the monarchic policy of evoking the common people as against the nobles. Thenceforward, for over 100 years, the administrative methods and the culture are French, down to the erection of a French-speaking parliament by the southern Frenchman Simon de Montfort. The assumption that some inherent Teutonic faculty for self-government shaped the process is one of the superstitions of racial and national vanity. Dr. 100. H. Pearson's reiteration of the old race dogma history of England during the early and Middle Ages, I. 277, is its sufficient reductio ad absurdum. In the English manner, he connects with old Welsh usages of revenge the late Irish tradition of lynch law that has been transplanted to Americas if it were Irishmen who are today lynching Negroes in the southern states. He explains in the same way the contrast of French progress by revolutionary movements with the slow, constitutional, onward march of English liberty. On his own showing there was not progress but deterioration as regards liberty among the Saxons, and the later history of the English common people is largely one of their efforts to make revolutions. In France the revolutions were rather fewer. In Denmark and Germany again there was long relapse and then revolution. For the rest, Mr. Pearson has contrasted Welsh usage of the 6th century with Saxon usage of the 11th, this while admitting the lateness of the latter development pp. 275, 276. We should require only to go back to the blood feud stage in Teutondom to prove the ineradicable tendencies of the Anglo-Saxon to the Fostrecht, which in Germany survived till the 16th century, and to the fisticuffs which occurred in 1895 in the English Parliament. The reasoning would be on a par with Mr. Pearson's. Mr. J. H. Round's way of taking it for granted the Commune of London, 1899, pp. 13,840, that a tendency to strife is permanently and truly Hibernian, belongs to the same order of thought. Irishmen are represented as abnormal in inability to unite against a common foe, when just such disunion was shown through whole centuries in Saxondom, and in Scandinavia and in Germany, and they are further described as peculiar in leaving their commerce in foreign hands, when such was the notorious practice of the Anglo-Saxons. One of the most remarkable reversions to the racial way of reasoning is made by Mr. H. W. 100, Davis in his England under the Normans and Angevins. After setting out with the avowal that the Anglo-Saxons at the conquest were decadent, he reaches the conclusion that the Teutonic races PG 379 climb, slowly and painfully it is true, but with a steady and continued progress from stage to stage of civilization, while the Celtic, after soaring at the first flight to a comparatively elevated point, are inclined to be content with their achievement, and are passed by their more deliberate competitors. How a Teutonic race, given these premises, could be decadent, and be surpassed and finally uplifted by a Latin civilization 499, the theorist does not attempt to explain. To no virtue in Norman or English character, then, but to the political circumstances, was it due that there grew up in island England, instead of an all-powerful feudal nobility and a mainly depressed peasantry, as in continental France, a certain balance of classes, in which the king's policy against the nobility restrained and feudally weakened them, and favoured the burghers and yeomen, making subtenants king's liegemen, while on the other hand the combination of barons and church against the king restrained him. A tyrant king is better for the people than the tyranny of nobles, and the destruction of feudal castles by regal jealousy restrains baronial brigandage. Regal prestige counts for something as against baronial self-assertion, but aristocratic self-esteem also rests itself, as against a reckless king, on popular sympathy. On the other hand, the town corporations, originating in popular interests, became in turn close oligarchies. Even the class tyranny of the trade guilds, self-regarding corporations in their way, looking to their own interests and indifferent to those of the outside grades beneath them, could provide a foothold for the barons in the town mobs, whom the barons could patronize. What was done by the parliaments of Edward Roman III to allow free entrance to foreign merchants was by way of furthering the interests of the aristocracy, who wanted to deal with such merchants, as against the English traders who wished to exclude them. Yet again, the yeomanry and burghers, fostered by the royal policy, develop an important military force, which has its own prestige. Nothing can hinder, however, that foreign wars shall in the end aggrandize the upper as against the lower classes, developing as they do the relation of subjection, increasing the specifically military PG 380 upper class, and setting up the spirit of force as against the spirit of law. In particular, the king's power is always aggrandized when nobility and people alike are led by him to foreign war. Edward Roman III, indeed, had to make many legislative concessions to the commons in order to procure supplies for his wars, and the expansion of commerce in his reign, furthered by the large influx of Flemish artisans encouraged by him, strengthened the middle classes, but all the while the lower orders had the worst of it, and the jealousy between traders and artisans, already vigorous in the reign of John, could not be extinguished. And when, after nearly 80 years without a great external war, Edward I invaded Scotland, there began a military epoch in which, while national unity was promoted, the depressed class was necessarily enlarged, as it had been before the conquest during the Danish wars, and the poor went to the wall. Instinct made people and baronage alike loath at first to support the king in wars of foreign aggression, but when once the temper was developed throughout the nation, as against France, the spirit of national union helped the growth of class superiority by leaving it comparatively unchecked. In the period between the conquest and Edward, the free population had actually increased, partly by French and Flemish immigration in the train of the conquest, partly by Norman manumissions, partly through the arrivals of Flemish weavers exiled by domestic war, partly by the new growth of towns under Norman influence, partly by reason of the development of the wool export trade, which flourished in virtue of the law and order at length established under the Angevin kings, and so stimulated other industry. But from the beginning of the epoch of systematic national war, the increase was checked, and save for the period of betterment consequent on the destruction of population by the Black Death, the condition of the peasantry substantially worsened. Frenchmen were struck by the PG 381 number of serfs they saw in southern England, as compared with France, and by the stress of their servitude. An apparently important offset to the general restriction of freedom is the beginning of a representative parliamentary system under the auspices of Simon de Montfort. It is still customary to make this departure a ground for national self-felicitation, though our later historians are as a rule content to state the historical facts, without inferring any special credit to the Anglo-Saxon race. As a matter of fact, Simon de Montfort's parliament was the application by a naturalized Frenchman, under stress of the struggle between his party and the baronage and the king, of an expedient set up a generation before by the Emperor Frederick Roman II in Sicily, and a century before in Spain. There, and not in England, arose the first parliaments in which sat together barons, prelates, and representatives of cities. Simon de Montfort, son of the leader of the crusade against the Albigenses, may well have known of the practice of Spain, where in the 12th century the householders in the cities elected their members. But he must at least have been familiar with the details of the system set up in Sicily, to which English attention had been specially called by the effort of Henry Roman III to obtain the Sicilian crown for his son Edmund. And Simon imitated that system in England, not on any exalted principle of justice, but because the smallness of his support among the barons forced him to make the most of the burgher class, who had stood by him in the struggle. He may even, indeed, have taken his idea proximately from the practice of the rebels in Normandy before the conquest, when deputies from all the districts met in general assembly and bound themselves by a mutual oath. Thus accidentally introduced, under a French name, the representative system is one more of the civilizing factors which England owed to southern Europe. And as it was, baronage and burgesses alike failed to maintain Simon against the power of the crown, the monarchic superstition availing to divide even the malcontents, as had previously happened after the granting of Magna Carta by King John, pg 382. Reiterated claims had secured in the 18th century the general acceptance of the view that England set the example of admitting cities to representation in national diets, so Cock Hister. View of the European nations, Crichton's tr. 3rd ed. But as to the priority of the institution in Spain, see U.R. Burke, History of Spain, Hume's ed. I. 370, and Prescott Hist. Of the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella, Kirk's ed. 1889 and refs. As to its existence in Sicily circa 1232, see Milman Hist. Of Latin Christianity, Romans 6 154, proceeding on Gregorio, consider Raisoni sopra la storia di Sicilia, 1805 ed. 2a 183,139, vol. Roman 2 cap. v. and von Römer, Geschichte der Hohenstaufen Aufk. 185,758, b. Roman 7 Haupt. 6 BD, Roman 3, cp. Von Rumont, The Carafas of Maddaloni Eng, tr. 1854 and refs. Frederick's assemblies too were called Parliament. He in turn had of course been influenced by the practice, if not of Spain, at least of the Italian cities which he wished his own to rival. As to Simon's object in summoning burgesses, Hallam admits Europe during the Middle Ages, ed. 1855, Roman 3, 27, that it was merely to strengthen his own faction, which prevailed among the commonalty, though the step was too congruous with general developments not to be followed up. Compare the admissions of Green, pp. 15,153, Stubbs, Roman 2, 96, 103, and the remark of Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, bk. Roman 3, ch. Roman 3, that the representation of burghs in the States General of all the great European monarchies originated spontaneously in the desire of the kings for support against the barons. Freeman's statement, General Sketch of European History, that under Simon we find the whole English nation, nobles, clergy and people, acting firmly together against the king, is quite erroneous. Cp. Neist, Geschichte des Self-Government in England, 1863, Dr. Gardiner, Student's History, speaking of the presence of city burgesses and knights of the shire in the same parliament under Edward Roman III, writes that in no other country in Europe would this have been possible. He seems to have been entirely unaware of the Spanish practice. As the roots of the temper of equality are weakened, the relative prestige of the king is heightened, provided that in a turbulent age he is strong enough for his functions, though again he runs new risks when, in peace, he is weak enough to make favourites, and thus sets up a source of jealousy in the act of surrendering some of his own special prestige. Then he doubles the force against him. History has generally represented favourites as unworthy, but there is no pg 383 need that they should be so in order to be detested, and whether we take Gaveston or Buckingham or Bute, we shall always find that the animosity of the favourites' assailants is so visibly excessive as to imply the inspiration of primordial envy quite as much as resentment of bad government. Whether it is noble denouncing favoured noble or Pym impeaching the Duke, there is always the note of primary animal jealousy. A very obvious and familiar general law, here to be noted afresh, is that the constant and extensive employment of energy in war retards civilization, by leaving so much less for intellectual work. Some sociologists have arrived at the optimistic half-truths that warfare yields good in the form of chivalry, and that great wars like the Crusades promote civilization by setting up communication between peoples. But it is not asked whether the good involved in chivalry could not conceivably have been attained without the warfare, and whether, as before noted, there could not have been commerce between East and West without the Crusades. The ancient Phoenicians had contrived as much in their day. Even the expansion of Italian commerce which followed on the Crusades went on the lines of a trade already in existence, as is proved once for all by the mere numbers of the vessels supplied to the Crusaders by the Pisans, Genoese and Venetians, and inasmuch as these republics fought furiously for the monopoly, each grabbing for special privileges, till Genoa overthrew Pisa, the total expansion must have been small, and the political disintegration great. Nor was it on the whole otherwise with the spirit of chivalry, of which Guizot gives such an attractive picture. It was with the church-made code of chivalrous morals, as with the Church's code of Christian virtue, the ideal and practice were far asunder. As a matter of fact, the rules of chivalry were in part, but the rules of prize-fighters, without which the game could not continuously be played, and they in no way affected the relations of the prize-fighters with other classes, or even their moral relations with each other save in the matter of fighting. To the common herd they were not only brutal but base, recognizing no moral obligations in pg 384 that direction. So too, the Crusades represent a maximum of strife, yielding a minimum of intercourse, which save for the spirit of religious hate, which wrought the strife could have been attained in peace in tenfold degree, by the play of the energy spent in preliminary bloodshed. It is, of course, idle to speak as if the age of warfare might have been different if somebody had anachronistically pointed out the possibilities, but it is worse than idle, on the other hand, to impute a laudable virtue to its impulses, because other impulses followed on them. The task of the sociological historian is first to trace sequences, and then to reason from them to the problems of his own age, where most are praise and blame profitable exercises. The lesson of early English history is neither that chivalry is good nor that the feudal knights and kings were ruffians, but that certain things happened to retard civilization because these had their way, and that similar results would tend to accrue if their ideals got uppermost among us now. Thus we have to note that during the long period of frequent dynastic and other civil war from the conquest to the reign of Henry Roman II, there was almost no intellectual advance in England, the only traceable gain arising when the king was fighting abroad with his foreign forces. There was no such cause at stake as thrilled into fierce song the desperately battling Welsh, and though in the reign of Edward Roman III we have the great poetic florescence of which Chaucer is the crown, the inspiration of that literature had come from or through France, and with the depression of France there came the nemesis of depression in English culture. The triumph of Edward over France was, broadly speaking, a result of financial rascality, inasmuch as he succeeded by means of the money which he had borrowed from the Florentine bankers, and which he never repaid. He was thus well equipped and financed when the French were not, and he was able to buy off the princes of the empire on the north and east of the French frontier. But though the enterprise thus begun was continued by means of a home revenue raised mainly on the wool trade, the English attempt to dominate France ended in the inevitable way of imperialism, the humiliation of the victors duly following on. The misery and humiliation of the vanquished. Only the depopulation of the Black Death prevented extreme misery among the English population, and the pg 385 conquering king ends his life, as William had done before him, in isolation and ignominy. It may or may not have been again that Edward's victories over France practically determined the adoption of the middle-class Gallicized English speech by the upper classes, who had hitherto been French-speaking like the kings themselves. An Anglicizing process, such as had been interrupted at the advent of Henry Roman II, had set in when Normandy was lost, to be again interrupted on the accession of Henry Roman III, and resumed in the civil wars of his reign. But Edward I habitually spoke French, and so did his nobles. They had hitherto looked with true aristocratic scorn on the pretensions of the Burgii Ciristici Londonienses, qui si barons vocant ad nauseam, in the fashion satirized in all ages, down to our own. But in their new relation of hostility and superiority to Normandy and to France, they insensibly adopted the language that had been framed by that very bourgeoisie out of Saxon, and French idioms translated into Saxon. C.P. Pearson, 14th century, pp. 222-233, Prof. Earle's quasi-theory of the cause of the recovery of the native tongue philology of the English tongue, 3rd ed., pp. 44-66 is purely fanciful. In the end, as he admits, it was not any native dialect, but the artificial composite King's English, much modified by French, that survived. It is noteworthy that many locutions which pass in the Bible for specially pure archaic English, as 10, are simply translations of a French idiom, itself ancient Celtic translated into Romance. C.P. The Introduction to the Study of the History of Language by Strong, Logeman and Wheeler, 1891. The Rev. W. Denton, in his learned and instructive survey of the subject England in the 15th century, 1888 pp. 17, remarks that from some cause, now difficult to trace, great encouragement was given to French in the reign of Henry III. Probably the foreign tastes and partialities of the king had something to do with this. They certainly had. As soon as he could wield power, hordes of hungry Poitevins and Bretons were at once summoned over to occupy the royal castles, and fill the judicial and administrative posts about the court green, short hist, ch. Roman 3:5, as had happened before under Henry II. Mr. Denton rightly notes how in the reign of Henry Roman III the descendants of Norman barons, and the sons of Anglo-Norman fathers, were proud of the name of Englishmen, and took up arms against the king's Norman and PG 386 Angevin favourites, whom they despised as foreigners. This is the true line of causation. There is doubtless something in the theory that the general resort to the use of English in the schools was a result of the Black Death majority of the clergy being destroyed, and the new teachers being unable to instruct in French Gascon, the Great Pestilence, 1893, but there were certainly other causes involved. Mr. de Montmorency, State Intervention in English Education, 1902, pp. 1923, develops Gasquet's argument with much force, noting further that many of the foreign priests who survived forsook their charges. It might be added that the native peasantry necessarily counted for more in a social, as in an economic sense, after the great fall in their numbers, but the fact that the death came in the period of the successful French wars of Edward Roman III is clearly of capital importance. But for the moral reaction from these wars, the tendency would have been to procure new relays of French priests. It is indeed conceivable that, but for hostilities with France, French would have steadily gained ground through literature, depressing and discrediting the vernacular. On this view, it was the continuance of resistance by the Welsh that probably prevented the absorption of the Saxon speech by that of the conquered British, and it is similarly arguable that it was the relation of hostility between the Carlovingian Franks and the more easterly Germans that determined the supremacy of the Romance speech in French. The point is worth psychological investigation. Though, however, Chaucer's own New English work is part of the result, the intellectual gain stops there for the time being. No nation, from Rome to Napoleonic France, ever helped its own higher culture by destroying other states. The French wars of Henry V were not less injurious to English civilization than the desperate civil wars which followed them, when English medieval culture reached, relatively to the rest of Europe, its lowest point. And these wars, it is always important to remember, were the result of the young king's acting on the doctrine doubtfully ascribed to his father, but in any case all too easily acquired by kings that whereas peace gave headway to domestic sedition, foreign war unified the mass of the people and fixed them to their leader. The shameless aggression on France did so unify them for the moment, as imperialism among an unmoralized public may always be trusted PG 387 to do, and it left them more demoralized and divided than ever, in due sequence. In all likelihood, it was the new bribe of foreign plunder that first drew men away from Lollardism, considered as an outcome of economic discontent, thus preparing the collapse of the movement on its moral side. One man's egoism could thus sway the whole nation's evolution for evil, setting up for it the ideal which haloed him, and which survived him in virtue of the accident that the nemesis of his course fell upon his successors rather than on him. In the matter of plebeian subjection, the second half of the 14th century supplies the proof of the tendency of the period of war. The great gain to the serfs in that period was the result of the depopulation caused by the Black Death, 134,850, a relation of cause and effect, which is still ignored by some writers, in their concern to insist that English labour was once better off than at present. But it was later in the same half-century that the rising of the Jacquerie, which appears to have been in its origin strictly a revolt against taxation, was so bloodily repressed. The manner of the revolt sufficiently proves that the peasantry had gained new heart with the improvement in their lot which followed on the pestilence, in spite of laws to keep down wages. But even this improvement could not strengthen them sufficiently to make them hold their own politically in 1381 against the aristocracy, gentry and middle class, now hardened in class insolence. It would seem as if those who rose to the status of tenants, after the depopulation sought in their turn to keep down those who remained landless servitors. After the southern and eastern risings had been crushed, the men of Essex were told by Richard, who had given them charters of freedom and immediately afterwards revoked them, inclined as he was to protect the serfs in a measure against their masters, that bondsmen they had been and bondsmen they should remain, in PG 388 worse bondage than before, and the following Parliament declared that the landowners would never consent to the freeing of the serfs, were they all to die for it in a day. It is noteworthy on the side of economics that despite this temper serfage did gradually die out, the people being for long unable to multiply up to the old level, by reason of restraint, elusage, civil war, the decline of tillage and the grouping of holdings, and the high death rate. Jack Cade's rebellion in 1450 indicated the persistence of the democratic spirit, contending as it did for the suppression of the system under which the nobles plundered the kingdom while the king was imbecile. The question as to the rate at which the population recovered from the Black Death has been discussed by Prof. Thorold Rogers, Mr. Seebohm, and Prof. Cunningham. See the latter's Growth of English Industry and Commerce, 1891, I. 304. Prof. Rogers, on the one hand, maintains that by 1377, when the tax rolls seemed to give a population of about 2.5 million CP. Dunton, England in the 15th century, the population had recovered all it had lost in the plague, he being of opinion that the England of that age could not at any time support more than 2.5 millions. Mr. Seebohm, with whom Dr. Cunningham substantially concurs. See also Pearson, 14th century, and Gasquet, The Great Pestilence, 1893, thinks that the return of the plague in 1361 and 1369, and the unsettled state of the country, must have prevented recuperation, and, accepting the loose calculation that the plague destroyed half the population, Mr. Pearson says 1/2 or 2/3. Dr. Gasquet endorses the general view that fully 1/2 were destroyed. He concludes that the population before 1348 may have been 5 millions. The truth surely lies between these extremes. That the population should not at all have recovered in 25 years is extremely unlikely. That it should have restored a loss of 33% in 25 years, which is what Prof. Rogers's position amounts to, is still more unlikely. See his 6 Centuries of Work and Wages, pp. 223-226, where the mortality is estimated at 1/3. It is besides utterly incongruous with Prof. Rogers's own repeated assertion that during the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, the population of England and Wales was almost stationary. Industrial and Commercial History of England, pp. 46-49, 6 Centuries of Work and Wages, Economic Interpretation of History. How could a medieval population conceivably stand for half a century at a given figure, then, having been reduced by 1/3, replace the loss in 25 pg 389 years, and thereafter continue to subsist without further increase for 2 centuries more? On the other hand, there is a natural tendency in every suddenly depleted population to reproduce itself for a time at a quickened rate, and in the England of the latter half of the 14th century, the conditions would encourage such an effort. The lack of house room and settlement which normally checked increase CP. Stubbs, 493, was remedied for a large number of persons, and the general feeling would be all in favour of marriage and repopulation. CP. Rogers, 6 Centuries, where, however, evidence obviously bad is accepted as to multiplied births, though just after the plague there would be a great stimulus to the extension of pasture, since that needed fewer hands than tillage. On the whole, we may reasonably surmise that the population before 1348 was, not 5 millions, but between 3 and 4 millions. So Green, ch. v. 4, who, however, takes the somewhat excessive view that more than 1/2 were swept away, and further, that the population seems to have all but tripled since the conquest, and that it was prevented regaining that figure in the next century by the economic preference of sheep farming to tillage. Mr. Rogers expressly admits 6 centuries, that the price of labour, proclamations and statutes notwithstanding, did not ever fall to its old rates, and repeatedly asserts that the labourers remained masters of the situation. On his own principles, this goes to prove that their numbers remained lower than of old. He infers a considerable loss of life in the famine of 131,516 from the immediate rise of agricultural wages from 23 to 30%, of which on the average 20% was permanent. Here there is a presumption that even before 1315 the population was greater than afterwards. Yet again he states, etc., that the 15th century and the first quarter of the 16th were the golden age of the English labourer proposition, which staggers credence. C.P. W. J. Corbett in Social England, Roman II, 38,284. It is impossible, however, to attain demonstration either on that head or as regards the numbers of the population in the periods under notice. Mr. Rogers's claims to give decisive evidence show a serious misconception of what constitutes proof, and there is special reason to distrust his conclusion that population was no greater at the end of Elizabeth's reign than in that of Henry IV. Cp. Mr. Gibbons's Industrial History of England, pp. 107,108, Prof. J.E. Symes in Social England, Roman 3, 128, 129, decides that a great increase of the population undoubtedly took place in the reign of Henry Roman 8, adopting the estimate that the total at the death of Henry Roman 7 was about 2.5 millions, and at PG 390 the death of Henry Roman 8 about 4 millions. As to the population at the conquest, see Sharon Turner's History of the Anglo-Saxons, BK, Roman 8, 100, Vol. Roman 3 and Dunton, as cited pp. 12,829. It was then probably below 2 millions, and in the reign of Edward Roman II it may well have been over 3 millions, for Bishop Pecock about 1450 cited by Dunton, note speaks of a long-continued decrease, such as would be caused by the wars in France and at home, but the assertion of Tyndale in 1532-499, Ib. that the population was then less by a third than in the time of Richard Roman II, must be dismissed as a delusion set up by the phenomena of agrarian depopulation in certain districts. On this see below. It is important to note, finally, that it was in the age of raised standard of comfort that there occurred the first wide diffusion of critical heresy in England. Wycliffe's popular Lollardry was one phase of a movement that went deeper in thought and further afield in social reform than his, since he himself felt driven to confute certain opponents of belief in the scriptures, and at the same time to repudiate the doctrine that vassals might resist tyrant lords. Had he not done so, he might have had a less peaceful end, but it is clear that many men were in the temper to apply to lay matters the demand for reform which he restricted to matters ecclesiastical. John Ball's rising, however, promptly elicited the much superior strength of the feudal military class, and though in 1395 there were still Lollards to petition to Parliament for the abolition of unnecessary trades, as well as war and capital punishment, and the Catholic practices afterwards rejected by Protestantism, their utopia was as hopeless as that of the insurgent peasants. Even had the invasion of France not come about to bribe and demoralize the nation at large, turning it from domestic criticism to the plunder of a neighboring state, the nobility of the period were utterly incapable of an intellectual ideal, and any sympathy shown by any section of them for Lollardry was the merest opportunism, proceeding on resentment of papal exactions or on a premature hope of plundering the church. The moment Lollardry openly leant towards criticism of nobility as well as clergy, they were ready to give it up to destruction, and the determining cause of the fall of Richard Roman II was that, besides alienating the nobles at once by maintaining a peace policy, and by refusing to PG 391 let them go to all lengths in oppressing the labourers, he alienated the clergy by sheltering the Lollards. It was the clergy who turned the balance, embracing the cause of Henry Roman IV, who in turn systematically supported them, as did his son after him. Henry V, the national hero king, and his father were the first burners of Protestant heretics, and it was under Henry Roman IV, in 1401, that there was passed the act suppressing the voluntary schools of the Lollards. Doubtless it was a push of the Lollards that carried the later Act of 1406, permitting all men and women to send their sons and daughters to any school that pleaseth them in the realm, but the limitation of schoolkeeping to the church was an effective means of limiting the education given, and by 1430 the church had recovered from the Lollard revolt against her universal authority. Mr. Lecky, in his theory of the English aristocracy, credits the nobility with an eminently popular character from time immemorial, and cites Carmine's as to the singular humanity of the nobles to the people during the Civil War's history of England in the 18th century, small ed. I. 212, 213. The nobility in the circumstances had need to treat the people better than those of France normally did, which was what Carmine's was thinking of. Their own wealth, what was left of it, came from the people, to whom further they looked for followers, and Carmine's in the same passage BK. V.Ch. Roman 20 notes that the English people were more than ordinarily jealous of their nobility. Of course, the difference between French and English practice dates further back, as above noted. Similarly misleading is Mr. Lecky's statement that the Great Charter had been won by the barons, but it guaranteed the rights of all freemen. Mr. Gardner expressly points out Students' History, CP. His Introduction to English History, pp. 66-67, that the charter was won by a combination between all classes of freemen. London had harboured and aided the barons' force, and the clergy were closely concerned. CP. McKechnie Magna Carta 1905, the PG 392 Representative Assembly summoned by John in 1213 stood for the combination of the three classes. Green Short History, Illust, ed. I. 242, 243 uses language which countenances Mr. Lecky, but shows pp. 23,543, the need the barons felt for aid, and the influence of the church and the traders. Compare the language of his longer history 1885, I. 244, and his express admission as to the depression the baronage had undergone a century later 499. Dr. Stubbs Const. Hist. I. 571, 583 also indicates that the people cooperated, though he uses expressions pp. 570-579 which obscure the facts in Mr. Lecky's favour. Gizart Essays recognises that the movement was national. Buckle too made the point clear long ago. 3 vol. ed. Roman 2 11,420, 1 vol. ed. pp. 35,054, but it is noted even in what he called the wretched work of Delalmy, and was in Buckle's day a generally accepted truth. Cp. Ch. De Remusat l'Angleterre du 18e siècle, 1856 I. 33. It is worth noting in this connection that the Magna Carta, considered in itself, is a rather deceptive historical document. Not only did it need the defeat of John and his German and Flemish allies by the French at Bouvines to enable even the combined lords and commons and clergy to extort the charter, but the combination was being progressively destroyed by John, by means of his army of French mercenaries, when the barons in despair persuaded the French king to send an invading force, which was able to land owing to the ruin of John's fleet in a storm. Thereupon John's French troops deserted him. Cp. Green pp. 12,226, Stubbs Roman 2 3 916, and McKechnie pp. 53-57 as to the king's energy and the weakness and inner divisions of the national combination. Thus it was indirectly to French action that England owed first the Magna Carta, and then the check upon the king's vengeance, as it was to the Frenchman, Simon de Montfort later, that it owed the initiative of a three-class parliament. And indeed, but for the king's death, the constitutional cause might well have collapsed in the end. The Wars of the Roses, by destroying in large part the nobility, relatively advantaged the middle class, as well as the king whose reign followed. Already under Edward Roman IV, the powers of Parliament were much curtailed, and indeed paralysed. This, which is charged PG 393 as a sin upon the monarch, being the natural result of his gain of power on the ruin of the baronage. Edward Roman IV only did what Edward I and Roman III would have done if in their situation it had been possible, and what Edward Roman II and Richard Roman II sought to do, but were too weak to compass. The fourth Edward's situation and his force of will together made his power. Not only was the nobility half exterminated, but the trading and middle classes alike desired a strong ruler who should maintain order, by whatever straining of constitutional forms, invariable sequel of anarchiat, least up to the point of intolerable taxation. The actual increase of commerce during the wars is a good proof of the separateness of class interests, and of the decline of the military ideal. Much of it would seem to have been due to the example set by the Hansa merchants, who had factories at London, Boston and Lynn, and whose famous league was then powerful enough to force from Edward Roman IV a renewal of its English privileges in return for a concession of a share in the Baltic trade. In any case, the new development was on the old lines of energetic self-seeking, and already in the reign of Edward Roman IV, the cloth manufacture was carried on by capitalists in the modern spirit. And as the tyrannies of the king were less general and oppressive than the tyrannies of the nobles, the erection of the regal power on the collapse of the old class cohesion gave a new scope for the strife of classes among and for themselves. No national ideal existed as apart from the readiness to unite in hate of a foreign nation in monarchic England, any more than in old republican Greece or modern republican Italy. The trade guilds were strictly self-seeking institutions, aiming at keeping down the number of competitors in each trade, without providing in any way for the aspirants. Unitary egoism was the universal mainspring. The Church sought above all things to be protected against heresy, the town and trade corporations sought protection for their privileges, and the landowners sought to be supported against the labourers, who from the time of Henry Roman VI are found revolting against enclosures of public land, and were temporarily reinforced by the disbanded retainers of the PG 394 barons. Every modern force of social disintegration was already nascent. C.P. Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, I 39,596, 413, 425. Stubbs, Constitutional History, 48,692 Roman III, 586,616. In every great town there was, every few years, something of a struggle, something of a crisis between trade and craft, or magistracy and commons. Stubbs, Roman III, 616. Prof. Ashley introd. To Econ. Hist. I. 79 disputes that there was any such contest in this country between burghers and artisans as took place on the continent, and cites another passage from Bishop Stubbs 131. I. 453 partly suggesting such a view, but Prof. Ashley goes on pp. 79-84 to show that there was a good deal of struggling even in England between burghers and artisans. Cp. His conclusions pp. 610-42 as to the process of evolution towards at least formal unity. It is to be noted that the guilds dispense charity. Stubbs, Roman III, 616, 619. Under Henry Roman VII, the same conditions subsisted. There was no sufficiently strong body of aristocracy left to rebel effectually against his exactions, though exactions had always been the great cause of discontent. And all rivals collapsing, there grew up round the new dynasty that hedging superstition which had always counted for much, and which was in England to become a main factor in politics. Henry Roman VII wrought assiduously and astutely to build up his power, seeking no less to increase the merchant class than to depress the aristocracy. From both he thus drew his revenue, from the latter by exaction, from the former by customs duties on the trade he carefully encouraged as Richard had done before him, finding in such revenue his surest income. Gradually the monarchic system was made firm. Richard Roman III owed his failure mainly to the sense of the illegality of his position, and the same inversion of the superstition troubled Henry Roman VII in turn, as it had done Henry IV. It seems to have been his possession of the one train of artillery in the kingdom that mainly preserved his power against rebels, but with Henry Roman VIII the dynasty was secure, and from this point onward the monarchic spell can be seen very clearly in English affairs. The instinct of loyalty, a moral prepossession religiously PG 395 sanctioned, becomes a social force as truly as the simpler instincts of self-seeking and class spirit. By virtue of it, and of his own force of brute will, Henry Roman VIII could commit violences of almost every description, his own personality having some of the characteristics most likely to intensify the spell. Energy such as his hypnotized or terrorized all but the strongest. Even his crimes were not such as revolted average sympathy. The suppression of the church, as in nearly all the Teutonic countries, was a direct bribe to many of the nobles and landowners, and for the multitude meant the overthrow of an alien jurisdiction, and his domestic procedure satisfied the popular ethic which demurs to mistresses but respects bigamy, and finds a wife's adultery more criminal than her husband's murder of her. For the rest, he had at the beginning of his reign executed his father's minions, and conciliated the scholars who made opinion. Yet under Henry Roman VIII we find middle-class England, heavily taxed for war, beginning to stand on its rights as upper-class England had done in earlier times, and in the New England, as in the Old, the weakest class went to the wall. The ever-increasing mass of poor, thrown idle and hungry by the continuous rise of sheep farms in the place of tillage, were the natural enemies of the governing class as well as of the landowners, and in cruelly repressing them, the monarchy strengthened the landowners' allegiance. Thus arose the typical personal monarchy, employing middle-class ministers, who served it zealously and with increasing power, Thomas Cromwell far outgoing Wolsey. The passing coalition of nobles and yeomen in the north in the cause of the old religion was followed by the crushing of the remains of the old nobility, now being rapidly replaced by the new, established on the plunder of the church. It is to be noted that in England, as in so many other countries, the virtual subjection of the old nobility to the crown was for a time followed by stirrings of new life in all directions, as if feudalism had everywhere meant a repression of possible energy. The process is seen in Spain under Ferdinand and Isabella, in France under Richelieu and Mazarin, in Sweden under Gustavus Vasa, and is thus plainly a product not of doctrinal Protestantism, as some suppose, but of the comparative social and political liberty that follows on the restriction of ubiquitous feudal tyranny, so much pg 396 more searching and pervasive a force than the simpler tyranny of the feudal king. It may be doubted, indeed, whether the Tudor suppression of the power of the old aristocracy was not as vital a determination of the nation's course as the overthrow of the Catholic Church. As against Mr. Lecky's indiscriminate panegyric of the English nobility, it is instructive to note Hallam's judgment on the peerage under Henry Roman VIII. They yielded to every mandate of his imperious will. They are responsible for the illegal trial, for the iniquitous attainder, for the sanguinary statute, for the tyranny which they sanctioned by law, and for that which they permitted to subsist without law. Nor was this selfish and pusillanimous subserviency more characteristic of the minions of Henry's favour than of the representatives of ancient and honourable houses, the Norfolks, the Arundels, and the Shrewsburys. We trace the noble statesmen of these reigns concurring in all the inconsistencies of the revolutions, supporting all the religions of Henry, Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, adjudging the death of Somerset to gratify Northumberland, and of Northumberland to redeem their participation in his fault, setting up the usurpation of Lady Jane, and abandoning her on the first doubt of success, constant only in the rapacious acquisition of estates and honours from whatever source, and in adherence to the present power constitutional history, 10th ed. I. 48. And now effectively arose the new political force of Protestant and Bible-worshipping fanaticism, turning the democratic instinct into its channel, and complicating afresh the old issues of classes. It is not to be forgotten that this was a beginning of popular culture, inasmuch as the desire to read the worshipped book must have counted for more than anything else in making reading common. Practically, however, the opposed causes of Lollardism and orthodoxy may at the outset be regarded as the democratic and the conservative instincts, taking these channels in the absence of political development and knowledge. In Imperial Rome, the pg 397 spread of Christianity was substantially a movement of class cohesion among the illiterate slaves, aliens, and workers, the instinct of attraction taking this form when political grounds of union were lacking. So it was in the England of the period under notice. But whereas in Imperial Rome the autocracy went far to annul class distinctions, and so helped the slaves' cult to absorb superstitious patricians, especially women, whose wealth maintained the poor of the church as the emperor's doles had maintained the poor of the state, in England the vigour of class distinctions fostered differences of sect. The phenomena of political Protestantism in the Reformation era in England, as in Germany, offer many parallels to those of the French Revolution. The revolt of many priests from the routine and restrictions of their office is notable in both epochs. On the other hand, the mass of the well-to-do classes, being unprepared for change by any educative process, were as ready to restore Catholic usages as were those of France later. And when the innovating forces, consisting in a little reasoning and much rapine, had run to seed and to corruption under the Protectorate and Edward Roman VI, the reaction towards the old forms set in powerfully. Nothing, however, could carry it to the length of restoring the Catholic Church's property, and the failure of Mary was due not nearly so much to Protestant dislike of the ceremonial of Rome as to the grip of the new owners on the confiscated lands. In England, as in Scotland, in Germany, in the Scandinavian states, and in Switzerland, though Henry stood for a special initiative, the driving forces of the Reformation were mainly those of wealth-seeking, and the financial records of the Protectorate show a conspiracy of plunder to which the annals of monarchy could offer no parallel. The Protestant aristocracy simply encouraged the new Lollardism by way of gaining their personal ends, as they had crushed the old because it menaced their property. Crown lands to the value of 5 millions of our modern money had been granted away to the friends of Somerset and Warwick. The royal expenditure had mounted in 70 years to more than 4 times its previous total green, ch. Roman 7:1, and a system of wholesale corruption and waste had grown up under Henry Roman VIII, who, after all his confiscations, was fain to seek funds by adulterating his coin. So Edward Roman VI, the church and college plunder being gone, had to be granted pg 398 taxes on manufactures which tended to stop them. Yet I cannot find, says Sir Roger Twiston, all this made the crown rich. Hayward observes Edward's debts were 251,000 at least said to be so. Camden, that Queen Elizabeth received the crown afflictissima ere alieno quad Henricus Roman 8, et Edwardus Roman 6 contraserent oppressor I cannot, but reckon the treasure spent in 15 years, more than half the kingdom to be sold historical vindication of the Church of England, ed. 1847 pp. 4-5, so obviously had the treasure gone into the pockets of courtiers and their hangerson, that the fact gives some excuse for the habitual miserliness of Elizabeth. A new channel had thus been made for the forces of union and strife. An instructive part of the process was the movement towards a new sacerdotalism on the side of the new Calvinistic clergia movement, much more clearly visible in Scotland than in England. Whether or not it be true that it was by no means the intention of Knox and his fellow labourers to erect a new hierarchy upon the ruins of the old, it is clear that his immediate successors counted on wielding a power strictly analogous to that of the papacy. Andrew Melville, in haughty colloquy with King James and his councillors, threw down his Hebrew Bible on the table as his authority for his demands. Since all alike professed to accept it, the next step in the argument plainly was that it lay with the presbyter to interpret the sacred book. And Melville, who took the king by the sleeve and called him God's silly weak vassal, was quite ready to play Gregory to James's Henry had he been able. The effective check lay in the new church's lack of revenue, the lands of the old church having of course been retained by the nobles, who carried through the Reformation simply in order to get them. But even in its poverty, with an indifferent nobility in possession of the feudal power, the Scottish clergy were nearly as tyrannous socially as their teacher Calvin had been at Geneva, and for nearly 200 years Scottish life was no freer and much more joyless under the new presbyter than under the old priest, though the democratic machinery of the kirk obviated any need or opportunity for fiscal exaction. pg 399. As it is with the Reformation period that the play of sheer opinion begins to appear distinctly in English politics, so it is in this period that the phenomena of reactions first begin to be in a manner traceable as distinct from military fluctuations. Olfaction, of course, is a form of the play of opinion, but after the fading away of feudalism, the opinion is more easily to be contemplated as a force in itself, alongside of the simpler instincts, and the ebbing and flowing of causes suggests a certain consequence. Of action and reaction in human affairs, the gain-jitting Protestant movement under the Protectorate was followed by the Catholic reaction under Mary, which again bred reaction by ferocity. Catholics grew cold in their allegiance when Romanism yielded such bloody fruits. Protestantism, besides, flourished on the continual poverty of the lower orders, and on the abeyance of international strife conditions which necessarily set up new movements of combination and repulsion. And when Elizabeth succeeded to the throne, she served to represent, however incongruously, the religious leanings of the democracy, as well as to unite them in the name of patriotism against Rome and Spain. She again profited by the monarchic superstition, while she was menaced by its inversion, and it is to be observed that as a woman she gained immunity with her subjects for flaws of character, which in a man would have been odious and despicable, where her rival, Mary of Scotland, suffered deposition for actions of a kind, which in a man would have been almost spontaneously forgiven. Mary's complicity in the assassination of a base and unfaithful husband was an unpardonable crime from the reigning ethical point of view, which was purely masculine, and the same ethic held in amused toleration the constant bad faith and personal absurdity of Elizabeth, which rather flattered than endangered the pride of sex. Thus could monarchic politics be swayed by the prevailing psychology of a period, as well as by its class preponderances and interests. The personality of the monarch always counted for much in the determination of his power. Where Elizabeth gained, however, James lost. Her power was consolidated by the triumph over the Armada, which in the old fashion fused religious strifes in a common warlike exultation, and definitely made England Protestant by setting her in deadly enmity pg 400 towards the great Catholic power, just as the state of aggressive hostility towards France under Edward I and Edward Roman III drew Englishmen of all classes into the habit of speaking English and discarding the hitherto common use of French. At the same time, the Queen's collisions with Parliament and people were always the less dangerous because she was a woman, and so could yield without indignity where a man would have been humiliated and discredited, an advantage overlooked by the historians who praise her sagacity. Such as it was in large part the sagacity of unscrupulousness, and her success is much more the measure of popular infatuation than of her wisdom. All the while, she had wiser counsellors than almost any English monarch before or since, and much of her sagacity was theirs, perhaps even down to some of the unscrupulousness, though on the other hand her fickleness often put them in an evil aspect. Burghley might say what he would in the loyalist manner about her inspired judgment, but he knew that she imposed Leicester on the Dutch expedition against his advice, then starved her troops, then upset everything because of the easily predictable disobedience of Leicester in accepting the title of Governor-General from the Dutch. To say in the face of such methods, as does Mr. Green, that while she had little or no political wisdom, her political tact was unerring, is to frame a spurious paradox. The more than countervailing admission that in the profusion and recklessness of her lies, Elizabeth stood without a peer in Christendom is perhaps overcharged. She could not lie more habitually and systematically than did Philip, but in both alike the constant resort to falsehoods for which their antagonists were more or less prepared, is a proof of want of political tact, no less than of want of wisdom. That she should have been idolized as she was is one of the best proofs of the power of the monarchic feeling, for there has rarely been a less trustworthy woman on a throne. In any circle of sound human beings, she would have been disliked, and PG 401 distrusted. Yet English tradition celebrates her as admirably English, in the act of blackening by comparison foreign rulers who were at least not conspicuously falser, meaner, or more egotistic. What is true is that many of the forces with and against which she intrigued were either unscrupulous or irrational, and that her home tyrannies were no worse than those which would have been committed by Puritans or Catholics or Churchmen, had these been free to go at each other's throats as religion bade. Her trickeries on the whole kept things in equilibrium. But conscienceless trickeries they were, and as such singular grounds for historical enthusiasm. And it cannot have been any concern for her celibacy, or subtle intuition of its effects on her character, that endeared her to her subjects, for her often alleged virginity, despite the gross scandals to the contrary, was an element in the hallucination concerning her. Loyalty haloed her personality. When, however, she was succeeded by a man certainly not worse or more ungenerous, the spell was for the most part broken. James was a Scotchmana member, albeit a king, of a hostile nation long evilly spoken of, a prince without personal dignity, a pedant without gravity, and the indulgence paid to falsehood and folly in the capriciously headstrong Elizabeth ceased to be accorded to the unmanly and unregal ways of her not unconscientious successor, whose plans for pacifying Europe were much more creditable to him than were her diplomacies to her, but the very preservation of peace served to undo the king's prestige, inasmuch as it furthered the growth of sects and the spirit of criticism. And there can be no doubt that the psychological shrinkage of the monarchy in public esteem in the person of James prepared the way for the resistance to it in the reign of his son. As against the foregoing views of Henry's and Elizabeth's characters, note should be taken of the doctrine of Dr. Gardner history, as cited, I. 43 that Henry Roman VIII must be judged by one, in view of the merits of the great men who supported his daughter's throne, and who defended the land which he set free when he broke the bonds of Rome. Elizabeth must be judged by the Pyms and Cromwells, who owed their strength to the vigour with which she headed the resistance of England against Spanish aggression. She had cleared the way for liberty, though she understood it not. It seems necessary to enter a demurrer PG 402 to such moral philosophy, of which there is too much in recent English historiography. Considering that the action of Henry towards all who thwarted him was one of brutal terrorism, and that, save as regards his bribes, he cowed alike his peers and his people, the courage shown by their descendants might as rationally be credited to Philip of Spain as to him. And to credit Elizabeth personally with the defeat of the Armada, and consequently with the strength of the later Pyms and Cromwells, is not only to reiterate the same paralogism, but to negate common sense as regards the facts of the Armada episode, in which the nation did one half of the work, and the storm the other. Dr. Gardner, like Mr. Froude, who preaches a similar doctrine, overlooks the consequence that Catholicism on these principles must be credited with the production of Henry and Elizabeth, and therefore with their alleged services. As against such an unmeaning theory, we may note another verdict of Dr. Gardner's Elizabeth has 1,000 titles to our gratitude, but it should never be forgotten that she left, as a legacy to her successor, an ecclesiastical system which, unless its downward course were arrested by consummate wisdom, threatened to divide the nation into two hostile camps, and to leave England, even after necessity had compelled the rivals to accept conditions of peace, a prey to theological rancor and sectarian hatred. How then is the account to be balanced? Dr. Cunningham, we may note, sums up as to the preceding reigns that the scandalous confiscations of Henry Roman VIII and Edward Roman VI were fatal to rural economy and disastrous to mercantile dealings. The disintegration of society became complete, with some exceptions in regard to shipping and possibly in regard to the repair of the towns. There is no improvement, no reconstruction which can be traced to the reign of the Tudor king's English industry, I. 433. cp. Prof. Rogers's Industrial and Commercial History. While such changes were being wrought at one end of the political organism, others no less momentous, and partly causative of those, had taken place at the other. By economic writers, the period of the Reformation in England is now not uncommonly marked as that of a great alteration for the worse in the lot of the mass of the peasantry. The connection between the overthrow of the Catholic Church and the agrarian trouble, however, is not of the primary character that is thus supposed. It might be rather called accidental than causal. Suppression of the monasteries pg 403 could at most only throw into prominence the poverty which the monasteries relieved, but which monasteries always tend to develop. Wholesale eviction of husbandmen to make way for sheep farms had taken place, the church helping, before Henry Roman VIII began to meddle with the church, and vagabondage and beggary were common in consequence. The distress was there to begin with, and was increasing, from what period onward it were hard to say. The early 15th century riots against enclosures, above mentioned, arose out of the policy of systematically extending pasture, and point to a distress set up by the gradual growth of gain-seeking methods among landowners as against the common people, whose normal tendency to multiply was a constant force making for poverty, though it was met halfway by the aggression of landlords who found it more profitable to raise and export wool than to farm. A fresh source of dislocation was the enforcement of laws against the keeping of bands of retainers, a process to which Henry Roman VII specially devoted himself, thus securing his throne on the one hand, while intensifying the evil of depopulation and decreasing tillage, for which on the other hand he tried remedial measures of the customary description. Laws were passed forbidding the peasantry to seek industrial employment, in the Setisthes course being taken as well in the interests of the trades, as with the hope of restoring agriculture. One outcome of the circumstances was that sheep farming, like the cloth manufacture, began to be carried on by capitalists, the moneyed classes beginning to reach out to the country, while the gentry began to draw towards the towns. Thus we find in existence long before the Reformation all the economic troubles which some writers attribute to the methods of the Reformation, though the Protestant nobles who scrambled for the plunder of the church in the reigns of Henry and of Edward Roman VI seem to have done more sheep farming and depopulating than any others, thereby disposing the people the more to welcome Mary. pg 404. Even Prof. Thorold Rogers, who overlooking the Act for Henry Roman VII seems to hold that the enclosures in the 15th century were not made at the expense of tillage, and that the earliest complaints are in the 16th century history of agriculture and prices. Roman 4, 63, 64 note 109, cp. Cunningham, English Industry, I. 393 note, still shows that there were heavy complaints as early as 1515-6 Hen Roman 8, 200. 6 of a general decay of towns and growth of pasturesse long before Henry had meddled with the church. Bishop Stubbs is explicit on the subject as regards the period of York and Lancaster. The price of wool enhanced the value of pasturage. The increased value of pasturage withdrew field after field from tillage. The decline of tillage, the depression of the markets, and the monopoly of the wool trade by the staple towns, reduced those country towns, which had not encouraged manufacture, to such poverty that they were unable to pay their contingent too. The revenue, and the regular sum of tenths and fifteenths, was reduced by more than a fifth in consequence. The same causes which in the 16th century made the enclosure of the commons a most important popular grievance had begun to set class against class as early as the 14th century, although the thinning of the population by the plague acted to some extent as a corrective constitutional history. Roman 3, 630, cp. Green ch. v. 5 ch. Roman 6, 3. The troubles again were fluctuating, the movement of depopulation and sheep farming being followed in due course by a revival of tillage, while contrary movements might be seen in different parts of the country, according as commercial advantage lay for the moment. In one district it might pay best to rear sheep, in another, by reason of nearness to town markets, it might pay best to grow corn, but the competition of corn imported from the Baltic in return for English exports would be a generally disturbing force. The very improvement of agricultural skill, too, in which Holland led the way, would tend to lessen employment in the rural districts. Peace and progress, in the absence of science, always thus provide new sources of distress, multiplying heads and hands without multiplying the employment which secures for the multitude a share in the fruits, but always aggrandizing those who have contrived to become possessed of the prime monopolies. What went on was a perpetual transference and displacement of well-being, one class rising on another's distress, and after the apparently steady decay of the towns under Henry Roman VIII, the new lead given to industry in PG 405, the reign of Elizabeth, by the influx of Protestant refugees from the Netherlands, went to build up an urban middle class which for the time had no political motives to discontent. Sir Thomas More, in the very passage of the Utopia in which he speaks of the wholesale eviction of husbandmen, tells how handicraft men, yea, and almost the ploughmen of the country with all other sorts of people, use much strange and proud newfangleness in their apparel, and too much prodigal riot and sumptuous fare at their table bk. Robertson's trans, new wealth and new poverty coexisted. Cheapness and dearness, plenty and scarcity, of corn and other food, depopulation and rapidly increasing numbers, really coexisted in the kingdom. There were places from which the husbandman and labourer disappeared, and the beasts of the field grazed where their cottages had stood, and there were places where men were multiplying to the dismay of statesmen. Cliff Leslie, Essay on the Distribution and Value of the Precious Metals, Vol. cited. The whole of this essay is well worth study. C.P. Prof. Ashley, Introduction to Economic History, Roman 2, 50-54. Hence there was no continuous pressure of agrarian or industrial politics, and the stress of the instinct of strife went in other directions. The modern reader, seeking for the class politics of the later Tudor period, finds them as it were covered up, save for such an episode as the revolt of 1549, by the record of foreign policy and ecclesiastical strifes, and is apt to condemn the historian for leaving matters so. But in reality class politics was for the most part superseded by sect politics. The new pseudo-culture of bibliolatry, virtually a sophisticated barbarism, had made new paths for feeling, and these being the more durable, the miseries of the evicted rural populations, which forced a poor law on the administration, never set up anything approaching to a persistent spirit of insurrection. By the suppression of the old feudal nobility, as already noted, life in general had been made freer, and the monarch for the time being was become a relatively beneficent and worshipful power in the eyes of the mass of the people, while the landowners were grown weak for harm. The destructive passions were running in other channels, and religious hate swallowed up class hate. For the rest, the new aristocracy was thoroughly established, and in the life and work of Shakespeare himself we see the complete acceptance of the readjusted class relation, though we can also see in his pages the possibilities of a new upper class of rich merchants. In his impersonal way, he PG 406 flashes the light of Lear's tardy sympathy on the forlorn world of the homeless poor, and in many a phrase he condenses an intense criticism of the injustices of class rule, but even if, as seems certain, he did not write the Jack Cade scenes in Henry Roman VI, he has little of the purposive democrat in him, rather though here it is hard indeed to get behind the great humanist's mask some touch of the fastidious contempt of the noble, himself fickle enough, for the changing voice of the ignorant populace. On one point of current psychology, however, as on the great issue of religion, Shakespeare's very silence is more significant than speech. After the passionate outburst put in the mouth of the dying John of Gaunt, and the normal patriotism of Henry V, utterances of his early manhood, proceeding upon those of the older plays which he rewrote, we find in his dramas a notable aloofness from current public passion. This would of course be encouraged by the regulations for the stage, but no regulation need have hindered him from pandering habitually to popular self-righteousness in the matter of national animosities. In 1596, the multitude were all on the side of the fiery-aiding Essex, and against the prudent Burghley in the matter of aggressive war upon Spain. Hope of plunder and conquest, playing as large a part in their outcry as any better sentiment. The production of Henry V in 1599, with its laudatory allusion to Essex's doings in Ireland, whither he had been accompanied by Shakespeare's patron Southampton, would suggest, if the passage were of his penning, that the dramatist was one of Essex's partisans. But whichever way he then leaned, no man can gather from his later plays any encouragement to natural passion of any species. It is not merely that he avoids politics after having been compromised by contact with them, it is that he rises to a higher plane of thought and feeling. He, if any man, could see the fatuity with which Englishmen denounced cruelty in Spaniards while matching Spanish cruelty in Ireland, and cursed the Inquisition while mishandling Jesuit priests in the Inquisition's own temper. The story of English cruelty in Ireland in Elizabeth's and James's day is one of the most sickening in the history of the PG 407 epoch. But no sense of guilt ever checked the blatant self-sufficiency with which the general run of Englishmen of the time inveighed against the misdeeds of the Spaniards. No twinge of self-criticism ever modified their righteous thanksgiving over the defeat of the Armada, which was manned partly to avenge their own massacre and torture of Catholic priests. Their Drakes and Hawkinses, playing the pirate and the slave-stealer, and holding with no qualms the conviction that they were doing God service, made current the cant of Puritanism in the pre-Puritan generation. Godly ruffianism could not later go further than it did in the Elizabethan dawn, for Milton's swelling phrase of God and his Englishmen did not outgo the self-satisfaction of the previous age, any more than of the later period of Teutonic self-glorification. To Shakespeare alone seems to have been possible the simple reflection that God's Spaniards, equating with God's Englishmen, left zero to the philosopher. It seems clear that the mass of the people, and such leading men as Essex and Raleigh, desired a continuance of the state of war with Spain because of the opportunities it gave for piratical plunder. The Queen, who had shared in the loot of a good many such expeditions, might have acquiesced but for Burghley's dissuasion. It was an early sign of predilection to the path of imperialism, on which Cromwell later put one foot, on which Chatham carried the nation far, and which it has in later days at times seemed bent on pursuing. In Elizabeth's day enterprises of plunder, as one writer has pointed out, became the usual adventure of the times, by which the rich expected to increase their wealth and the prodigal to repair their fortunes, and the general imagination was fired with similar hopes, till the people were in danger of acquiring the habits and the calculations of pirates. J. M. Diarmid, Lives of British Statesmen, 1820, I 239-240, cp. Furnivall and Simpson in the latter's School of Shakespeare, 1878, IPP. X 3240, and C. Rogers' Industrial and Commercial History, as to the contemporary lack of commercial enterprise. Cecil, in his opposition to the war policy of Essex, remarkably anticipates the view of rational historical science. See Camden's Annals, ed. 1717, Roman 3, 77,071, as to the conflict. Burghley had equally been the resisting force to the popular desire for an attack on France after the massacre of St. Bartholomew. His remarkable hostility to militarism is set forth in his advice to his son, on pg 408, the head of the training to be given to his children, "Neither by my consent shalt thou train them up in wars, for he that sets up his rest to live by that profession can hardly be an honest man or a good Christian, yet he planned well enough against the Armada." C.P. Creighton, Queen Elizabeth, pp. 236-237. The culture history of the period from Chaucer to Shakespeare is perhaps clearer than the political. It is in the first great lull of the Wars of the Roses, under Edward Roman IV, that we find printing established in England. Original literature had virtually died out, as in Northern Europe, in the long stress of physical strife, but the love of reading took a new growth when peace intervened, and a printer found a public for reproductions of the literatures of the past. This culture proceeded under Henry Roman VII, till at the advent of Henry Roman VIII there was a mature movement of scholarship, a product of classical study and reflection, yielding for England the singular and memorable fruit of More's Utopia. That was truly a palace of the brain, not wild as in the phrase of the conservative poet, but well-nigh pure of the blind passion of normal life, and therefore no more than a radiant vision for an age in which blind passion was still plenipotent. More's mind had ripened, as it were, independently of his temperament, and his life is the tragedy of an intelligence more haunting and more profoundly instructive than any Hamlet. The serene spirit that dreamed and planned the utopia grew to be capable of a bitterness of dogmatic fanaticism on a level with the normal passions of the time. It is matter for surprise that he has not ere now been studied or cited as an apparition of the Celtic mind on the arena of brutal English life, a prematurely penetrating intelligence thrust back upon and enveloped by a temperament kept passionate by the shocks of an animal environment. From his eyes, limned by the great Holbein, there looks out the sadness of flawed and frustrate wisdom, even as blood and passion and fleshly madness are written in the beast-like face of the king, whose little son, ruddy and hardy in his babyhood, pales and pines away through portrait after portrait to puberty and death, the victim of some secret malady. Pg 409. Neither on the psychological line of More nor on that of Henry could the national culture proceed. It went on naively, being for long neither Puritan nor anti-Puritan, though the loquacious and commonplace utterance of preachers already abounded before the accession of Elizabeth. The Protestantism of the Protectorate was too much a matter of mere plunder to admit of a great religious literature, and nothing is more remarkable in the great imaginative efflorescence under Elizabeth than its un-Puritan secularity. It drew, indeed, from a soil too rich to be yet overrun by fanaticism. The multiplying printing presses showered forth 100 translations, the new grammar schools bore their fruit, the nation grew by domestic peace, even while tillers of the soil were being made beggars. The magic of discovery and travel thrilled men to new exercises of mind and speech. The swarming life of the capital raised the theatre to fecund energy in a generation, and transformed feudalism survived in the guise rather of a guardian to art and letters than of organized class oppression. A new economic factor, conditioned by a new resource, was at work. In More's day there was no such thing as a professional writer, and there were few printed books. The great controversy between Protestants and Catholics gave a new and powerful stimulus to printing, and printing in turn invited literary effort, books finding multiplying purchasers. Then came the growth of the new theatre, an apparent means of livelihood to a crowd of poet-dramatists. No such sudden outcrop of manifold literature had ever before occurred in human history. The mental distance between Eliot and Bacon, between the old interludes and Shakespeare, is as great as that between Hesiod and Euripides. But the secret of continuous progress had not yet been found. It lies, if anywhere, with the science of the future, and the development after the reign of Elizabeth necessarily began to take new lines. The later profusion of the poetic drama was the profusion of decay. Artistic abundance must mean artistic change or deterioration, but in the drama there was no recasting of the artistic formulas, no refining of the artistic sense, because there was no progress in general culture sufficient to force or reduce it. Rather, the extraordinary eloquence of the earlier and greater dramatists, and in particular of the greatest, bred a cultus of conventional rhetoric and declamation in which the power and passion of the masters were lost. Powerful men could not go on attending to an infinity of such blank-verse dramas. Powerful men could not go on producing dramas, because the mind of the time made no progress. Pg 410 complementary to the great flowering of the Elizabethan peace. That was essentially a late rebirth of the classic or bookish culture of the Renaissance. New germinal ideas, apart from those of religion, were yet to come. Already the spell of bibliolatry was conquering the average intelligence, unprepared to digest Hebraism, as the elite of the previous generation had digested classicism, and the Protestant principle led the Protestant peoples in the mass into the very attitude needed. For a social hypnotism such as that of Jewry, the fatal exemplar, bibliolatry is the culture of the ignorant, church government, the politics of the unenfranchised and the impractical. Their conditions exclude them from a truer culture and more vital political interests. Already in Henry's time the newly translated scriptures were, to his wrath, disputed, rhymed, sung, and jangled in every tavern and alehouse, the very stress of his own personal rule being a main part of the cause. Under the Protectorate of Somerset, the gross rapacity of the Protestant nobles identified the new church with upper-class selfishness as completely as the old had ever been, and the Norfolk Revolt of 1549 avowedly aimed at the overthrow of the gentry. When that was stamped out in massacre, the spirit of popular independence was broken, save in so far as it could play in the new channel of personal religion and ecclesiastical polemic, always being dug by the disputation of the new clergy. And when in the reign of Mary crowds of Protestant refugees fled to Geneva, of which the polity had already been introduced to the students of Oxford by Peter Martyr, there was set up a fresh ferment of Presbyterian theory among the educated class, which the ecclesiastical conditions under Elizabeth could not but foster. The new dramatic literature and the new national life of anti-Spanish adventure kept it all substantially in the background for another generation. But the lack of progressive culture and the restriction of expansive enterprise at length gave the forces of pietism the predominance. Thus, in ways in which the historians of our literature and politics have but imperfectly traced, the balance of the nation's intellectual activity shifted towards the ground of religion and the ecclesiastical life. And only this change of mental drift can account for the new energy of resistance incurred by Charles when he took up with greater obstinacy the lines of policy of his father, meddling with church practice and normal government on the same autocratic principles. Religion and worship were not the sole grounds of quarrel, but they commanded all the other grounds. The decadence of English poetic drama after the death of PG 411 Shakespeare is one of the themes which elicit illustrations of the snares of empirical sociology. An able and original literary critic, Mr. G. 100, Macaulay, at the close of a very competent study on Francis Beaumont, has formulated a theory of that decadence which calls for revision. He pronounces that by 1615 the impulse which had moved the older generation was almost exhausted. This, as we have already seen, came in the form of an enthusiastic patriotism, ennobling human life, so far at least as Englishmen were concerned in it, and producing a united and national interest in the representation of its problems and destiny. Francis Beaumont, 1883. Error here emerges at once. It was not national patriotism that evoked either the pre-Shakespearean or the Shakespearean drama. The rude foundations had been laid by many interludes, by such homespun comedy as Ralph Roister Doister, and by the stilted tragedy of Ferrex and Porrex. The chronicler plays of Greene and Peele and Marlowe, worked over by Shakespeare, are far from being the best of the pre-Shakespearean drama. Just after the Armada, Marlowe revealed his powers, not in patriotic plays, but in Tamburlaine, followed by The Jew of Malta and Faustus. The best of the pre-Shakespearean plays on English history was Marlowe's Edward Roman II, in which there was and could be no appeal to patriotic fervour. The best episode in Edward Roman III stands out entirely from the patriotic part, which is nearly worthless. The superior episode is probably the work of Greene, whose best complete play, James Roman IV, turns on fictitious Scottish history and is only momentarily touched by patriotic feeling. Peele's Edward I is inferior as a whole to his David and Bethsabe. Kidd made his successes, literary or theatrical, with the Spanish tragedy Arden of Feversham and the original Hamlet. Shakespeare's best work from the start is done not in the chronicler plays but in his comedies, in his Falstaff scenes, and in his tragedies from Romeo and Juliet onwards. These had nothing to do with patriotism, enthusiastic or otherwise, and Henry V, which had, is not a great play. The chief fluorescence of Elizabethan drama is to be understood in the light of economic causation, and the decline is to be understood similarly. The rise of the London theatres, a process of expansion following on the maintenance of separate companies of players by noblemen and by the court, meant a means of livelihood for actors and playwrights, and of profit for entrepreneurs. Greene and Peele and Kidd and Marlowe and Johnson and Chapman wrote not to evoke or respond to national patriotism, but to provide plays that would sell and draw. The original genius of Marlowe stimulated the others, who nearly all imitated him. Orlando Furioso, Selimus, PG 412 Alphonsus King of Aragon, David and Bethsabe, and even the Battle of Alcazar have nothing to do with patriotism, and the touches of that in Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay are subsidiary to the story. There is no extant play on the Armada. It is pure supererogation, then, to argue that everything had been done by the first Stuart king to cool down patriotism, and to diminish the self-respect and pride of Englishmen, while at the same time, by his insolent hitherto unheard of diviner right pretensions, he alarmed them for their political liberties, and by his ecclesiastical policy he exasperated theological controversy, thus contriving, both in politics and in religion, to destroy unity and foster party spirit to an extent which had been unknown for nearly half a century. The condition of things, adds Mr. Macaulay, was unfavourable to everything national, and above all things to the national drama, which became rather the amusement of the idle than the embodiment of a popular enthusiasm. Need it be pointed out that all of Shakespeare's greatest work, after Hamlet, which was anything but national, was produced after the accession of James? What had popular enthusiasm to do with Othello, Macbeth, Lear, Coriolanus, Antony and Cleopatra, The Tempest and The Winter's Tale? The really explanatory factors are the economic, the trend of popular culture. Shakespeare alone of the dramatists of his day made anything like a good income, and he did so in virtue of being an actor and a prudent partner in the proprietorship of his theatre. Kyd, Greene and Peele all died in misery, and Marlowe must have lived his short life from hand to mouth. Jonson subsisted chiefly by his masks and by the gifts of patrons, and by his own avowal was always poor. Chapman can have fared no better. The concurrence of the abnormal genius of Shakespeare with his gift of commercial management is one of the rarest things in literary history. Take that away, and the problem of the decadence is seen to be merely part of the statement of the rise. When men of superior power, taught by the past, ceased to defy poverty by writing for the theatrine, even the vogue of Fletcher and Massinger represented no solid monetary success plays, could less than ever appeal to the serious and sectarian sections of the London public. Popular culture ran on the sterile lines of pietism, puritanism, and the strifes engendered between these and sacerdotalism. All this had begun long before James, though he may have promoted the evolution. Literary art perforce turned to other forms. A successful national war could no more have regenerated the drama than the wars of Henry V could generate it. There was plenty of national enthusiasm later, in the periods of Marlborough and Chatham. There was no great drama, and the new fiction had as little to do with PG 413 patriotism as had Shakespeare's comedies and tragedies. Defoe's Robinson Crusoe was not inspired by his politics. It is well to recognize, finally, that in the nature of things aesthetic, every artistic convention must in time be played out, the law of variation involving deviations or recoils. Blank verse drama is a specially limited convention which only great genius can vitalize. Even in this connection, however, there is danger in a priori theorizing. Mr. Macaulay quotes from Schlegel the generalization that in the commencement of a degeneracy in the dramatic art, the spectators first lose the capability of judging of a play as a whole. Hence the harmony of the composition, and the due proportion between all the various parts is apt to be neglected, and the flagging interest is stimulated by scenes of horror or strange and startling incidents. The implication is that the Jacobean drama degenerated in this way. Again, the facts are opposed to the thesis. If we are to believe Shakespeare and Jonson and Beaumont, the audiences never appreciated plays as wholes. Scenes of comic relief, utterly alien to the action, come in as early as Locrine. Scenes of physical and moral horror, again, abound in the pre-Shakespearean drama. In the Spanish tragedy and Arden of Feversham, in David and Bethsabe, in Titus Andronicus a pre-Shakespearean atrocity, in Selimus and Tancred and Gismunda, and Alphonsus Emperor of Germany a green peel play wrongly ascribed to Chapman, they are multiplied ad nauseam. Rapes, assassinations, incest, tearing out of eyes and cutting off of hands, the kissing of a husband's excised heart by his wife, the unwitting eating of her children's flesh by a mother, the dashing out of a child's brains by its grandfather, such are among the flowers of the Elizabethan time. On Schlegel's theory, there was degeneration before there was success. Webster's horrors do not seem to have won him great vogue, and Ford's neurotic products had no great popularity. Doubtless weak performers tend to resort to violent devices, but they did so before Shakespeare, and Shakespeare did not stick at trifles in Lear and Othello. Decadence in art forms, in short, is to be studied like other forms of decadence, in the light of the totality of conditions, and is not to be explained in terms of itself. Mr. Macaulay's thesis as a whole might be rebutted by simply citing the fact that the florescence of Spanish drama at the hands of Lope de Vega and Calderon occurred in a period of political decline, when patriotic enthusiasm had nothing to live upon. Vega began playwriting just after the defeat of the Armada, and his Dragonteer, written in exultation over the death of Drake, is not a memorable performance. Velázquez, like Calderon, flourished under Philip Roman IV, in a time of national depression and defeat. Chapter 2, The Rebellion and the Commonwealth, 414. Nearly all the conceivable materials of disaffection, save personal misconduct on the king's part, went to prepare the Great Rebellion. Religious antipathies, indeed, no longer rested on the naked ground of lands taken, and in danger of being retaken. but there had been developed an intense animus of Protestant against Catholic, the instinct of strife running the more violently in that channel, because so few others were open, relatively to the store of restless brute force in the country. Perhaps, indeed, Presbyterians hated Episcopalians and Arminians at bottom nearly as much as they did Catholics, but the chronic panics from the time of Elizabeth onwards, the mythology of the Marian period, and the story of the massacres of Alva and of St. Bartholomew's Day served to unite Protestants in this one point of anti-papalism, and had set up as it were a new human passion in the sphere of English politics. And to this passion James and Charles in turn ran counter with an infatuated persistence. James, who was so much more annoyed by Puritans than by Papists, planned for his son, with an eye to a dowry, the Spanish marriage, which of all possible matches would most offend the English people. And when that fell through, another Catholic bride was found in the daughter of the King of France. The PG 415 pledges, so natural in the circumstances to tolerate Catholics in England, were a standing ground of panic to the intolerant Protestants, even though unfulfilled, and the new king stood in the sinister position of sheltering in his household the religion for which he dared not claim freedom in the country. Such a ground of unpopularity could be balanced only by some signal grounds of favour, but James and Charles alike chose unpopular grounds of war, and failed badly to boot. To crown all, they exhibited to the full the hereditary unwisdom of their dynasty in the choice of favourites, and the almost unexampled animosity incurred by Buckingham could not but reflect somewhat towards Charles, whose refined and artistic tastes, besides, made him the natural enemy of the text-worshipping and mostly arthating Puritans. Thus everything made for friction between king and subjects, and when Charles, to raise necessary funds, resorted to measures of no abnormal oppressiveness as compared with those of the Tudors, he was doggedly resisted by parliaments professedly standing on law, but really actuated by a fixed suspicion of all his aims. Teeth were on edge all round. When a merchant, mulcted in a heavy customs duty, happened to be a Puritan, he resisted with a special zest, and one such declared before the Privy Council that in no part of the world, not even in Turkey, were the merchants so screwed and wrung as in England. The king, unhappily for himself, conciliated nobody. Not content with alienating nobles by imposing huge fines in revival of the Forest Laws, he incensed the Corporation of London by confiscating their estates in Ulster, conferred by his father, and levying a fine of 70,000 to boot, for alleged breaches of charter. Besides selling many trade monopolies, he passed vexatious sumptuary laws, fixing the prices of poultry, butter, and coals, and insisting on the incorporation of all tradesmen and artificers. The friction was well-nigh universal, and but for the remarkable prosperity built up by the long peace, the trouble might have come much sooner. But it is idle to keep up the pretence that what was at stake was the principle of freedom. The first demand of the parliamentary opposition was for the more thorough persecution of the Catholics. Parliamentarians such as Eliot were more oppressive in religious matters than Laud himself. PG 416, he sought only uniformity of worship, their uniformity of doctrine, and they punished for heresy more unpardonably than did the Star Chamber for gross libel. See Gardiner, History of England, 16,031,642, small ed. v. 191, as to Eliot's plans to fit out the fleet by means of those penalties, the Papists have already incurred a proposal which, says Dr. Gardiner, if it had been translated into figures, would have created a tyranny too monstrous to be contemplated with equanimity, and Eliot was all for a persecution of the Arminians 499, Romans 7, 42-43. In 1645, the Corporation of London petitioned Parliament to suppress all sects without toleration. Nor were they less oppressive in their fiscal policy. After beginning a revolt against illegal taxation, Pym secured the imposition of taxes on beverages, on flesh, salt, textile goods, and many other commodities at the sword's point, against the general resistance of the people. There were at work 100 motives of strife, and it was only the preternatural ill-luck or unwisdom of Charles that united Parliament against him so long. It needed all the infatuation of an express training in the metaphysics of divine right to enable a King of England, even after James I, to blunder through the immense network of superstition that hedged him round. Indeed, the very intensity of the royalist superstition best explains the royal infatuation. So fixed was the monarchic principle in the minds of the people, who then as later swore by monarchy but hated paying for it, that in the earlier years of the struggle not even the zealots could have dreamt of the end that was to be. Regicide entered no man's mind, even as a nightmare. On Charles, as the greatest architect of ruin in English political history, psychological interest fastens with only less intensity than on his great antagonist. The astonishing triple portrait by Van Dyck reveals, with an audacity that is positively startling when we think of the other effigies by the same artist, a character stamped at once with impotence and untruth. One slight suggestion of strength lies in the look of grave self-esteem equality, which would in Charles be fostered from the first by his refined revolt from the undignified ways of his father. But it is withal the very countenance of duplicity. Puritan prejudice could not pg 417 exaggerate the testimony of the daring artist. We seem to understand at once how he deceived and alienated Holland and Spain as well as the parties among his own subjects. And it was the very excess of duplicity, or rather the fatal combination of duplicity with infirmity of purpose, that destroyed the man. As the war wore on, and above all after it was closed, the discords of the Parliament and the army were such that the most ordinary practical sagacity could have turned them to the triumph of the king's cause. This is the most instructive phase of the rebellion. The Presbyterian majority, which had grown up in parliamentary growth, still imperfectly elucidate represented only one of the great warring sects of the day. And if, after independency, led by Cromwell, had come to daggers drawn with the despots of the Commons, Charles had only agreed to any working settlement whatever, he might with perfect confidence have left the conflicting forces to throttle each other afterwards. Any arrangement he might have made, whether with the Presbyterians or with Cromwell, would have broken down of itself, and he might have set up his own polity in the end. But he so enjoyed his intrigues, as it were indemnifying himself by them for his weakness of will, that he thought to triumph by them alone, and would not wait for the slower chemistry of normal political development, so that the independents, driven desperate by his deceits, had to execute him in self-preservation. As it was, the history of the rebellion remains none the less the tragicomedy of the old constitutionalism. Parliament, resisting as illegal the supremacy of the king, went from one illegality to another in resisting him, till his tyrannies became trivial in comparison. And Cromwell, who must have set out with convictions about the sanctity of law, although doubtless fundamentally moved by the all-pervading fear of popery, was led by an ironical fate, step by step, into a series of political crimes which, if those of Charles deserved beheading, could be coped with only in the medieval hell. C.P. Hallam Roman II 252, and Cowley's Essays ed. 1868 et seq., to say nothing of Cromwell's illegal exactions, his pg 418 selling of at least 50 Englishmen into slavery in the West Indies, on which see Cowley. Hallam Roman II 271 note, and Carlyle Letters and Speeches ed. 1857 Roman III 100, where the victims are put at hundredsalbate, no worse than the similar selling of Irish and Scotch prisoners was, an act which, if committed earlier by any king, would have covered his name with historical infamy. Prof. Firth points out that the practice began under James I, but it was then applied only to felons and vagrants. Cromwell's example was followed under Charles Roman II with regard to the Covenanting rebels in Scotland, and the plan was again followed in the cases of Monmouth's rebellion and that of 1715. Cited in note on Lomas's ed. of Carlyle's Cromwell Roman II 438, as regards Ireland, the selling of prisoners into slavery was not restricted to the case of the survivors of Drogheda Carlyle's Cromwell, as cited Roman II 53, ed. Lomas I 469. It is proved that Cromwell's agents captured not only youths, but girls for export to the West Indies Prendergast, the Cromwellian settlement, 2nd ed. And that the slavery there was of the cruelest sort. Cunningham, Growth of English Industry and Commerce, Roman II 109, though it has to be kept in view that it was not perpetual, the victim being strictly an indentured labourer only. For a certain number of years at the mercy of his owner Gardiner, Commonwealth and Protectorate, small ed. Roman III 30,910, note, Roman IV 11,113. Of course the limitation of the term made the servitude all the more severe. Lomas's note cited. In the end the Protector terrorized his own law courts as Charles had never dared to do. See Clarendon B.K., Roman 15 ed., Oxford 1843, and Hallam Roman II 253-271, 272 note. Cromwell's language, as recorded by Clarendon, would startle some of his admirers by its indecency if they took the trouble to read the passage. C.P. Vaughan hissed, of England under the Stuarts, etc., citing Whitelocke and Ludlow as to the law courts. Vaughan overlooks the selling of royalists as slaves. It was small wonder that posterity came to canonize the king, for in terms even of the Roundhead principles of impeachment, he was a political saint in comparison with the usurper. And royalists might well imagine Cromwell as haunted by remorse, for nothing short of the besotted fanaticism of which, as Hallam pronounces, he had sucked the dregs, could keep him self-complacent over the retrospect of the Civil War when he was governing by the major generals, after failing to govern with farcically packed parliaments. His fanaticism was, of course, in the ratio of his willpower, but each supported the other. The modern exaltation of his character, as against the earlier and rather saner habit of crediting PG 419 him with great powers, relatively high purposes and great misdeeds, has tended to throw in the shade the blazing lesson of his career, which is that, like most of his colleagues, he had set out with no political insight or foresight whatever. His conscientious beginnings are so utterly at issue with his endings that it is indeed almost superfluous to condemn either as superfluous as to denounce the infatuation of Charles. But it is of importance to remember that his very success as a Carlislean ruler only emphasizes the failure of his original politics. He succeeded by way of repudiating nearly every principle on behalf of which he had taken up arms. Even apart from the invigorating spectacle of his executive genius, he may well stir our sympathy, which is more subtly and deeply exercised by his inner tragedy, by the deadliness of his success in the light of his aims, than by the simpler ill fortune of Charles. But as politicians, our business is not to divide our sympathies between the powerful pietist who was forced to give the lie to his life to save it, and the weak liar who lost his life because he was at bottom faithful to his life's creed. The superiority of Cromwell in strength of will and in administrative faculty is too glaring to need acknowledging, and the lesson that a strong man can tyrannize grossly or a weak man cannot tyrannize trivially is not one that particularly needs pressing. What it is essential to note is that the course of events which forced and led Cromwell into despotism was for the next generation a strong argument against free parliamentary government. Our generation, proceeding mainly on the work of Carlyle, who never really elucidates or even seeks to comprehend political and social developments, has in large part lost sight of the fact that Cromwell was more and more clearly becoming a military despot, and that with 20 more years of life he might have established a new military and naval empire. Yet at the time of his death, his financial position was that of a military adventurer at his wits' end, and his unscrupulous attack on Spain was plainly planned by way of coming at money. Dr. Gardiner, who has been the first PG 420 English historian to handle the case with comprehensive insight, rightly compares the position of Cromwell with that of Napoleon. He was in fact just another sample of the recurrent type of the military ruler, establishing himself as despot on the ruins of faction. Except for 4 months, the whole of the Protectorate was a time either of war or of active preparation for war, and even during those months the Protector was hesitating, not whether he should keep the peace or not, but merely what enemy he should attack. Finally he made war on Spain, by the admission of the friendly historian, after the fashion of a midnight conspirator, deceiving the other side in order to gain a mean advantage. To such a policy there was no limit in national conscience, any more than in his. He had a standing army of 57,000 men, an immense force for the England of that day. His revenue stood at 2 millions and a quarter, nearly 4 times the figure of 20 years before, and still he was in desperate financial straits, his outlays being nearly half a million in excess of the income. The result was a war for material gains, and it consists with all we know of history to say that with continued success in such undertakings during a lengthened life, he would have won the mass of his countrymen to his allegiance. A few dates and details make the process dramatically clear. Admiral Blake won his first notable victory over Van Tromp in February 1653, and in April Cromwell felt himself in a position to expel the recalcitrant Parliament, though that had always specially favoured the navy. In this act he had the general approval of the people, but he took care to change some of the naval commanders. The next Parliament was the nominated one called the Barebones, wherein none were elected, and which went to pieces in the strife of its factions, since even nomination could not secure concord among Puritans. Then came the Parliament of 1654, elected from purged constituencies. From this were excluded 100 members who refused to sign an engagement not to alter the system in force, and finally the remnant was angrily dissolved, and military rule PG 421 established under the major generals. Yet again in 1656, driven by need of money, the Protector called another packed parliament, from which he nevertheless lawlessly excluded 102 elected members, and on their protesting there was a distinct increase of the already obvious public displeasure at such repeated acts of tyranny. This was in September, but in October came the news of Steiner's capture of the Spanish treasure ships, and in November the treasure arrived what the naval officers had left of it. On this the Parliament promptly voted everything that its master asked for. New taxes were laid to carry on the wanton war with Spain, and in January 1657 it was proposed to offer him the crown. Yet when, after a 6 months' adjournment, that Parliament debated points on which he wanted submission, he furiously dissolved it as he had done its predecessors. Such is the process of imperialism. With a few more years of ostensibly profitable conquest, Cromwell, acclaimed and urged on in the career of aggression by such different types of poet as Waller and Marvell, would as a matter of course have been made king, with the final consent of the army, and would have ruled as the crowned imperator. In that case his Puritanism, instead of putting any conscientious check on his egoism, would have fed it as Mohammed's faith did his. Thus his early death was one of the important accidents of history. As it was, Cromwell lived only long enough to create an intellectual as well as a conservative reaction. Surprise has been sometimes expressed, and must have been oftener felt, at the virtual high Toryism of the doctrine of Hobbes, who was so little conservative in his general habit of mind. The truth is that in 1651, or at least in 1660, the monarchism of Hobbes was the ostensible liberalism of the hour. Parliamentarism had meant first PG 422 sectarian tyranny, then anarchy, then military despotism, and there was not the slightest prospect of a parliamentary government which should mean religious or intellectual freedom all round. Hobbes would infallibly have been at least thrown into prison by the Long Parliament if in its earlier time of power he had published his remarks on the Pentateuch. They punished for much milder exercises of critical opinion. A strong monarchy was become, from the point of view of many enlightened men, positively the best available security for general freedom of life, at a time when the spirit of religion had multiplied tenfold the normal impulses to social tyranny, and furnished the deepest channel of social ill-will compatible with national unity. It lay in Christianity, as it lay earlier in Judaism, to breed an intensity of religious strife such as the pagan world never knew. Various countries had seen sects arise and grapple with each other on the score of this or that interpretation of the Hebrew sacred books, and men of conservative bias felt that they were face to face with insane forces incompatible with a democratic system. Religious law, above all other learning, could make men more excellently foolish, as Hobbes put it, than was possible to mere ignorance, making new and uncontrollable motives to disunion. It is not to be assumed, indeed, that a revolution begun on any motive whatever would have maintained itself at the then developed stage of political intelligence. For the English people, which constantly accuses others of lack of faculty for union, had never shown itself any better fitted for rational compromise than the Irish, given conditions of equal stress. Scandinavian, German, Dutch, English, all the Teutonic sections alike had in all ages shown in the fullest degree the force of the primary passions of self-assertion and mutual repulsion, cordially uniting only, if at all, for purposes of aggression. But in the case under notice, it was the religious passions that dug the channels of strife, and they must be held to have added to the volume of blind emotion. Thus intensified, the principle had shown itself potent to wreck any commonwealth, and there remained only the choice between a usurper governing through an army and a legitimate monarch governing as of old by way of parliament and a civil service. Parliament had been the most offensive tyrant of all, for while making most parade of legality it had been the most self-seeking, and perhaps even the least respectable as regards its PG 423 personnel. The liberals of the latter time had their cue given to them by the memorable Falkland, who, grievedly ingeminating peace, had recoiled from the intolerant Puritans, and sadly joined the intolerant Royalists. Macaulay's thrust at him for this, if technically just, was hardly seemly on the critic's part, for Falkland represented exactly the temper of Macaulay's own politics. He was an ideal Whig of the later school, the very saint of moderation. Falkland had indeed special ground for withdrawal from the Puritan party, in that he was convinced that Hampden and Pym had deceived him as to the king's complicity in the Irish rebellion and other matters. He had been persuaded to believe many things which he had since found to be untrue, but in most things the Puritans must have jarred on him. Where he had consented to go, albeit deliberately to his death, as a cavalier, his disciples might well become theoretic monarchists when the whole torrent of public opinion went for the Restoration. Of course, the hope of social freedom was destined to frustration under the restored monarchy, just as before, since there was still no culture force sufficient to purify the animal instinct of antagonism. The Restoration only meant that the Episcopalian dog was uppermost and the nonconformist under. But all the same, Commonwealth principles were profoundly discredited, and it is notable that never since has Republican principle ostensibly regained in England the stature it had reached in the hotbeds of the Great Rebellion and the Protectorate. The long struggle against the king had educated many of the strivers into democratism, as did the later struggle of the American colonies against George III. Even in the Parliament of Richard Cromwell, after Republican hopes had been so blasted, there were 47 avowed Republicans, the remnant of the breed. With the return of the monarchy, it virtually disappears from English politics for 130 years, when again it rises for a moment in the hot air of the French Revolution, only to disappear again for nearly another century. It was after the rebellion, and not before, that the dogma of divine right became completely current orthodoxy in England, pg 424. The collapse of republicanism meant the collapse of the class politics that had grown up in the war, and in the Commonwealth alongside of the creed politics. The creed politics itself, when carried to the lengths of the doctrine of the independence, meant a challenge to the political system, and among the more advanced reasoners of the period were some who saw that to put down kingly tyranny was of little avail while class inequalities remained. The Long Parliament, though not going this length, went far in the way of putting down some established abuses, and there are many records of a more searching spirit of innovation. It is important to realize that alike under Charles I and Cromwell, the parliaments tended to be partly composed of and ruled by the more audacious spirits of the time, simply because these had the advantage in discussion wherever they were. The incapacity for speech which in later times has made the Conservative Party welcome adventurers, as its mouthpieces meant the partial obliteration of the conservative class in the early days of unorganized parliamentary strife, and Cromwell's own parliaments baffled him in virtue of their large elements of upstart intelligence. He himself, having entered the war from a mixture of motives in which there was no idea of social reconstruction, was merely irritated by the ideals of the more radical agitators, which he could not out-argue, but on which he promptly put his foot. It is true that in the immense ferment set up by the rebellion impracticable ideas abounded, and that they suggested risks of civil anarchy, even as the multitude of sectaries threatened chaos in religion. We find indeed an express affirmation of anarchism in the literature of the period, and generally the English Revolution had in it most of the subversive elements which later evolved the French, the determining difference being that the English was not attacked from the outside, but there were practical plans also. Lilburne had a really constructive scheme of popular enfranchisement, which might have built up a democratic force of resistance to pg 425 royalism as such. But Cromwell, while ready to overthrow any part of the constitution that hampered him, would build up nothing in its place. He would have no alteration of the social structure, save in so far as he must protect his independence from the Presbyterians and Episcopalians alike. And of course, when his polity fell, the ideals of the independence of politics who had represented only a tribe of scattered intelligences, much fewer than the mere religious sectaries, who were themselves but a vigorous minority, speedily disappeared from English affairs. The standards of the average orthodox class became the standards of public life. On the side of international relations, finally, Cromwell and the Commonwealth did nothing to improve politics. Commerce began to spread afresh, and commercial and racial jealousy, under the Puritan as later under the Restoration rule, bred war with the Dutch, just as religious hatreds had made war between England and Spain. The final proof of Cromwell's lack of political wisdom is given in his utterly fantastic scheme for a constitutional union of the English and Dutch republics, a scheme which could not have worked for a week. When this proposal was declined by the Dutch States General, he seems to have been as ready as any filibuster in England to go to war with the States. And it is evident that the Navigation Act of 1651 was at once an act of revenge for the insults put upon the English ambassadors by the Dutch Orangist populace against the will of the Dutch government, and a wanton effort to punish the States for declining the Protector's absurd proposals. The two Protestant republics thereupon grappled like two worrying dogs, and for their first ostensible victory, the English Parliament publicly thanked God as unctuously as for any of the victories of the Civil War. In their hands and Cromwell's, international politics sank at once to the normal levels of primitive instinct. Mr. Frederick Harrison Cromwell, ch. Roman 13 glorifies Cromwell's foreign policy on the score that it made England great in the eyes of foreign countries. Exactly so might we eulogize the foreign policy of Louis Roman XIV or Philip Roman II or Napoleon, so long as it succeeded. Cromwell, up to the time when he began to scheme an empire of naval aggression, simply aimed at a PG 426 Protestant combination as other rulers aimed at Catholic combinations. There was nothing new in the idea, and it would have been astonishing if he had not maintained the naval power of the country. It was to this very end that the luckless Charles imposed his ship money, which Hampden and his backers refused to pay. As regards home politics again, Mr. Harrison praises Cromwell for preserving order with unprecedented success, making no allowance for the fact that Cromwell was the first Englishman who governed through a standing army, and making no attempt to refute Ludlow's statements cited by Hallam Roman II, 251, note, cp. Vaughan, note as to the gross tyranny of the major generals, or to meet the charge against Cromwell of selling scores of royalists into slavery at Barbados. Mr. Harrison finally justifies Cromwell's policy in the main on the score of necessity, despite the proverbial quotation. It was exactly on the plea of necessity that Charles justified himself in his day, when Cromwell joined in resisting him. Mr. Harrison again extols the generosity and moral elevation of the intervention for the Vaudois, when on the same page he has to admit the infamy of the Cromwellian treatment of Ireland. He sees no incongruity in Milton's emotion over the slaughtered saints of Protestantism, while Catholic ecclesiastics were with his approval being slain like dogs. Moral and social science must hold the balances more evenly than this. While thus showing that in his foreign relations in general he had no higher principle than that which led him to protect the Protestant Vaudois, Cromwell himself could not or would not tolerate Catholicism in England. What was immeasurably worse, he had put thousands of Irish Catholics to the sword, and reduced tens of thousands more to the life conditions of wild animals. His policy in Ireland, if judged by the standards we apply to the rule of other men, must be pronounced one of blind brutality. He had helped to make a civil war in England because his class was at times arbitrarily taxed, and had fears that its worship would be interfered with, and in so doing he felt he had the support and sanction of omnipotence. When it came to dealing with Irishmen who stood up for their race ideals and their religion, he acted as if for him principles of moral and religious right did not exist. His PG 427 most ferocious deeds he justified by reference to the Ulster massacre of 1641, as if all Irishmen had been concerned in that, and as if the previous English massacres had not been tenfold more bloody. Under his own government, by the calculation of Sir William Petty, out of a population of 1,466,000, 616,000 had in 11 years perished by the sword, by plague, or by famine artificially produced. Of these, 504,000 were reckoned to be of Irish and 112,000 of English descent, and it was planned to reduce the survivors to a life of utter destitution in Connaught and Clare. By the settlement of 1653, 10 of the 32 Irish counties were allotted to the adventurers, who in 1641 had advanced sums of money to aid in putting down the Irish rebellion. 12 were divided among Cromwell's soldiers. 7, with all the cities and corporations of the kingdom, were reserved for the Commonwealth, and 3 of the most barren counties, for the most part unreclaimed, were left for the natives. The settlement could not be carried out as planned by the government, and as evidently desired by Fleetwood, the Lord Deputy, and many of the officers. The very greed of the soldiery defeated the project of a universal transplantation, for they were as eager for Irish labour as for Irish land. But the confiscation of the land was carried out to the full, and multitudes were forced into Connaught. The worst tyranny of Charles is thus as dust in the balance with Cromwell's expropriation of myriads of conquered Irish. For them, he had neither the show of law nor the pretence of equity. They were treated as conquered races had been treated, not by the Romans, who normally sought to absorb in their polity the peoples they overcame, but by barbarians in their mutual wars, where the loser was driven to the wilderness. Far from seeking to grapple as a statesman with the problem of Irish disaffection, he struck into it like a berserker, on the same inspiration of animal fury as took him into the breach at Drogheda, and his or his officers' enactments, providing for the slaughter of all natives who did not carry certificates of having taken the anti-royalist oath, are to be matched in history only with the treatment of the conquered Slavs by the Christianizing Germans in the Dark Ages. Dr. Gardiner and Mr. Harrison partly defend the massacre of Drogheda as justified by the laws of war of the time. It is true that for the period it was not very much out of the way. The royalist Manley, describing it, says only History pg 428 of the rebellions, 1691, I would not condemn the promiscuous slaughter of the citizens and soldiers of cruelty, because it might be intended for example and terror to others, if the like barbarity had not been committed elsewhere. But Manley seems to have forgotten the friars, whose slaughter neither laws of war nor European custom exonerated. There were really no laws of war in the case. Dr. Gardiner, Student's History, Commonwealth and Protectorate, small ed. I 118 puts it that these laws left garrisons refusing, as that of Drogheda had done, to surrender an indefensible post to the mercy or cruelty of the enemy, but it is unwarrantable to call Drogheda an indefensible post. Dr. Gardiner's thesis that any captured post, however hard to take, is ipso facto proved to have been indefensible, may be dismissed as a very bad sophism. Elsewhere he himself puts it, note that men defending a fortified town after the defences had been captured were liable to be slain, a very different thing. Drogheda contained 3,000 foot, mostly English, the flower of Ormond's army, as Dr. Gardiner avows. Mr. Harrison Oliver Cromwell perhaps errs in saying that its commander, Sir Arthur Aston, an officer of great name and experience at that time, made little doubt of defending it against all the power of Cromwell. C.P. Gardiner, Calm and Pratt, small ed. I 128 as to Aston's Straits. It had, however, actually resisted siege by the Catholics for 3 years, and it was only by desperate efforts that Cromwell carried it. He went into the breach with the forlorn hope, and he gave the order for slaughter, as he himself admits, in the fury of action. The first order, be it observed, was to slay all in arms in the townthies at a time when men commonly carried arms in time of peace, and members wore their swords in Parliament. It simply meant a massacre of the male inhabitants. The garrison was not so slaughtered. When the surrender of the garrison came, Cromwell's bloodlust was slaked, and he spared all but every 10th man for slavery in the Barbados. Nor did his men merely slay those taken in arms. He tells that their friars were knocked on the head promiscuously, and it is impossible wholly to refuse to believe the royalist statement of the time, that men, women, and children were indiscriminately slaughtered. Dr. Gardiner, on somewhat insufficient grounds, History of the Commonwealth, I 135, 136, note, entirely rejects the personal testimony of the brother of Anthony, a Wood Anthony's autobiography, ed. Oxford, 1848 pp. 51, 52 as to Cromwell's men holding up children as shields when pursuing some soldiers of the garrison who defended themselves. Dr. Gardiner is himself in error in respect of one charge of improbability which he brings against the narrative, as quoted by himself. But in any case his own narrative, as he evidently pg 429 feels, shows the Cromwellian troops to have been sufficiently ferocious. Quarter was promised, and then withheld. Gardiner, I 117 note 118, and by Dr. Gardiner's own showing the parliamentary account itself, avows that the final surrender of the defenders on the Mount was obtained by sheer treachery, a fact which Dr. Gardiner glosses even while showing it. A Puritan drunk with the lust of battle is a beast like any other. Cromwell himself had to quiet his conscience with his usual drug of religion, but if this act had been done by Cavaliers or Catholics upon a Puritan garrison and independent priests, he and his party would have held it up to horror forever. The only defence he could make was that this was vengeance for the great Irish massacre, that is to say, that he had shown he could be as bloody as the Irish, who on their part had all the English massacres of the previous generation to avengia circumstance carefully ignored by clerical writers who still justify Cromwell in the name of Christianity as seeking to make future massacres impossible. All the while there was not the slightest pretence of showing that the garrison of Drogheda had been concerned in the old massacre. Compare on this the emphatic verdict of Dr. Gardiner, History of the Commonwealth, I. 139. Mr. Harrison quotes Cromwell's challenge to opponents to show any instance of a man not in arms being put to death with impunitithis, after he had avowed the slaughter of all priests and chaplains. His general assertion of the scrupulousness of his party was palpably false, and it is idle to say that he must have believed it true. That Ireton's Puritan troops slew numbers of disarmed and unarmed Irish with brutal cruelty and treachery against Ireton's reiterated orders is shown by Dr. Gardiner, and he tells how Ireton hanged a girl who tried to escape from Limerick Commonwealth, Roman 2, 48-53. Is it then to be supposed that Cromwell's men were more humane when he was hounding them on to massacre? As to the further slaughter of natives, there stands the assertion of Father French narrative of the Earl of Clarendon's settlement and sale of Ireland, Dublin, Rep. 1846, that under the proclamation which commanded the soldiers to slay any men met on the highway, without a certificate of having taken the engagement abjuring the monarchy, silly peasants who out of ignorance or want of care left their tickets at home, were barbarously murdered. In the circumstances the statement is only too credible. There remains to be considered the old plea that the massacre of Drogheda made an end of serious resistance, and so saved life. Thus Carlisle, Wexford storm followed not by forethought, it would seem, but by chance of war in the same fashion, and there was no other storm or slaughter needed in PG 430 that country Cromwell calm, on letter CV. This is one of Carlyle's innumerable misstatements of fact. Even on his own view, the Wexford slaughter had to follow that of Drogheda. But as Gardiner shows, Cromwell's bloodshed at Drogheda and Wexford, so far from sparing effusion of blood, though successful at Ross and at a few lesser strongholds, had only served to exasperate the garrisons of Duncannon, of Kilkenny, and of Clonmel. And in his later movements Cromwell, always prepared to accept the teaching of events, had discovered that the way of clemency was the shortest road to conquest calm, and Prot. I. 157, cp. The laudation here too is characteristic, but it disposes of Carlyle's. Carlyle would never be at pains enough to check his presuppositions by the records. As Gardiner tells note, he denounces an editor for printing a postscript in which Cromwell admitted the slaughter of many inhabitants of Drogheda. This, said Carlyle, had no authority in contemporary copies. It appears, writes Dr. Gardiner, in the official contemporary copy in Letters from Ireland. What is more, the editor in question had given the reference. There are men who today will still applaud Cromwell because he quenched the Irish trouble for the time in massacre and devastation, and others, blenching at the atrocity of the cure, speak of it with bated breath as doing him discredit, while they bate nothing of their censure of the arbitrariness of Charles. Others excuse all Puritan tyranny because of its sincerity, as if that plea would not exculpate Torquemada and Alva. The plain truth is that Cromwell in no way rose above the moral standards of his generation in his dealings with those whom he was able to oppress. He found in his creed his absolution for every step to which blind instinct led him, in Ireland as in England, and it seems to be his destiny to lead his admirers into the same sophistrispious, with a differencias, served to keep him on good terms with his conscience after suppressing an English parliament or slaughtering an Irish garrison. Take, for instance, the fashion in which Dobbin shuffles over the Irish massacres, after quoting Cromwell's worst cant on the subject. This extract will suffice. Cromwell acted in Ireland like a great statesman, and the means he employed were those best calculated promptly to restore order in that unhappy country. And yet we cannot avoid regretting that a mono-Christian man should have been called to wage so terrible a war, and to show towards his enemies greater severity than had ever, perhaps, been exercised by the pagan leaders of PG 431 antiquity. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God the Protector, 3rd ed. It is too much even to say, as a more scrupulous critic has done, that the phenomenon of the Commonwealth represented a great attempt at a higher life on the part of men nobler and wiser than their contemporaries. It was simply the self-assertion of energetic men of whom some were in some respects ahead of their time, while the others were as bad as their time, and in some respects rather behind it, men bewildered by fanaticism and incapable of a consistent ethic, whose failure was due as distinctly to their own intellectual vices as to their environment. No serious poetry of any age is more devoid of moral principle than the verses in which Marvell and Waller exult over the wanton attack on Spain and kindle at the prospect of a future of unscrupulous conquest. Both men were religious, both as ready to sing of divine love as of human hate, and both in their degree were good types of the supporters of Cromwell. The leaders from the very outset are visibly normal agitators, full of their own grievances, and as devoid of the spirit of fellow-feeling, of concern for all-round righteousness, as any of the men they impeached. Their movement went so far as it did because, firstly, they were vigorous men resisting a weak man, and later their own natural progress to anarchy was checked by the self-assertion of the strongest of them all. Thus their and his service to progressive political science is purely negative. They showed once for all that an ignorance guided by religious zeal and inspiration is more surely doomed to disaster than the ignorance of mere primary animal instinct, and that of the many forms of political optimism, that of Christian pietism, is for the modern world certainly not the least pernicious. The Puritan name and ideal are in these days commonly associated with high principle and conscientiousness, and it is true that in the temper and the tactic of the early revolutionary movement, despite much dark fanaticism, there was a certain masculine simplicity and sincerity not often matched in our politics since. But as the years went on, principles gave way, dragged down by fanaticism and egoism, and the Puritan temper, lacking light, bred deadly miasmas. Milton himself sinks from the level of the Areopagitica to that of the iconoclasts, an ignoble performance at the behest of the government, who just then were PG 432, suppressing the freedom of the press. In strict historical truth, the Puritan name and the ideal must stand for utter failure to carry on a free polity, in virtue of incapacity for rational association, for the stifling of some of the most precious forces of civilization, the artistic, and further for the grafting on normal self-seeking of the newer and subtler sin of solemn hypocrisy. This holds good of the Puritan party as a whole. It is possible, however, to take too low a view of the judgment of any given section of it. Dr. Gardiner, for instance, somewhat strains the case when he says students' history of the Barebone Parliament. Unfortunately, these godly men so styled by Cromwell were the most crotchety and impracticable set ever brought together. The majority wanted to abolish the Court of Chancery without providing a substitute, and to abolish tithes without providing any other means for the support of the clergy. It seems clear that it was the intention of the majority to provide an equivalent for the tithes. See Vaughan, pp. 508, 509, cp. Hallam, Roman 2, 243, 244, and the remark as to the Court of Chancery appears to miss the point. The case against that court was that it engrossed almost all suits, and yet intolerably delayed them. The proposal was to let the other courts do the work. Cp. Dr. Gardiner's Commonwealth and Protectorate, Roman 2, 241, 262, and as to the tithes, I 192, Roman 2, 32, 240, 275, 276. It would be hard to show that either Cromwell or the men he used and overrode were under trial more conscientious than the average public men of later times. Well-meaning he and many of them were. But then, most men are well-meaning up to their lights. The moral test for all is consistency with professed principle under changing conditions, and hardly one was steadfastly true to the principles he put forward. They prevaricated under harder pressure, no doubt like other politicians, with only the difference that they could cite random texts and the Lord in their justification. And inasmuch as their godly strifes were as blind and as insoluble as those of any factions in history, they furnished no aid and no encouragement to posterity to attempt anew the great work of social regeneration. If that is ever to be done, it must be with saner inspiration and better light than theirs. It is time that, instead of extolling them as men of superior moral stature and inspiration, we now realize they brought to a bewildering problem of vain enlightenment. PG 433. On this view it may be noted, we have a sufficient explanation of the dissimulations of which Cromwell was undoubtedly guilty. Between the antiquated asperity of Villemain, who, while extolling his capacity, charges him with forbery habitul hist, de Cromwell 5 e edit, and the foregone condonations of Carlyle, there is a mean of common sense. Cromwell was a man of immense energy and practical capacity, but with no gift for abstract thought and spellbound by an incoherent creed. Consequently, he was bound to come to serious confusion when he had to deal with tense complexities of conduct and violently competing interests. Coming into desperate positions, for which his religion was worse than no preparation, and in which it could not possibly guide him aright, he must needs trip over the snares of diplomacy and do his equivocations worse than a more intellectual man would. Cromwell's lying sounds the more offensive because of its constant twang of pietism, but that was simply the dialect in which he had been brought up. Had he lived in our day, he would have been able to prevaricate with a wider vocabulary, which makes a great difference. Lest such a criticism should be suspected of prejudice, it may be well to note that a contemporary doctor of divinity has at some points exceeded it. It is Dr. Cunningham who argues that, in consequence of the Puritan bias leading to a cult of the Old Testament rather than the New, there occurred under Puritan auspices a retrogression to a lower type of social morality, which showed itself both at home and abroad. He traces Puritan influence specially in degrading the condition of the labourer, b in reckless treatment of the native coloured races, c in the development of the worst forms of slavery. The present writer, who rarely finds it necessary to oppose a Protestant clergyman on such an issue, is disposed to think the charge overdrawn, for the following reasons. The English treatment of Ireland was to the full as cruel in the Elizabethan period, before Puritanism had gone far, as under Cromwell. The Catholic Spaniards in Mexico and Peru were as cruel as the Puritan colonists in New England. It is true that in all the terrible story of the dealings of the white man with the savage, there are few more miserable instances of cold-blooded cruelty than the wholesale destruction of the Pequod nation men, women, and children by the Puritan settlers of PG 434 Connecticut. But when Catholics and pre-Puritan Protestants and Dutch Protestants act similarly, the case is not to be explained on Dr. Cunningham's theory. The fallacy seems to lie in supposing that the New Testament has ever been a determinant in these matters. Marsham confesses that in the wars of the Crusades the Christians were more ferocious than the Saracens, and Seneca was at least as humane as Paul. There is distinct validity, on the other hand, in the charge that Puritanism worsened the life of the working classes, first by taking away their ecclesiastical holidays and guild festivals, and finally by taking all recreation out of their Sunday. The latter step may be regarded as the assertion of the economic interest of the Protestant clergy against the social needs of their flocks. It was not that the labourers were well off before the rebellion her again, we must guard against false impressions, but that Puritan ascendancy rendered the lot of the labourer hopelessly dull. There is reason to believe, further, that the Stuart administration, applying the Elizabethan poor law, took considerable pains to relieve distress, and that the Commonwealth, on the contrary, treated the lapsed mass without sympathy, and it is not unlikely that, as has been suggested, this had something to do with the popular welcome given to the Restoration. The conclusion is that neither the personal character nor the political success of the Puritans need lead us to ignore their baleful influence on society, which was, in the opinion of Arnold, despite his passion for their favourite literature, to imprison and turn the key upon the English spirit for 200 years. Here again the impartial naturalist will detect exaggeration, but much less than in the current hyperboles to the contrary. For the rest, the commercial and industrial drift of England, the resort to the mineral wealth that was to be the economic basis of later commerce and empire, the pursuit of capitalistic manufacture, the building up of a class living on interest as the privileged class of the past had lived. On land monopoly all went on under PG 435 Puritanism, as under Catholicism, Anglicanism, Calvinism, Lutheranism. The early Puritans, taking up the Catholic tradition, denounced usury, but the clergy of industrial and burgher-ruled states, beginning with Calvin, perforce receded from that veto. Even under Elizabeth there was a good deal of banking, and under Cromwell English merchants and money-dealers had learned all the lessons the Dutch could teach them, weighing the Protector's borrowing credit in the scales of the market as they would any other. The spirit of pitiless commercial competition flourished alike under Roundhead and Cavalier, save in so far as it was manacled by invidious monopolies. The lust of empire was as keen among the middle class in Cromwell's day as in Elizabeth's and our own, and even the lot of the workers began to approximate to its modern aspect through the greater facility of transfer, which followed on the old rigidity of feudal law and medieval usage. The industrial age was coming to birth. Chapter 3, From the Restoration to Anep 436. The broad outcome of the monarchic restoration under Charles Roman II is the intensifying of the royalist sentiment by way of reaction from the rebellion and the autocracy of the Protector. It has been held that had Richard Cromwell had the energy of his father, he might easily have maintained his position, so quietly was his accession at first accepted, and no doubt his irresolution made much of the difference between success and failure, but nothing can be clearer than the leaning of the mass of the people to the lawful dynasty. It is a proof of Cromwell's complete dislocation of the old state of touch between the official classes and the public, that the army leaders had no misgivings when they commenced to intrigue against Richard, and that Monk was so slow to declare for the king when the event showed how immense was the royalist preponderance. During the rebellion, London, led by the Puritans, had dominated the country. Under the Protectorate, town and country were alike dominated by a selected official and military class, representing a minority with military force to impose its rule. As soon as this class began to disrupt in factions, the released play of common sentiment began to carry all forward on a broad tide towards a restoration, the only footing on which the English people could yet unite being one of tradition and superstition. The anarchy of a state still unfitted for republican government had before brought about the Protectorate, it now led back to the monarchy. And that the new monarchy did not become as absolute as the contemporary rule of Louis Roman XIV was solely owing to the accident of the later adhesion of the restored dynasty to the Church of Rome, which the mass of the people feared more than they did even the prospect of another civil war. It was the memory of the Fronde that enabled Louis to override the remains of the French constitution and set up an autocracy, and the same force was now at work PG 437 in England. It was the memory of the Civil War that made the people so much more forbearing with the new king, when his private adhesion to the Catholic Church became generally suspected, than their fathers had been with his father. By temperament and from experience they were disposed to do anything for the throne, but the general fear of popery on the one hand, and the special royalist aversion to the Puritan sects on the other, plunged the state into a new ferment of ecclesiastical politics, the strifes of which so far absorbed the general energy that a luck in the commercial wars with Holland seems to have been almost a necessary result, even had the king ruled well. Not that the generation of Charles Roman II was a whit less bent on dominion and acquisition than the decade of the Protectorate. In this new situation, under a king too little devoted to his trade to choose really sagacious courses, but too shrewd to ruin himself, occur the beginnings of parliamentary statesmanship, in the modern sense of government in harmony with the Crown. The powerful administration of Strafford had been a matter of helping the Crown to resist Parliament. The very capable though unforeseeing statesmanship of the Pyms and Hampdens of the Long Parliament, again, was a matter of resisting the Crown, and with Shaftesbury such resistance recurred, but the indolence of the king, joined with his sense of the dangers of the old favouritism, gave rise to the principle of ministerial government before partisan cabinets had come into existence. Clarendon had in him much of the constitutionalist temper. Shaftesbury, however, was better qualified both by training and parts for the task of statesmanship in a stormy and unscrupulous generation. Read dispassionately, his story is seen to be in the main what his careful vindicator would make it, that of a man of average moral quality, with exceptional energy and resource. The legend of his wickedness is somewhat puzzling, in view of his staunch hostility to Romanism, and of his political superiority to the famous deist statesman of the next generation, Bolingbroke, who has been so little blackened in comparison. A reasonable explanation is that Shaftesbury was damned by the Church for resisting the king, while Bolingbroke's services to the Church covered his multitude of sins. But the idle rumours of PG 438 Shaftesbury's debauchery apparently damaged him with the Protestant dissenters, and his wickedly reckless policy over the popish plot might easily secure him a share in the infamy, which is the sole association of the name of Titus Oates. Here also, however, he has been calumniated. Burnet, though plainly disliking him, says nothing of debauchery in his life, and declined to believe, when Charles suggested it, that he had any part in trumping up the falsehoods about the plot. There can be no reasonable doubt that Shaftesbury honestly believed there was a great danger of the re-establishment of popery, and it is not at all improbable that he credited some of the tales told, as Lord Russell solemnly testified at the scaffold that he for his part had done. To acquit Russell and criminate Shaftesbury is possible only to those who have made up their minds before trying the case. It is practically certain, moreover, that some vague Catholic plotting really did take place, and in the then posture of affairs nothing was more likely. Shaftesbury, like the other capable statesmen of the Restoration, was in favour of toleration of the dissenters, but like all other Protestant statesmen of the age, he thought it impossible to tolerate Catholicism. Nor can it well be doubted that had Charles or James been able to establish the Roman system, it would have gone hard with Protestantism. It is true that the only exhibition thus far of the spirit of tolerance in Protestant and Catholic affairs in France and England had been on the part of Richelieu towards the Huguenots, themselves intensely intolerant, but it could not reasonably be supposed that an English Catholic king or statesman, once well fixed in power, would have the wisdom or forbearance of Richelieu. The two systems, in fine, aimed at each other's annihilation, and Shaftesbury simply acted, politically that is, as the men of the First Rebellion would have done in similar circumstances. Instead of dismissing PG 439 him as a mere scoundrel, we are led to realize how imperfectly moralized were all the men of his age in matters of religion and racial enmity. The friend of Locke can hardly have been a rascal. For the rest, he was admitted even by the malicious and declamatory Dryden to have been a just chancellor. It is proved that he opposed the stop of the exchequer, and he sharply resisted the rapacity of the royal concubines. In his earlier policy towards Holland, he conformed odiously enough to the ordinary moral standard of the time in politics, a standard little improved upon in the time of Palmerston, and not discarded by those Englishmen who continue to talk of Russia as England's natural enemy, or by those who speak of Germany as a trade rival that must be fought to a finish. His changes of side between the outbreak of the rebellion and his death, while showing the moral and intellectual instability of the period, were not dishonourable, and are not for a moment to be compared with those of Dryden, most unstable of all men of genius, whose unscrupulous but admirably artistic portrait of the statesman has doubtless gone far to keep Shaftesbury's name in disesteem. It may be, again, that his sufficient wealth takes away somewhat from the merit of his steadfast refusal of French bribes, but the fact should be kept in mind, as against the other fact that not only the king and some of the opposition, but Algernon Sidney took them. On the whole, Shaftesbury was the most tolerable of the ministers of his day, though his animus against Catholicism made him grossly unscrupulous toward individual Catholics, and his miscalculation of possibilities, in clinging to the scheme of giving Monmouth the succession, finally wrecked his career. He had almost no alternative, placed and principled as he was, save to call in the Prince of Orange, and this would really have been at that moment no more feasible a course than it was to declare Monmouth the heir, besides being more hazardous, in that William was visibly less easy to lead. Of Shaftesbury, Burnet admits that his strength lay in the knowledge PG 440 of England, and when he took a fatal course, it was because the whole situation was desperate. His fall measures not so much the capacity of Charles as the force which the royalist superstition had gathered. This growth can be traced in the clerical literature of the time. The conception of a divine right inhering in kings by heredity, a conception, arising naturally as part of the general ethic of feudal inheritance, had been emphasized on the Protestant side in England by way of express resistance to the papacy, which from the time of Gregory Roman VII had been wont in its strifes with emperors and kings to deny their divine right, and to assert its own, formally founding the latter, however, on the natural right inherent in masses of men to choose their own rulers, even as the citizens of Rome had been wont to elect the popes. The total effect of the English rebellion was to give an immense stimulus to the high monarchic view, not now as against the papacy, but as against Parliament. When the learned Usher drew up at the request of Charles his treatise on the power communicated by God to the prince, and the obedience required of the subject, he proceeded almost wholly on arguments from the Scriptures and the Fathers, not that there were not already many deliverances from modern authorities on the point, but that these evidently had not entered into the ordinary stock of opinion. On the papal side, from Thomas Aquinas onwards, the negative view had been carefully set forth, not merely as a papal claim, but also as an obvious affirmation of the ancient law of nature. Thus the Spanish Jesuit Suarez 15,480,1617 had in his Tractatus de Legibus while deriving all law from the will of God, expressly rejected the doctrine that the power of rule inheres by succession in single princes. Such power, pg 441, he declared, by its very nature, belongs to no one man, but to a multitude of men, adding a refutation of the patriarchal theory which might have caused our English divines to blush before the Jesuit of Granada. At the beginning of the 17th century, again, while leading Englishmen were affirming divine right, the German Protestant Althusius, professor of law at Herborn, publishing his Politica Methodis Digesta, declares in a dedication to the states of Friesland that the supreme power lies in the people. Hooker, too, had stamped the principle of consent with his authority, very much as did Suarez. But the compiler of the history of passive obedience since the Reformation, after showing that the tenet had been held by dozens of Protestant divines and jurists after the Reformation, and even strongly affirmed by nonconformists, is able to cite nearly as many assertions of it in the reign of Charles Roman II as in the whole preceding period. The clergy were, indeed, able to show that the principle of non-resistance had been a common doctrine up to the Great Rebellion, and though the contrary view was on the whole more common, it well illustrates the instinctive character of political movement that the democratic doctrine had followed the course of action step by step, and not preceded it. There had been resistance before the right to resist was formulated in the schools, and Bishop Guthrie records that at the General Assembly in Edinburgh in January 1645, everyone had in his hand that book lately published by Mr. Samuel Rutherford, entitled Lex Rex, which was stuffed with positions that in the time of peace and order would have been judged damnable treasons, yet were now so idolized that, whereas in the beginning of the work Buchanan's treatise, De Jure Regni apud Scotos, was looked upon as an oracle this coming forth, it was slighted as not anti-monarchical enough, and Rutherford's Lex Rex only thought authentic. So Milton's answer to Salmasius, pg 442, vindicating the right of rebellion as inherent in freemen, marks the high tide of feeling that sustained the foremost regicides. But in the nature of the case, the feeling swung as far the other way when they had touched their extreme limit of action, and when the royalist cause came in the ascendant, the monarchical principle was perhaps more passionately cherished in England than in any of the other European states. How it normally worked may be seen in Dryden's sycophantic dedication of his All for Love to Lord Danby, sinking as it does to the extravagant baseness of the declaration that every remonstrance of private men has the seed of treason in it. It was in this very year that Charles and Danby made the secret treaty with France, the revelation of which by Louis soon afterwards brought Danby to the Tower. And Danby it was who 3 years before carried through the House of Lords a bill to make all placemen declare on oath that they considered all resistance to the king unlawful. The handful of remaining Republicans and political liberals, appealing as they did to tradition in their treatises against the traditional pleadings of the churchmen and royalists, could have no appreciable influence on the public, because the mere spirit of tradition, when not appealed to as the sanction of a living movement of resistance, must needs make for passivity. Algernon Sidney's posthumous folio on government in answer to Filmer's Patriarcha, arguing the question of self-government versus divine right, and going over all the ground from Nimrod downwards, point by point, is a far greater performance than Filmer's, and Locke in turn brought a still greater power of analysis to bear on the same refutation, but it is easy to see that Filmer's is the more readable book, and that with its straightforward dogmatism it would most readily convince the average Englishman. Nor was the philosophy all on one side, though Filmer has 10 absurdities for the others one, and was so unguarded as to commit himself to the doctrine that the possession of power gives divine right, no matter how come by. Sidney himself always argued that virtue entitled men to superior power, and though he might in practice have contended that the choice of the virtuous should be made by the people, his proposition pointed rather plainly back to Cromwell, acclaimed by pg 443 Milton as the worthiest to bear rule. And to be governed by a military autocrat, however virtuous and capable, was as little to the taste of that generation as it was to the taste of Carlyle's. Even a clergyman could see that the political problem was really one of the practical adjustment of crude conflicting interests, and that there could easily be as much friction under a virtuous monarch as under a dissolute one. The conscientiousness of the first Charles had wrought ruin, where the vicious indolence of the second steered safely. as Filmer and Sidney, besides, really agreed in awarding the tools to him who could handle them, and as the most pressing practical need was to avoid civil war, the solution for most people was the more clearly a loyal submission to the reigning house, and no amount of abstract demonstration of the right of self-government could have hindered the habit of submission from eating deeper and deeper into the national character if it were not for the convulsion which changed the dynasty and set up a deep division of loyalties, keeping each other in check. In the strict sense of the term, there was no class strife, no democratic movement, no democratic interest, indeed no ideal of public interest as the greatest good of the whole. Thus Harrington's Oceania, with its scheme of an equal commonwealth, a government established upon an equal agrarian, arising into the superstructures of three orders, the Senate debating and proposing, the people resolving, and the magistracy executing by an equal rotation. Through the suffrage of the people given by the Balothi's conception, later pronounced by Hume the only valuable model of a commonwealth that has yet been offered to the public, although the same critic exposed its weakness was in fact as wholly beside the case as the principle of the Second Coming, no man desired the proposed ideal, and the very irrelevance of the systematic treatises strengthened the case for use and want. The political discussions, being thus mostly in the air, could serve only to prepare leading men to act on certain principles should events forcibly lead up to new action. But the existing restraints on freedom did not supply sufficient grievance to breed action. The dissenters themselves were almost entirely resigned to their ostracism, and the preponderance of the Church and the Tory party was complete. Luckily, the political fanaticism of Charles I reappeared in his PG 444 son James, and that king's determination to re-establish in his realm the church of his devotion served to break a spell that nothing else could have shattered. The very church which had been assuring him of his irresistibility, having to choose between its own continuance and his, had perforce to desert him, and the old panic fear of popery, fed by the spectacle of Geoffrey's bloody assize, swept away the monarch who had aroused it. He would have been an energetic king. His naval memoirs exhibit zeal and application to work, and he had so much of rational humanity in him that in Scotland he pointed out to the popes of Presbyterianism how irrational as well as merciless was their treatment of sexual frailty. But his own fanaticism carried him athwart the superstition which would have sufficed to make him a secure despot in all other matters, and when the spirit of freedom seemed dying out in all forms save that of sectarian zealotry, his assault on that brought about the convulsion which gave it fresh chances of life. While practical politics was thus becoming more and more of a stupid war of ecclesiastical prejudices, in which the shiftiest came best off, and even theoretic politics ran to a vain disputation on the purposes of God towards Adam, some of the best intelligence of the nation, happily, was at work on more fruitful lines. The dire results of the principles which had made for union and strife of late years drove thoughtful men back on a ground of union which did not seem to breed a correlative malignity. It was in 1660, the year of the Restoration, that the Royal Society was constituted, but its real beginnings lay in the first years of peace under Cromwell, when, as Spratt records, a candid, unpassionate company began to meet at Oxford in the lodgings of Dr. Wilkins, of Wadham College, to discuss questions of natural fact. The university had at the time many members of its own who had begun a free way of reasoning, and was also frequented by some gentlemen of philosophical minds, whom the misfortunes of the kingdom and the security and ease of a retirement amongst gownsmen had drawn PG 445 thither. In constituting the society, the associates freely admitted men of different religions, countries, and professions of life, taking credit to themselves for admitting an intellectual shopkeeper, though the far greater number are gentlemen, free and unconfined. Above all things they shunned sectarian and party feeling. Their first purpose was no more than only the satisfaction of breathing a freer air, and of conversing in quiet one with another, without being engagged in the passions and madness of that dismal age, and when they formally incorporated themselves, it was expressly to discuss things and not words. It is noteworthy that the French Academy, which gave the immediate suggestion for the constitution of the English Royal Society, contained almost no authors save belles-lettrists and ecclesiastics. In the list of members down to 1671 relations cited, I find no writer on science save de la Chambre, the king's physician, and the first important undertaking of the Academy projected about 1637 was a dictionary. Spratt suggests that the Royal Society has usefully influenced the Academy in the direction of the study of things rather than words. Compare the avowed literary ideal of the authors of the relation. But although the French group from the first tended mainly to literary pursuits, they too aimed at a free way of reasoning, et de si primierage de l'Académie, ils en parlant comme d'un âge d'or, durant lequel avec tout l'innocence et toute la liberté des premiers siècles, sans brut, et sans pompe, et sans autres lois celles de l'amity, ils gautient ensemble tout si que la société des esprits, et la vie raisonnable, ont de plus duet de plus charmant relation. And even while Spratt was writing, the French were making up their scientific leeway. In 166,465, there was published in English a translation of a general collection of discourses of the virtuosi of France upon questions of all sorts of philosophy and other sick natural knowledge made in the assembly of the Beaux Esprits at Paris by the most ingenious persons of that nation 2 vols. sm. Folio, wherein, though the scientific discussions are distinctly amateurish, there are many speculations likely to stimulate both French and English experiment. There is indeed little to choose in point of solidity between the early themes of the English Royal Society and those of the French Academy. On the other hand, the French government specially promoted exact study. In 1666, Colbert established the Académie Royale des Sciences for the promotion of geometry, astronomy, physics, and chemistry, building a laboratory and an observatory, and inviting to France Cassini and Huygens pg 446 Life of Colbert by Bernard, in ed. Of Colbert's Last Testament, 1695. Colbert further founded the Académie Royale d'Architecture in 1671, and had set up what came to be the Académie des Inscriptions in his own house. All 3 bodies did excellent work. See the acknowledgment as regards science in Lawrence's Lectures on Comparative Anatomy, etc., 1819. In France, besides, the philosophy and science of Descartes made way from the first, and it was his works that first gave Locke a relish for philosophical things. On the other hand, Spratt, who was not without an eye to literature, and made a reputation by his style, acutely notes that in the wars themselves, which is a time wherein all languages use, if ever, to increase by extraordinary degrees, for in such busy and active times there arise more new thoughts of some men, which must be signified and varied by new expressions, the English speech received many fantastical terms, and withal it was enlarged by many sound and necessary forms and idioms which it before wanted, and he proposes an authoritative dictionary on the lines of the French project. The English naturalists would have nothing to do with theology, these 2 subjects, God and the soul, being only foreborn. Reasoning from the development of military faculty in the Civil War, they decided that greater things are produced by the free way than the formala principle already put forth by Renaudot, in the preface to the reports of the French Academy, as the guide of their procedure. By attending solely to results and questions of concrete fact, the inquirers were not only free from faction, but from the very causes and beginnings of it. And in the language of the time they held that by this means there was a race of young men provided against the next age, whose minds receiving from them their just impressions of sober and generous knowledge were invincibly armed against all the enchantments of enthusiasm, that is, of religious fanaticism. And with this recall from fanaticism, there went the stirring and energetic curiosity of people habituated to action by years of war, and needing some new excitement to replace the old. While many turned to debauchery, others took to experiment, says Spratt. The late times of civil war and confusion, to make some pg 447 recompense for their infinite calamities, brought this advantage with them, that they stirred up men's minds from long ease and a lazy rest, and made them active, industrious, and inquisitive, it being the usual benefit that follows upon tempests and thunders in the state, as well as in the sky, that they purify and clear the air which they disturb. But now, since the king's return, the blindness of the former age and the miseries of this last have vanished away. Now men are generally weary of the relics of antiquity, and satiated with religious disputes. Now not only the eyes of men but their hands are open, and prepared to labour. Now there is a universal desire and appetite after knowledge, after the peaceable, the fruitful, nourishing knowledge, and not after that of antient sects, which only yielded hard indigestible arguments or sharp contentions instead of food, which when the minds of men required bread, gave them only a stone, and for fish a serpent. Here too, then, there was reaction. It could not suffice to lift the plane of national life, which was determined by the general conditions and the general culture, nor did it alter the predominance of Bell's letters in the reading of the educated, but it served to sow in that life the seed of science destined to work through the centuries, a gradual transformation of activity and thought which should make impossible the old political strifes and generate new. Out of experiment came invention, machinery, theory, new skepticism, rationalism, democracy. It is difficult to measure, but not easy to overestimate, the gain to intellectual life from even a partial discrediting of the old preoccupation with theology, which in the centuries between Luther and Spinoza stood for an expense of spirit that is depressing to think of. Down even to our own day, the waste of labor and learning continues, but from the time when 2/3 of Europe had been agonized by wars set up or stimulated by theological disputes, the balance begins to lean towards saner things. The second generation after that, in which there arose a free way of reasoning, saw the beginnings of free thinking in those religious problems, which were for the present laid aside, and the foundation of a new experiential philosophy. New and great reactions against these were to come, reactions of endowed clericalism, of popular sloth, of new enthusiasm generated in PG 448 new undergrowths of ignorance, of recoil from terrific democratic revolution. But the new principle was to persist. It is not easy at this time of day to accept as a scientific product the confused theory of constitutionalism, which gradually grew up in English politics from William III onwards. The theory in all its forms is in logic so invertebrate, and in morals so far from satisfying any fairly developed sense of political justice, that we are apt to dismiss it in derision. In so far, indeed, as it proceeds on a formulation of the social contract, it is always severely handled by the school of Sir Henry Maine, which here represents the anxiety of the upper classes, since the French Revolution, to find some semblance of rational answer to the moral plea that all men are entitled to political enfranchisement and social help on the simple ground of reciprocity, supposed to be canonized for Christians in the Golden Rule. Locke, of course, was not thinking of the working mass when he wrote his letters on government, any more than when he helped to draw up a constitution for South Carolina endorsing slavery. But he was at least much nearer rational morals than were his antagonists. The provisions for liberty of conscience in the South Carolina Constitution are notably far in advance of any official view ever previously promulgated, and in subsuming the social contract he was but following Hooker and Milton, and indeed adapting Aristotle, an authority whom Locke's later critics are wont to magnify. Sir Frederick Pollock, in his Introduction to the History of the Science of Politics, assumes to have saved Aristotle from the criticism which assails the social contract theory, by saying that Aristotle regards a clanless and masterless man as a monster or an impossibility, whereas the theorists of the social contract school take such a man to be the social unit. There is really no reason to suppose that Aristotle would have denied a propolitical state of nomadic barbarism, such as is vaguely figured by Thucydides I-2, and as a matter of fact, he does expressly posit a process of society-making by compact, first by the utility-seeking combination of families in a village, later by the villages joining themselves into a state whose express purpose is good life politics I Roman 2. It does not cancel this to say that Aristotle also makes the state PG 449 prior in the rational order to man, for his prior I Roman 2, 1214 is not a historical but a metaphysical or ethical proposition. In the third book, again 100, he endorses a proposition of Lycophron which virtually affirms the social contract. And just as the school of Maine attacks the social contract theory for giving a false view of the origin of society, so did Bodin long ago, and at least as cogently, attack Aristotle and Cicero for defining a state as a society of men assembled to live well and happily. Bodin insists de la République 1580-50, I-100, I-50, I-100, Roman 6-50, Roman 4-100, I add in it, that all states originated in violence, the earliest being found full of slaves. It is true that Aristotle at the outset implies that slavery is as old as the family, but he still speaks of states as voluntary combinations for a good end. As to the first kings, he is also vague and contradictory, and is criticized by Bodin accordingly. Aristotle was doubtless adaptable to the monarchic as well as to the democratic creed, But Baden's criticism suggests that in the 16th century he was felt to be too favourable to the latter. It may be worthwhile to remark that the notion of an unsociable state of nature prior to a social contract was effectively criticised by Sir William Temple in his essay Upon the Origin and Nature of Government. With a really scientific discrimination, he points to food conditions as mainly determining gregation or segregation among animals, observing, "Nor do I know if men are like sheep, why they need any government, or if they are like wolves, how they can suffer it." Works ed. 1814 I 910. In the next generation again, the ultra-Hobbesian view was keenly attacked and confuted by Shaftesbury within a few years of Locke's death. Characteristics, early ed. I 10911, Roman 2 31021. As I have elsewhere pointed out Buckle and his critics, the contract theory lent itself equally to Whiggism and to High Toryism. Towards the end of the 18th century, we find the radical Bentham fragment on government, 1776, deriding it as held by the Tory Blackstone. But Rousseau himself prefaced to the Discours Sir Elangolite avowedly handled the state of nature as an ideal, not as a historical truth, and Blackstone did the same. It is therefore only a new species of abstract fallacy, and one for which there is no practical excuse, to argue as does the school of Maine C.P. Pollock as cited pp. 63, 75, 79, etc. That the theories in question are responsible for the French Revolution in general, or the Reign of Terror in particular. Revolutions occur for reasons embodied in states of life. They avail themselves of the theories that lie to hand. The doctrine that all are born equal or free comes from the Institutes of Justinian, and is laid down in so many words by Bishop Sherborne of Chichester in 1536, and by the PG 450 Orthodox Spanish. Jesuit Suarez early in the 17th century Tractatus de Legibus, 50, Roman 2 100, Roman 2 3. The first mentioned passage is cited by Stubbs, Roman 3, 62,324, and the second by Hallam, Literature of Europe, Roman 3, 160. The derivation was bound to warp the theory, but such as it is, it represents the beginning of a new art, and therefore of a new science of representative government. A variety of forces combined to prevent anarchy on the one hand, and on the other the fatal consolidation of the monarch's power which took place in France. The new English king was a Protestant, and therefore religiously acceptable to the people, but he was a Dutchman, and therefore racially obnoxious, for fierce commercial jealousy had long smouldered between the two peoples, and war had fanned it into flames that had burned wide. Further, he was a latitudinarian in religious matters, and zealous to appoint latitudinarian bishops, and the retirement from London forced on him by his asthma deepened tenfold the effect of his normal coldness of manner towards all and sundry. In the very church whose cause he had saved, he was unpopular not only with the out-and-out zealots of political divine right, but with the zealous churchmen as such, inasmuch as he favoured the dissenters as far as he dared. So hampered and frustrated was he that it seems as if nothing but his rare genius for fighting a losing battle could have saved him, despite the many reasons the nation had for adhering to him. One of these reasons, which counted for much, was the political effect of a national debt in attaching creditors as determined supporters to the government. The highest sagacity, perhaps, could not have framed a better device than this for establishing a new dynasty, albeit the device was itself made a ground of hostile criticism, and was, of course, resorted to as a financial necessity, or at least as a resource pointed to by Dutch. Example not as a stroke of statecraft. What prudence and conciliation could do, William sought to do, and yet with all his sanity and enlightenment, he failed utterly to apply his tolerant principles to that part of his administration which most sorely needed them, government of Ireland. Even in England he could not carry tolerance nearly as far as he wished, but in Ireland he was forced to acquiesce in PG 451, Protestant tyranny of the worst description. The bigotry of his high church subjects was too strong for him. On the surrender of the last adherents of James at Limerick, he concluded a treaty which gave the Irish Catholics the religious freedom they had had under Charles Roman II when the Cromwellian oppression was removed. But the English Parliament refused to sanction it, save on the condition that nobody should sit in the Irish Parliament without first repudiating the Catholic doctrines. This was not the first virtual breach of faith by England towards Ireland, and it alone might have sufficed to poison union between the two countries, but it was only the first step in a renewal of the atrocious policy of the past. At the Restoration, the ex-Cromwellian diplomatists had contrived to arrange matters so that the monstrous confiscations made under the Commonwealth should be substantially maintained, though the settlement of 1653 had been made in entire disregard of the Act of Oblivion by Charles I in 1648, and though Charles Roman II avowed in the House of Lords in 1660 that they had showed much affection to him abroad. So base were the tactics of the Protestants that many Irish were charged with having forfeited their lands by signing under compulsion the engagement to renounce the House of Stuart, while those who had compelled them to the act now held the lands as royalists. But the decisive evil was the base indolence of the king. As Halifax said of him, he would slide from an asking face, and what Clarendon called that imbecilitas frontis, which kept him from denying, made him solve the intolerable strife of suitors by leaving possession in the main to those who had it. The adventurers and soldiers finally relinquished only 1/3 of their estates, and only a few hundreds of favoured Irish were restored to their old lands, under burden of compensation to the dispossessed holders. When the resort of James Roman II to Ireland gave power to the oppressed population, it was a matter of course that reprisals should PG 452 be attempted. The English historian glibly decides that they should not have been permitted, that the king ought to have determined that the existing settlement of landed property should be inviolable, and that whether, in the great transfer of estates, injustice had or had not been committed was immaterial. That transfer, just or unjust, had taken place so long ago that to reverse it would be to unfix the foundations of society. Thus does the race which claims to be civilized prescribe a course of action for that which it declares to be uncivilized. It is further suggested that the English interest in the Irish Parliament would have willingly granted James a very considerable sum to indemnify the despoiled natives, for whom during a quarter of a century it had never moved a finger. There is not the least reason to believe in any such willingness, and it was in the ordinary way of things that the wronged race should not exhibit a moderation and magnanimity of which the wrongers had never for a moment shown themselves capable. The Irish Parliament of 1689, indeed, took care to indemnify all purchasers and mortgagees, while dispossessing original holders under the Cromwellian settlement, but it passed an Act of Attainder in the fashion of the age, and when the Protestant cause triumphed, the revenge taken was 100-fold greater than the provocation. It was the legislature, not the Crown, that did the work. Under the tolerant and statesmanlike king, the Irish Protestant Parliament proceeded to pass law after law, making the life of Catholics one of cruel humiliation and intolerable wrong. There is nothing in civilized history to compare with the process by which religious and racial hatred in combination once more set the miserable Irish nation on the rack. The extreme political insanity of the course taken is doubtless to be attributed to the propagandist madness of James, who had just before sought to give all Ireland over to Catholicism. Fanaticism bred fanaticism, but the fact remains that the Protestant fanatics began in the reign of William a labour of hate which, carried on in succeeding reigns, at length made Ireland the darkest problem in our politics. Hasenkamp pp. 117, 125 insists that the penal laws were not dictated by any considerations of religion, but were merely the offspring of the spirit of domination, citing for this view Burke, Letter to a Peer Works. Bone ed. Roman 3, 296, and Letter to Sir Hercules Langriche 499. Ib. But this is an attempt to dissociate religion from persecution in the interests pg 453 of religious credit, and will not bear criticism. Burke in fact contradicts himself, assigning the religious motive in an earlier page of the Letter to a Peer, and again in the Letter to Langriche. When the Protestants went on heaping injuries on the Catholics in the knowledge that the people remained fixed in Catholicism, they were only acting as religious persecutors have always done. On Burke's and Hasenkamp's view, persecution could never take place from religious motives at all. No doubt the race feeling was fundamental, but the two barbaric instincts were really combined. C.P. Macaulay's History ch. Roman 6 2 vol. ed. 1877 I 39093. As regards Irish trade, commercial malice had already affected all that religious malice could wish. Even in the reign of Henry Roman VIII, a law was passed forbidding the importation of Irish wool into England, and in the next century, Strafford sought further to crush the Irish woolen trade altogether in the English interest, throwing the Irish back on their linen trade and agriculture, which he encouraged. Strafford's avowed object was the keeping Ireland thoroughly subject to the English crown by making the people dependent on England for their chief clothing, and to the same end he proposed to hold for the crown a monopoly of all Irish trade in salt. Cromwell, on his part, was sane enough to leave Irish shipping on the same footing as English under his Navigation Act. But in 1663, the Restoration Parliament put Ireland on the footing of a foreign state, thus destroying her shipping trade once for all, and arresting her natural intercourse with the American colonies. In the same year, a check was placed on the English importation of Irish fat cattle. 2 years later, the embargo was laid on lean cattle and dead meat. Still later, it was laid on sheep, swine, pork, bacon, mutton, and cheese. In William's reign, new repressions were effected. The veto on wool export having led to woolen manufactures, which were chiefly in the hands of dissenters and Catholics, the Irish Parliament, consisting of Episcopalian landlords, was induced in 1698 to put heavy export duties on Irish woolens, and this failing of its full purpose, in the following year the English Parliament absolutely prohibited all export of manufactured wool from Ireland. To this policy of systematic iniquity, the first offset was a measure of protection to the Irish linen trade in 1703, and this PG 454 benefaction went almost solely into the hands of the Scotch settlers in Ulster. Even thereafter the linen trade of Ireland was so maimed and restricted by English hindrances that it was revived only by continual bounties from 1743 to 1773. And this twice restored and subsidized industry, thus expressly struck out of native and put in Protestant and alien hands, has been in our own age repeatedly pointed to as a proof of the superiority of the Protestant and non-Celtic inhabitants over the others in energy and enterprise. As a matter of fact, many of the Scots who benefited by the bounties of 1703 in Ulster had recently immigrated because of the poverty and overpopulation of their own country, where their energy and enterprise could do nothing. Irish energy and enterprise, on the other hand, had been chronically strangled during 200 years by English and Protestant hands, with a persevering malice to which there is no parallel in human history, and the process is seen at its worst after the Glorious Revolution of 1688. Modern English writers of the conservative school, always eager to asperse Ireland, never capable of frankly avowing the English causation of Irish backwardness, think it a sufficient exculpation of their ancestors' crimes to say that Irishmen have not taken up the old industries since they have been free to do so. Thus the late Mr. H. 500. Traill meets Irish comment on Strafford's treatment of the Irish woolen trade by saying that the complainants in these days prefer other and less worthy industries to those which they have now been free to practice, if they chose, for generations. Strafford, 1889. This is a fair sample of the fashion in which racial and political prejudices prompt men otherwise honourable to devices worthy of baseness. It should be unnecessary to point out in reply that when the Irish industries had been so long extirpated as to be lost arts, it was simply impossible that they could be successfully restored in competition with the highly developed machine industry of England. Other countries set up new industries under high protective duties. This Ireland could not do, but the most obvious considerations are missed by malice. The beginnings of modern parliamentary government thus coincide with the recommencement, in the worst spirit, of the principal national crime thus far committed by England, and this not by the choice of, but in despite of, the king, at the hands of the Parliament. In the next reign the same sin lies at the same door, the monarch PG 455 doing nothing. The fact should serve better than any monarchic special pleading to show us that the advance towards freedom is a warfare not merely with despots and despotic institutions, but with the spirit of despotism in the average man, a warfare in which, after a time, the opposing forces are seldom positive right and wrong, but as a rule only comparative right and wrong, evil being slowly eliminated by the alternate play of self-regarding instinct. Gross and willful political evil, we say, was wrought in the first stages of the new progress towards political justice, but that is only another way of saying that even while gross political evil was being wrought, men were on the way towards political justice. A clear perception of the whole process when men attain to it will mean that justice is about to be attained. Even while the spirit of religion and the spirit of separateness were working such wrong in Ireland, the spirit of separateness was fortunately defeated in Scotland, where it had yet burned strongly enough to make perpetual division seem the destiny of the two kingdoms. We learn how much political institutions count for when we realize that in Scotland, just before the parliamentary union with England, there was as furious an aversion to all things English as there has ever been shown in France of late years to things German. The leading Scots patriots were not only bitterly averse to union, but hotly bent on securing that the line of succession in Scotland after Anne should not be the same as that in England. This because they held that Scottish liberties could never be secure under an English king. The stern Fletcher of Saltown, a republican at heart, had to play in part the game of the Jacobites, much as he abominated their cause. But both alike were defeated, with better results than could possibly have followed on any separation of the crowns, and the vehement opposition of the great mass of the Scots people to the parliamentary union was likewise defeated, in a manner hard to understand. The heat of the popular passion in Scotland is shown by the infamously unjust execution of the English Captain Green and 2 of his men on a charge of killing a missing Scotch captain and crew who were not even proved to be dead, and were afterwards found to be alive. The fanatical remnant of the PG 456 Covenanters was as bitter against union as the Jacobites. Yet in the teeth of all this violence of feeling the union was carried, and this not wholly by bribery, as was then alleged, and as might be suspected from the analogy of the later case of Ireland, but through the pressure of common sense instinct among the less noisy. There was indeed an element of bribery in the English allowance of liberal compensation to the shareholders of the African Company, better known as the Darien Company, who thus had good cash in exchange for shares worth next to nothing, and in a certain sense the reluctant English concession to Scotland of freedom of trade was a bribe. But it is by such concessions that treaties are secured, and it needed a very clear self-interest to bring round a Scotch majority to union in the teeth of a popular hostility, much more fierce than is shown in our own day in the not altogether disparate case of Ulster, as regards Home Rule. Burton and Macaulay agreed that the intense wish and need of the Scottish trading class to participate in the trade of England, as they had done to much advantage under Cromwell, but had been hindered from doing after the Restoration, was what brought about the passing of the Act of Union. The Scots Parliament, no doubt the moderate Presbyterians saw that their best security lay in union, but that recognition could never have overridden the stiff-necked forces of fanaticism and race hatred were it not for the call of plain pecuniary advantage. A transformation had begun in Scotland. The country which for 150 years had been distracted by fanatical strifes, losing its best elements of culture under the spell of Judaic bibliolatry, had at length, under the obscure influence of English example, begun to move out of the worst toils of the secondary barbarism, not indeed into a path of pure civilization. Harm had gone too deep for that, but towards a life of secular industry, which at least prepared a soil for a better life in the centuries to come, and even for a time, under the stimulus of the new thought of France, developed a brilliant and various scientific literature. The Darien scheme may be taken as a turning point in Scottish history, an act of commercial enterprise, then arousing an amount of energy and sensation that had for centuries been seen only in connection with strokes of state and sect. It is not PG 457 agreeable to idealizing prejudice to accept Emerson's saying that the greatest ameliorator in human affairs has been selfish, huckstering trade, but barring the strict force of the superlative, the claim is valid. It is the blackest count in the indictment against England for her treatment of Ireland that she deliberately closed to the sister nation the door which the Scotch, by refusing union on other terms when union was highly expedient in the view of English statesmen, forced her to open to them. Chapter 4, Industrial Evolution 458. At all times within the historic period trade and industry have reacted profoundly on social life, and as we near the modern period in our own history, the connection becomes more and more decisively determinant. In the oldest culture history at all known to us, as we have seen, the commercial factor affects everything else, and at no time in European annals do we fail to note some special scene or area in which trade furnishes to politicians special problems. Thus the culture history of Italy, as we have also seen, is in past epochs inseparably bound up with her commercial history. But as regards the north of Europe, It is in the modern period that we begin specially to recognize trade as playing a leading part in politics, national and international. The Mediterranean tradition is first seen powerfully at work in the history of the Hanse towns. Then comes the great development of Flanders, then that of Holland, then that of England, which gained so much from the influx of Flemish and Dutch Protestant refugees in the reign of Philip Roman II, but which was checked in its commercial growth, under Elizabeth and James alike, by their policy of granting monopolies to favourites. Sir Josiah Child puts the latter end of Elizabeth's reign as the time when England began to be anything in trade. New Discourse of Trade, 4th ed. cp. Prof. Bush on English Trade under Henry Roman VII, England unter den Tudors, I 7185, with Shant's English Handelspolitik I 328, where it is stated that in the latter part of the 16th century there were 3,000 merchants engaged in the sea trade. This seems extremely doubtful when we note that the whole foreign trade of London was stated in Parliament in 1604 to be in the hands of some 200 citizens' journals of the House of Commons, May 21, 1604, and the total customs of London amounted to 110,000 a year, as against 17,000 from all the rest of the kingdom. As Hume notes ch. 45 note, a remonstrance from the Trinity House in 1602 declared that since 1588 the shipping and number of seamen in England had decayed about a third. Cit. From Anglesey's Happy Future State of England. This again, however, seems doubtful, pg 459. Broadly put, the fact appears to be that after a considerable development of woolen manufacture in the towns during the Wars of the Roses above, when sheep-rearing must have been precarious and wool would be imported, there was a general return to pasturage under the Tudor peace, the towns falling away with their manufactures. Attempts were made under Henry Roman VIII and Edward Roman VI to develop the English mining industries by means of German workmen and overseers, but apparently with no great success. Ehrenberg, Hamburg und England im Zeit der Khan, Elizabeth 1896 pp. 46. It was after the persecution of Protestants in the Netherlands under Charles V. had driven many tradesmen to England for refuge that manufacturing industry notably revived, and in 156,465, we find the year's exports of England reckoned at 68,190 for wool and 896,079 for cloths and other woolen wares, the whole of the rest of the export trade amounting only to 133,665. Brit. Mews. Lansdowne Ms. 10 Fal. 12,122 cited by Ehrenberg cp. Cunningham Industry and Commerce Roman II 82-83, Gibbons Industrial Hist. of England 3rd, ed. pp. 13,233. After the fall of Antwerp again, much of the commerce of that city fell to the share of England, some of her commercial and artisan population following it. Froude Hist. of England ed. 1872 Roman 12-12. In the same period the commercial life of North Germany, which had hitherto been far more widely developed than that of England. Ehrenberg pp. 111, was thrown back on the one hand by the opening of the new ocean route to the East Indies, which upset the trans-European trade from the Mediterranean, and on the other by the new strifes between the princes and the cities. 499. pp. 34-49, and here again English trade came to the front. The merchant adventurers, ready enough to accept monopolies for their own incorporations, were free traders as against other monopolists, and not till all such abuses were abolished could England compete with Holland. And though they were never legally annulled even under the Commonwealth, as men paid no regard to the prerogative whence the charters of those companies were derived, the monopoly was gradually invaded, and commerce increased by the increase of liberty. France at times promised to rival both Holland and England, but she at length definitely fell behind England in the race, as Flanders fell behind Holland, by reason of political misdirection. In the middle and latter part of the 17th century, all the northern states had their eyes fastened pg 460 on the shining example of Holland, and commerce, which as an occasion of warfare had since the rise of Christianity been superseded by religion, begins to give the cue for animosities of peoples, rulers and classes. The last great religious whereof we accept the strifes of Russia and Turkey, which are quasi-religious, was the 30 Years' War. Its very atrocity doubtless went far to discredit the religious motive, and it ranks as the worst war of the modern world. Commerce, however, for centuries supplied new motives for war to men whose ideas of economics were still at the theological stage. The eternal principle of strife, of human attraction and repulsion, plays through the phenomena of commerce as through those of creed. The profoundly insane lust for gold and silver, which had so largely determined the history of the Roman Empire, definitely shaped that of Spain, and Spain's example fired the northern nations with whom she came in contact. Prof. Thorold Rogers is responsible for the strange proposition economic interpretation of history, industrial and commercial history of England, that the chief source of the silver supply of Europe, before the discovery of the New World, was England. He offers nothing but his own conviction in proof of his statement, to which he adds the explanation that the silver in question was extracted from sulphuret of lead. It seems well to point out that there is not a shadow of foundation for the main assertion. That the argentiferous lead mines were worked seems clear, but that they could produce the main European supply without the fact being historically noted is incredible. On the other hand, silver mines were found in Germany in the 10th century and later, and there is reason to attribute to their output a gradual rise of prices before the 15th century. Anderson's History of Commerce, I. 67. In any case, there is no reason to doubt the statement of the historians of the precious metals, that what silver was produced in Europe in the Middle Ages was mostly mined in Spain and Germany. See Del Mar, History of the Precious Metals, 1880 pp. 3843 and refs. Also Ehrenberg, Hamburg und England im Zeitalter der Königin Elisabeth, 1896 pp. 49, Menzel, Geschichte der Deutschen, cap. 276 end, and Kohlrausch, History of Germany, Eng, tr. 1844. The direct search for gold as plunder developed into the pursuit, pg 461 of it as price, and wealthier states than Spain were raised by the more roundabout method which Spain disdained. This was soon recognized by Spanish economists who probably followed the French physiocrats, as represented in the excellent chapters of Montesquieu on money cited above. See the passage from Bernard of Alloa cited by Blanqui Hist, de Elecken, Parlit 2e edit, Roman 2:28. CP. Samba, Memoirs of the Dutch Trade, Eng tr. 1719 pref. Apart from the habits set up by imperialism, the Spaniards were in part anti-industrial, because industry was so closely associated with the Moriscos Major Hume, Spain, and the innumerable church holidays counted for much. Yet in the first half of the 16th century Spain had a great development of town industrial life. Armstrong, Intrad, to Same Vol, pp. 83-84. This is partly attributable to the new colonial trade, but probably more to the connection with Flanders. CP. Grat and the Netherlands, pp. 66-88. About 1670, however, manufacture for export had entirely ceased. The trade of Madrid, such as it was mainly in the hands of Frenchmen. The church and the bureaucracy alone flourished, and although discharged soldiers swarmed in the cities, what harvests there were had to be reaped by the hands of French labourers who came each season for the purpose. Hume, as cited. This usage subsisted nearly a century later. Tucker, Essay on Trade, ed. 1756. Holland in the 17th century presented to the European world, as we have seen, the new and striking spectacle of a dense population thriving on a soil which could not possibly be made to feed them. Trade became the watchword of French statesmanship, and Colbert pressed it against a froward nobility, while in England, a generation later, it had acquired the deeper rooting that goes with the voluntary activity and self-seeking of a numerous class, and already the gentry freely devoted their younger sons to the pursuits which those of France contemned. The turn seems to have been taken in the most natural way, after Parliament was able to force on James a stoppage of the practice of granting monopolies. At his accession, the king had sought popularity by calling in and scrutinizing the many monopolies granted by Elizabeth, which constituted the main grievance of the time. Soon, however, he conformed to the old usage, which had in some measure the support of Bacon, and in 1621 it was declared that he had multiplied monopolies 20-fold. The most careful pg 462 historian of the period reports that though they were continually being abused, they were granted on no corrupt motives, but in sheer mistaken zeal for the spread of commerce. It would be more plausible to say that when interests either of purse or of patronage lay in a certain direction, those concerned were very easily satisfied that the interests of commerce pointed the same way. At length, after much dispute, the Lords passed in 1624, a monopoly bill previously passed by the Commons in 1621, and though some of the chief monopolies were left standing, either as involving patents for inventions or as being vested in corporations, mere private trade monopolies were for the future prevented. It was a triumph of the trading class over the upper, nothing more. As for the corporations, they were as avid of monopolies as the courtiers had ever been, and independent traders hampered by monopolist corporations were only too ready to become monopolist corporations themselves. Under Charles I, for instance, there was set up a chartered company with a monopoly of soap-making, of which every manufacturer could become a member, a kind of chartered trust, born out of due timeth price paid to the crown for the privilege being 10,000, and a royalty of 8 on every ton of soap made. For this payment the monopolist received full powers of coercion and the punitive aid of the Star Chamber. After a few years, in consideration of a higher payment, the king revoked the first patent and established a new corporation. Similar monopolies were granted to starchmakers and other producers, the Long Parliament pursuing the same policy, till monopolies became as common as they had been under James or Elizabeth. Part of the result was that about 1635 there were more merchants to be found upon the exchange worth each £1,000 and upwards than there were in the former days, before the year 1600, to be found worth £100 each. The upper classes, as capitalists and even as traders, were not now likely to remain aloof, but all the while there was no betterment of the lot of the poor. That our poor in England, writes Child after the Restoration, have always been in a most sad and wretched condition is confessed and lamented by all men. Child's theory of the effect of usury laws in the matter is pure fallacy, but his estimate of men's fortunes is probably more accurate than the statement of Pg 463, the Venetian ambassador in the reign of Mary, that there were many merchants in London with 50,000 or 60,000 each. Howell in 1619 expresses a belief that our 24 aldermen may buy 100 of the richest men in Amsterdam. Yet though it was also confessed that among the Dutch, and even in Hamburg and Paris, the poor were intelligently provided for, no such necessity was practically recognized in England, either by Puritan or by Cavalier, though before the rebellion the administration of Charles had not been apathetic, and a century later there were the same conditions of popular misery and vice, with a new plague of drunkenness added. By that time, too, the corporation monopolies were strangling trade, just as the private monopolies had formerly done. While France, which in the latter part of the 17th century gave such a stimulus to English and Dutch industry by the suicidal revocation of the Edict of Nantes, had recovered both population and trade, and was on a commercial footing which, well developed, might have given her the victory over England in the race for empire. Everywhere in the 17th century, however, the new development meant new strife. Protestant England and Holland, Catholic France and Protestant Holland, flew at each other's throats in quarrels of trade and tariffs, and for the monopoly of the trade in cloves, Dutch and Spanish and English battled as furiously as for constraint and freedom of conscience. The primitively selfish and mistaken notion men had formed of commercial economy was on a level with the religious impulse as it had subsisted from the beginning of Christendom. And even as each Christian sect had felt it necessary to throttle the rest, each nation felt that its prosperity depended on the other's impoverishment. To spite the Dutch, the Cromwellian party in 1651 passed the Navigation Act, prohibiting all imports of foreign goods save in English ships or those of the nations producing them. In practice it was a total failure, the effect being to injure the English rather than the Dutch trade, but the Dutch themselves, who were fanatical for their own Asiatic monopoly trade, believed it would injure them and went to war accordingly. Pg 464. The eulogy of the Navigation Act as wise by Adam Smith put, by the way, with a perhaps is one of his worst mistakes. Roger Coke in 1672 testified treatise on trade, cited by M. Culloch that within 2 years of the passing of the Act England lost the greater part of the Baltic and Greenland trades, and Sir Josiah Child's New Discourse of Trade shows in detail that the English by about 1670 or 1690 had lost to the Dutch even much of the trade they formerly had. See preface to second and later editions, and compare M. Culloch, notes I to his edition of The Wealth of Nations, and McCulloch, Industrial History Roman II, 340. The one direction in which the Act seems to have been successful was in stimulating shipbuilding and seafaring in the American colonies. See Prof. Ashley in the Quarterly Journal of Economics, Boston, November, 1899, pp. 46. Joshua G. in his Trade and Navigation of Great Britain considered 1730, 6th ed., expressly ascribes a prodigious increase of our shipping to the timber trade between Portugal, etc. and our plantations, one result being that English ships have become the common carriers in the Mediterranean, as well as between the Mediterranean, Holland, Hambro, and the Baltic. He says nothing of the Navigation Act, but lays stress on the cheap building of ships in New England, and notes that the Dutch habitually hire English ships to transport their goods from Spain, etc., to Amsterdam and other places. Even among expert merchants there was no true economic science, only a certain empirical knowledge, reduced to rule of thumb. Hence the traders were forever tending to strangle trade, and the ablest administrators fell into the snare. Everywhere they tended to be possessed by the gross fallacy that they could somehow sell without buying, and so heap up gold and silver, and to secure at least a balance in bullion was considered an absolute necessity. This was the most serious error of the policy of Colbert, who secured a balance of social gain to France by stimulating and protecting shipping and new industries, but failed to learn the lesson that foreign commerce in the end must consist in an exchange of goods. Thus, though he resisted the ruinous methods of Louis Roman XIV, he lent himself to the theory which, next to the PG 465 hope of making the Netherlands a province of France and so an arm of French naval strength, stimulated the policy of war. By repeatedly raising his tariffs he forced the Dutch to raise theirs, whereupon France went to war. Had he known that the Dutch could not sell to France without buying thence, and vice versa, he would have rested content with establishing his new industries. 1000. Dacier, as cited, frames a deplorable demonstration that Holland was impoverishing France and destroying all industry there by selling more articles than she bought, as if any country could go on buying in perpetuity without selling in payment. 1000. Dacier goes on to admit that France before Colbert had some great industries and a great agricultural export trade, as must needs have been. His argument shows the survival of the mercantilist delusion that trade can drain a productive country of its bullion. It is evident that Colbert helped trade more by checking fiscal abuses and promoting canals and roads than by protecting new industries. On the whole, he seems to have gravely injured agriculture. 499. pp. 89 note and 133, and Adam Smith's criticism Wealth of Nations, BK, Roman 3 ch, Roman 2 BK, Roman 4 ch, Roman 9 remains valid. He was imposed upon by the sophistry of merchants and manufacturers, who are always demanding a monopoly against their countrymen, and by prohibiting export of grain, he depressed agriculture, the natural and facile industry of France, and so promoted the rural misery which at length inspired the Revolution. It was essentially by way of reaction against his error that the physiocrats fell into thirsty denial that any industry was productive, except agriculture. Even if he had not prohibited export of grain, his import duties, insofar as they excluded foreign products, would have checked the grain exports which had formerly paid for these. Thus, as 1000, Dacier admits Colbert failed to secure prosperity for the peasantry while he was helping industry. C.P. Brandt Baitridge, as cited. Colbert in the 19th century had the benefit of the doctrine that monarchism prepared for democracy in France, and there is some truth in the protest of Morin that on this and other grounds he became the object of uncult ridicule. Qui brave les notions les plus élémentaires de l'économie publique origines de la démocratie, introdwritten in 1854, Morin goes so far as to charge on Colbert, equally with Louvois, the misfortunes of France under Louis Roman XIV 499. pp. 88, 120. Of course, the rival nations were equally self-seeking. Prohibitive tariffs were necessarily lowest with the most specifically commercial state, the Dutch, and the free trade doctrine began early to be heard in England, pg 466. E.g. from Dudley North, Macaulay ed., cited I 253, see the quotations in M. Culloch as above cited. Pepys in his diary under date 1664, February 29, tells how Sir Philip Warwick expounded to him the paradox that it does not impoverish the nation to export less than it imports. For earlier instances of right thinking on the subject, see the author's Trade and Tariffs, SQ. The repeal in 1663 of statutes against exporting bullion was carried in the interests of the East India Company, and apparently on a false theory. See it in Child New Discourse, cp. Shaftesbury Characteristics Treatise Roman 2 pt. I2 end as to the advantage of a free port. This had been partially insisted on, as we have seen, by the merchant adventurers in the days of Elizabeth and James, and Raleigh strongly pressed it in his observations touching trade and commerce with the Hollander and other nations, presented to James. Works ed. 1829 Roman 8, 35,657. Raleigh, however, was a bullionist. But whether rulers leant in the direction of free trade, or strove to heap up import duties as did France, they went to war for monopolies and for imposts. Holland had as determinedly sought the ruin of Antwerp as England did that of Holland. And as the race principle embroiled nations on the score of trade, so the class principle set up new feuds of class in all the nations concerned. The new trading class fought for its own hand as the trade guilds of the Middle Ages had done, and the fact of its connections with the gentry did not prevent animosity between gentry and traders or investors in the mass. Thus were the old issues complicated, for good or for 99. Prof. Cunningham English Industry and Commerce ed. 1892, Roman 2, 1617 offers an unexpected defense of the mercantile system, under which bullion was striven for as the direct means of securing power. The wisdom of the whole scheme, he writes, is apparently justified by the striking development of national power which took place during the period when it lasted. England first outstripped Holland, and then raised an empire in the East on the ruins of French dependencies. After this argument Dr. Cunningham falters, observing, but even if the logic of facts seems to tell in its favour, there is a danger of fallacy. Success was attained, but how far was it due to the working of coal, and the age of mechanical invention, and how far to the policy pursued? There is really no need to suppose such an antinomy between the logic of facts and any other logic. The only legitimate logic of facts is that which takes in all the facts. Now, seeing that France was as much devoted as England to the mercantile system, and that pg 467, in the terms of the case she failed, it cannot have been the mercantile system that secured success to England. The logic of facts excludes the hypothesis. As for the outstripping of Holland, a country with perhaps a fourth of England's population in the 18th century, we have seen that the mercantile system, as operating in the Navigation Act, totally failed to attain its purpose, and that Dutch decadence was largely due to monopolies Roman 1e. To acceptance of the mercantile system, the working of coal, on the other hand, was a real wealth-making force, certainly conducive to naval and other empire. But more allowance is to be made for the fact that France had heavy continental quarrels on hand, while she was fighting England in Asia and America. If at this stage we seek to discover the manner of life of the working class in England, we shall find it hard to reach a confident conception. Many phrases in Shakespeare remind us that as towns grew there grew with them a nondescript semi-industrial class, untrained for any regular industry, and unable to subsist without industry of some sort. In the latter part of the 17th century, we seem to see a process of elimination at work, by which the organisms capable of enduring toil are selected from a mass to which such toil was too irksome. In 1668, Sir Josiah Child writes that the English poor in a cheap year will not work above 2 days in a week, their humour being such that they will just work so much, and no more as may maintain them in that mean condition to which they have been accustomed. That, accordingly, a high price for bread was a good thing, as forcing the poor to industry became the standing doctrine of such publicists as Petty. In the next generation, Mandeville puts as indisputable the statement that the poor will not work any more than they need to maintain bare existence. When late in the 18th century, we find Adam Smith, with French testimony to support him, denying that the pinch of poverty makes for industry, we are left in doubt as to whether the improvement came by a positive dying out of the lazy types through the new plague of alcoholism, or through the gradual exemplary force of a higher standard of comfort, as seen among the more industrious. Probably both influences were at work. But it was at best in a grimy underworld of degeneracy and hunger, squalor and riot, that there were laid the roots of the new mechanical industries, which were to make England the chief mill and counter pg 468 of Europe. And when we find one of the acutest observers of the next generation arguing that a large body of the needy poor is the right and necessary basis of industry and public wealth, we realize that the new life was to be as hard for the toilers as that of any earlier age. Conclusion. It is in the reign of the last of the Stuarts, whose sex made her perforce rely on ministers to rule for her, and whose unenlightened zeal thus missed the disaster which similar qualities had brought upon two of her predecessors. It is in the reign of Anne, swayed by favourites to an extent that might have made monarchy ridiculous if monarchists had gone by reason and not by superstition, that there begins recognisably the error of government by parliamentary leaders, representing at once in varying degrees monarch and people. And it is at this point that we begin the biographical studies to which the foregoing pages offer an introduction. But under new conditions and phases, we are to meet for the most part repetitions and developments of the forces already recognized as at work from time immemorial. Thus early have we seen in action on the field of English history most of those primary forces of strife whose play makes the warp of politics, ancient and modern, and the distinct emergence withal of that spirit which, rare and transient in ancient times, seems destined to inherit the later earth spirit of science, which slowly transmutes politics from an animal to an intellectual process, raising it from the stage of mere passional life to the stage of constructive art, and from the social relation of rule and subjection towards the relation of mutuality and corporate intelligence. Politics, we formally say, is the process of the clash of wills, sympathies, interests, striving for social adjustment in the sphere of legislation and government. The earlier phases are crude and animalistic, and involve much resort to physical strife. The later phases are gradually humanized and intelligized, till at length the science of the past process builds up a new phase of consciousness, which pg 469 evolves a conscious progressive art. That is to say, the conscious progressive art develops in course of time. It had not really arisen in any valid form at the period to which we have brought our bird's-eye view. It had transiently arisen in the ancient world, as in Solon and far less effectually in the Gracchi, but the conditions were too evil for its growth, and the course of things political was downward, the animal instincts overriding science, till even when there was compulsory peace the spirit of science could no more blossom. In English politics, soon after the beginning of the 18th century, the conditions brought about civil peace under a new dynasty, which it was the function of the statesmanship of the dynasty to maintain. At the same time, the spirit of science had entered on a new life. It remains to trace, under successive statesmen, and in the doctrine of successive politicians, the fluctuations of English progress towards the great utopia, the state of reconciliation of all the lower social antipathies and interests, and of free scope for the inevitable but haply bloodless strifes of ideals, which must needs clash so far as we can foresee human affairs. The progress we shall see is only in our own day beginning to be conscious or calculated. It has truly been, so far as most of the actors are concerned, by unpathed waters to undreamed shores. The hope is that the very recognition of the past course of the voyage will establish a new art and a new science of social navigation. To make a new aspiration pass for a law of progress merely because it is new would, of course, be only a fresh dressing of old error. There is no security that the scientific form will make any ideal more viable than another. Every ideal, after all, has stood for what social science there was among its devotees. The hope of a moral transformation of the world is a state of mind so often seen arising in human history that some distrust of it is almost a foregone condition of reflection on any new ideal for thoughtful men. A dream of deliverance pervades the earliest purposive literature of the Hebrews. A fabled salvation in the past is made the ground for trust in one to come. Wherever the sense of present hardship and suffering outweighs the energetic spirit of life in the ancient world, the young men are found seeing visions, and the old men dreaming dreams, and the thought of the far serenity of Saturn's days becomes a foothold for the Virgilian hope of a golden age to come. 100 times has the hope flowered and withered again. Confident rebellions, eager revolutions, mark at once its rise and its fall. In our own age, the new birth of hope arises in the face of what might have seemed the most definitive frustration. It becomes pg 470, an ideal of peaceful transformation under the sole spell of social science, with no weapons save those of reason and persuasion. The science of natural forces has widened and varied life without greatly raising it in mass, yet the new science, we would fain believe, will conquer the heightened task. In the fulfillment or non-fulfillment of that hope lies for the coming age the practical answer to the riddle of existence. Without such a hope, the study of the past would indeed be desolating to the tired spectator. Followed through cycle after cycle of illusory progress and conscious decline, all nevertheless as full of pulsation, of the pride of life and the passion of suffering, as the human tide that beats today on the shores of our own senses. The history of organized mankind, in its trivially long-drawn immensity, grows to be unspeakably disenchanting. Considered as a tale that is told, it seems to speak of nothing but blind impulse, narrow horizons, insane satisfactions in evil achievement, grotesque miscalculation and vain desire, till it is almost a relief to reflect how little we know of it all, how immeasurable are the crowded distances beyond the reach of our searchlight. Alike the known and the unknown, when all is said, figure for us as fruitless, purposeless, meaningless moments in some vast, eternal dream. Poi di tanto adopera di tanti modi, d'ogni celeste, ogni terrena cosa, gerando senza posa, per tornar sempre laudand san mos, uso alcuno alcun frutto, indovinar non so. The untranslatable cadence of Leopardi has the very pulse of the wearied seeker's spirit. Yet, through all, the fascination of the inquiry holds us, as if in the insistent craving to understand there lay some of the springs of movement towards better days. We brood over the Nero remains, so near and yet so far, till out of the ruins of Rome there rise for us in hosts the serried phantoms of her tremendous drama, till we seem to catch the very rasp of Cato's voice and the gleam of Caesar's eye, swaying the tide of things. Still the sensation yields no sense of fruition. Rome the dead, and Greece the undying, drift from our reach into the desert distance. Beyond their sunlit fragments lies a shoreless and desolate twilight land, receding towards the making of the world. And there in the PG 471 shadows, we dimly divine the wraiths of a million forms, thronging 100 civilizations. The vision of that vanished eternity renews the intolerable burden of the spirit baffled of all solution. For assuredly in the remotest vistas of all, men and women desired and loved, and reared their young, and toiled unspeakably, and wept for their happier dead. And the evening and the morning then as now, wove their sad and splendid pageantries with the slow serenity of cosmic change. Great empires waxed to the power of wreaking infinite slaughter, through the infinite labor of harmless animal souls, and seas of blood alternately cemented and sapped their brutal foundations, and all that remains of them is a tradition of their destruction, and the shards of their uttermost decay. Not an echo of them lives, save where perchance some poet with struggling tongue murmurs his dream of them into tremulous form, or when music with its more mysterious spell gathers from out the inscrutable vibration of things strange semblances of memories, that come to us as an ancient and lost experience rewon, grey with time and weary with pilgrimage. But to what end of knowledge or of feeling, if the future is not therefore to be changed? Save for such a conception and such a purpose, the civilizations of today could have no rational hope to survive in perpetuity any more than those of the past. The fullest command of physical science, however great be the resulting power of wealth production, means no solution of the social problem, which must breed its own science. The new ground for hope is that the great discipline of physical science has brought with it the twofold conception of the reign of law in all things, and the sequence of power upon comprehension, even to the controlling of the turbulent sea of human life. With the science of universal evolution has come the faith in unending betterment. And this, when all is said, is the vital difference between ancient and modern politics, that for the ancients the fact of eternal mutation was a law of defeat and decay, while for us it is a law of renewal. If but the faith be wedded to the science, there can be no predictable limit to its fruits, however long be the harvesting.